The evidence seems to indicate that you're watching Dolly Vision.
Footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop as the rock down known. Dolly Vision headlines, King the Beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shining, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on their light. Toughen up, Dolly Vision's dreaming real. True crime scene flash to feel so unreal. YouTube madness like share, subscribe. Jack's on fire, burning the world's fire. Where's the baby missing shadows crawl? People whisper footsteps down the hall. Fingerprints of the dead, cold as stone. He's got the scoop, best around town known. Dolly Vision headlines, King the Beat. Truth unravels, crackling through the heat. Lost soul shining, echoes in the night. Rock the truth while live on air light.
Order in the court. Order in the court. Court is now in session with your Honorable Dolly in the house. And you guys already know the routine in my courtroom. Leave your DNA on that like button, okay? Just in case you go missing or end up with a murder charge and I am the one to try you. Make sure you leave your DNA on that like button. Also, if you're brand new here, Dolly's Court, make sure you sub up the channel, ring the bell for notifications, and of course, feel free to share this sexy ass judge anywhere you like, anywhere you like. Okay, how's it going this morning, people? Are y'all ready for court? Are you ready for court today? All right, as we know, yesterday, Danny Youngkin took the stand. Y'all remember that guy? Okay. Leilani's boyfriend. He actually wore a wiretap. So we're going to do a little recap because we got about 30 minutes before actual court starts. And we bring Leilani Simon out here to face justice. Okay. We got about 30 minutes. So, like I was saying, Danny Youngkin took the stand. He was the last one to take the stand yesterday. Okay. And he wore a wiretap trying to get Leilani to confess. All right. But Leilani stuck to her guns and even with the wiretap on, didn't give up anything that insinuated that she killed baby Quinton. So we are on day 4 today. Day 4. Also, we heard the anthropologist, I think I said that right, say that the bones that were broken up in the landfill, Superior landfill, was not done when Quinton Simon was alive. She could not determine if anything happened to this baby when he was alive, which was a shocker in the courtroom. Even Judge Dolly was shocked by what was said, okay? Because I thought they would at least come in and say, you know, he had broken bones while he was alive. But come to find out, everything was done from what they thought from the bulldozers and everything at the landfill. Also, one of the last things they asked Danny Youngkin on the stand was, Was there shrimp pasta in the vehicle? And Danny Youngkin has not a good memory. Okay. I think he's drank a couple brain cells a little bit loose. And he said there's possibly could have been shrimp pasta in the car that Leilani stopped and thrown away. Now, Leilani swears that when she left that house at 1:15, that baby Quinton was still in his pack and play, that she didn't take him with her. And, you know, the video in Azalea Trailer Court does not show Leilani throw the baby away. Now, we still have a few things left in court to go over. You know, some of you people may have forgot. We still have the journals, okay? Leilani's journals. So make sure you get a seat in the courtroom today. The $2 Dolly Challenge, right? Get you a nice seat in the courtroom up front so you hear everything that's going on. And so what is going to happen today is they're going to cross-examine Danny Youngkin. Okay, so he's the first one scheduled to take the bench this morning. Let's get those likes up. Let's see if we can get to 1,000 likes like we did yesterday before court even starts. And that way, Dolly don't got to hit you upside the head with this gavel, okay? And let me tell you, it looks like it would hurt. Let's test it. Let's test it. Yeah, it will hurt, okay? It will hurt. And then I'm going to put you in a landfill so they can't determine I hit you in the head with this gavel, because that seems to be how it works. So now we know if you commit a crime. All right, the first one in the court today is Angela B with the $2 challenge right there. First on the choo-choo. Bam! Dolly's getting to eat breakfast this morning. Thank you, guys. Katrina June. Bam! She's in the court today. We want order, no. No outbursts in my courtroom today. No outbursts. Okay, don't make me flip. Don't make me flip my wig. Okay, don't make me flip my wig. You don't want that. You don't want that. So we're gonna have order. We ain't gonna call anybody fat. Okay. We ain't gonna call anybody ugly. We ain't gonna call anybody no names. We're gonna keep it too legit to quit, like MC Hammer today. All right, and I'm gonna be banging this a lot to keep you awake. Okay, that's what the judge, Tammy Stokes, needs to do. All right, she needs to supersize. Awesome, right? So that's what Tammy Stokes needs to do. Now, Dolly will keep you awake because, you know, I got a little bit of Tourette's and I like to scream a little bit. So you wouldn't fall asleep in my courtroom. You just wouldn't do it. So I have my volume down. When the court is in session, I'm going to try to talk softly. I don't have my headphones on today, but I will when court starts. So I'm going to try to, you know, keep them low so that way I'm not screaming over everybody, because a lot of people were saying I was screaming yesterday. But that's just the way I talk. So it's going to be hard, you know, especially when I get riled up and things happen in court that don't make very good sense. Likes up before judge holds us in contempt. You don't want that. Get those likes up. Get those likes up. Thank you, PJ. Get on the train. Grab you a nice seat in the court, right? When you jump on, we give you a cushion seat. We don't make you sit on the hardwood. Terry, thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning to you. Glad you could be here with us in court in your own time. Okay, that's always important. Rose, love it. Best judge ever. Best judge ever. Thank you, Rose, and thank you for being here this morning. Thank you for paying your court fees. Okay. Mama Fee, I freaking love your humor. You and PJ. Okay, now you got to remember, I got up early for this. I got up early for you guys. I even went to bed early last night. That's why there was no show. I think me and PJ were in bed by like 8:30, 9 o'clock. We were in bed, but I feel good this morning. Hopefully we won't be falling asleep because, you know, now we're getting to the good witnesses, right? The good witnesses. And court literally starts, and let me refresh this real fast. Let's make sure we know how long. We are 29 minutes away from court. Okay, 29 minutes away. And like I said, the first person to take the stand this morning will be Danny Youngkin. Okay, can y'all see my ponytail? Can y'all see my little ponytail? All right. Choo choo, mother truckers. Pittsburgh nurse has just grabbed her seat in the pew. Okay, is that what they call the seats in a courtroom? The pews. Okay, get you a nice seat. We're gonna make sure you have an ass cushion. Will Carrot, all rise. The Honorable Judge Dolly is in the house. Will Carrot's with us. All right, Will Carrot this morning. Pew. Okay, so the day when you donate, you get a seat in the pews. All right. No way. Let's go. Overruled. Sustained. Okay. Well, we got to wait till they get going, right? We got to wait till they get going. Judge Dolly. Whoop, whoop. All right. Thank you guys for being here with me this morning. Lena, Moon and Sun. Who else is here with us? Sage. Leave your DNA. Zen. Good morning, Zen. Good morning, Melanie. Honey Dip. Darlene, Christy, Sweet Caroline, Penny. I may have missed some of you guys. Southern Truth 4. Good to see everyone coming into the courtroom this morning. On time like always. Okay, now if you show up late, you get punished. You get hit in the head, right? Bam! Right? No, I'm not going to hit you. I'm not going to hit you. Don't worry. Don't be scared. Good morning, Ashley. Good morning, Jen. Good morning, KK, is that what that says? Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. All right. Helena has been a member for 7 months. It says, love the Honorable Judge Dolly. Okay. Now this wig is a little itchy. Okay. It makes my head itch. So we're going to try to bear with it as long as we can. Okay. As long as we can. It's a little torturous. Like number 339 from NC. Okay. Thank you so much for liking the video. Before court even started yesterday, we had over 1,000 likes. No sleeping in my court. There's definitely no sleeping in my court. You love the outfit. Thank you. Every judge needs its robe. So I got my robe yesterday. Of course, I got my gavel. Got to have the gavel, right? Pittsburgh nurse has been a member for 15 months. Time flies when you're having fun, right? Food for Judge Dolly is coming. Order in the court. Okay. And order on Uber Eats. Okay. Connie, thank you so much for your super sticker. We're rocking and rolling this morning, and we're glad you could be a part of the fun. Sass, I don't know how you say that. Love it, Judge Dolly. How do you say that name? Is it say? I might be messing your name up. If I murdered your name, I am sorry. You could call in and you can tell me how to say it, and I'll make sure I get it right next time. All right. But thank you for your super sticker. Mama Bear in the courtroom today. Thank you, Mama Bear. You rock. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. Good morning. So we are just a short ways away from Leilani coming into the court. Danny Youngkin taking the stand to be cross-examined. All right. He was trying hard. I have to say, listen, I originally thought Danny Youngkin was a scumbag. Okay. I thought he was a pure T scumbag. Mega Million getting me a nice little seat in the back. Awesome. Awesome. Arkansas White Dove has just got her seat in the courtroom. Thank you for getting yourself a seat. So I thought he was just basically a scumbag, that he knew, that he witnessed this stuff. But come to find out, Danny Youngkin's a little bit of a drunk. Okay. He likes to drink from the time he gets up, apparently. Saucy. Okay. Saucy is how it's pronounced. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for helping me out there. Well, thank you, Saucy, for your donation this morning. Awesome. It goes towards Dolly's breakfast. You know, I like to eat. Dolly got to eat. The judge has to eat. You don't want the judge hangry. Okay. You don't want the judge angry. So, it's like tomato sauce. Ooh, at Dolly. Okay. So, you know, come to find out, he's a little bit of a drinker, and he likes to drink liquor. So when he hits that pillow, he passes out. So I do believe Danny slept through all this. He was drunk, and Leilani liked to do that Colombian Bam Bam, and he was a drinker. Okay, it makes a little more sense now. And Dolly was right about a lot of things so far. My predictions have been right. I said they would not be able to determine what caused Quinton's death, and I was right. Also, one thing I was wrong about is I thought Danny knew, but it looks like Danny didn't know that he likes to drink this liquor. And listen, he has pickled his brain. That dude couldn't answer a basic question. A basic question. He was asking what was going on, and that's what drinking does to your brain. Okay, just say no. We'll carry it. Your Honor, this lady beside me has her phone out. Oh, hell no. Order in the court. Put your phones away. Okay. And wake up. Wake up. Okay. It is 9:06 a.m. on the East Coast. It is time to shake and bake, baby. Shake and bake. They call me the magic man because now you see me. Now you don't. Okay. Now you don't. See? Anyway. So I believe Danny to be a credible witness. How many of you guys believe Danny is a credible witness in my jury? If you believe he's telling the truth, press 1. If you think Danny Youngkin is lying, press 2. I want to see where my beautiful people are at with this. Okay. Wake and bake. Okay. Everybody seems to think already that Danny is pretty truthful, right? They even asked him, did you drink and drive? And he said, yeah, right? Right there. Somebody thinks Danny's lying. We got a couple people that think Danny is a liar. So I was one of those people. I was like, there's no way this baby got beat to death unless the baby didn't get beat to death. And you know, there's a million ways to die. She could have suffocated the baby. She could have drowned the baby. A little bit of trigger warning here. A little bit of trigger warning. You know, there's a lot of ways to where you can unalive somebody where there's no blood and no broken bones. But so far, the evidence, these dumbass cops that went to the dipshit academy, they seen what appeared to be blood and they never even tested it. Robin Webb, thank you for becoming a member. Awesome to have you here this morning. So everybody that got a seat, thank you so much. So anyway, like I was saying, we don't know how this baby died, but for them to get her with this murder charge, all they have to prove is she killed the baby, not how the baby died. So a lot of people, even Dolly, you know, been hinging on this. You need to kind of prove it to me how this baby died. But really, to get a conviction under the law, you only have to prove she killed the baby, not how she done it. Right? I think that's why they're not going really into how she's killed the baby. They're just trying to prove her that she's a liar. We found out yesterday that she was sleeping with the drug dealer. Okay. Craig, Red. She was, you know, loved the outfit and the humor. Donna, thank you. Get you a nice seat in the pew this morning. Usually it's the Dolly train, but today, since we're in court, you get you a nice seat in the pew. Everybody else has a standing room only. Okay. Standing room only. But thank you. Get you a nice seat. Go ahead, grab you a seat in row 2. Okay. Row 2. You'll be good right there. All right. And don't have your phone out. Don't be playing on your phones. Don't be playing on your phones. Katrina June says, hit the like button. And thank you, Katrina. Get you a nice seat in the pews too. All right. You ain't got to stand up against the wall with the media. You can get you a nice seat. And we handing out ass cushions today. Okay. So you don't have to sit on the hard wooden bench. Aunt Josie, thank you for being here with us. Turtle Madness, good to see you, sis. Grab you a nice seat in the front row right there with your $10 donation this morning. Turtle Gang in the court today, right? Turn your ringers off, silence your phones. We don't want no disruptions because this thing looks like it could fly through the air pretty good. Okay, right? And you don't want that. You don't want that. Okay, don't make me hold you in contempt this morning for not hitting the like button. Right? We should have 927 likes. Right? I'm on time. You're on time. let's make sure our time is to hit that like button. Okay. We got Ashley. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. Jen C just got her a nice seat in the pews. Thank you, Dolly, for everything you do. You're absolutely welcome, Jen C. Good to see you this morning. And Ashley Nicole, hit the like for Judge Dolly. Thank you, Ashley, for putting up with my ugly face for 3 months. You're absolutely awesome. You guys rock. Okay. Mary Lopez, thank you for your coverage, and you look great. Hope for better day today with Danny. I do too, but I think they're just cross-examining them. Challenge Daily, balcony seat. Okay, Challenge Daily is in the courtroom with us this morning. Wake up, people. You're thinking, damn, Dolly, how many times are you going to bang that gavel? Hopefully a lot. Hopefully a lot, because we need to stay awake today. This is the good stuff, right? We sat through 2 days of nothing burgers, and then on day 3, we got hit with some bombshells, okay? We got hit with the bones. Wasn't broke before it hit the landfill. You know, the blood wasn't tested. Danny really didn't see anything, didn't hear anything. Speak Easy, grab you a seat. Bam, Speak Easy's in the court with us this morning. Really didn't see anything, and he tried to get Leilani to confess. Didn't happen. Now, we know we still have Danny Youngkin left. We still have Billy Joe Howe left. We still have the babysitter left. We still have the babysitter's daughter. Allegedly, there's 37 witnesses. Okay. Angelina and PJ worried about the plastic egg. Okay. Yeah, right. Didn't she? Angelina, get you a nice seat in the pews today. All right. Good to see you. Good morning. Mainstream media needs to be more like Judge Dolly. Well, listen, everybody can't be like Judge Dolly. Soon I'm going to have my own show like Judge Joe Brown, right? Judge Judy, and then there's Judge Dolly. Veronica says, just open my YouTube, and this is the first thing that popped up. You make my day, Dolly, right? Bless, we love you, and PJ. Well, you guys absolutely make my day, and thank y'all. Y'all helping out on my breakfast this morning. So it is good to see you. Welcome to court. You're on time, right? Matter of fact, you're early. I'm not going to fine you. Okay, I'm not going to fine you. You're here on time. Grab you a nice seat in the pews today. Don't sit by no gassy people, right? You know what I'm saying? That'd be stinky. You don't need that. It'll smell like shrimp pasta. Smell like shrimp pasta. If you smell shrimp pasta, you can move pews, okay? So anyway, Danny, he couldn't remember anything. He pretty much was drunk all the time, it sounded like. And me and PJ were talking last night, and you know, when she was in the hotel room, it's almost like she knew Danny was trying to set her up. She said, you're asking me the same questions as the FBI. Denise says, Judge Dolly, put a party hose cap under that wig. A pantyhose cap? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah. Okay, maybe that'll stop it being so itchy, maybe. Okay. Also, Robin Webb, I want a seat. Robin, come on in. Grab you a seat. You're on time this morning. Still got plenty of time to get you a Dolly seat. Let's see how much time we got left. Let me refresh this. We got 15 minutes before court begins because it is on a 30-minute delay. Okay. April says, I see that $2.10 and I rise it to 20. Thanks for Dolly, Jimmy Jams, for being your silly, serious self. Have a blessed, wonderful day, everyone. April, you get to sit in the front row next to Turtle Gang. Okay. Come on in, April. You rock. Okay. You rock. Thank you so much for your donation. I'm eating good today. I ate good yesterday. Okay. I ate good yesterday. Thank you guys for taking care of Judge Dolly. All right. Gina is a new member. Welcome, Gina. Good to have you here with us this morning. I hope you're having, and I hope everybody's having an excellent morning. Listen, I hope my advice yesterday helped everybody. Don't let nobody mess your day up. Tell yourself you're going to have a great day no matter what. Because listen, the only person that can mess up your day is you if you let people get to you, right? Don't let nobody get to you. And if they do, throat punch them, okay? And Dolly won't charge you. That's self-defense. That is self-defense in my courtroom. Anytime you got to throat punch somebody that's trying to fuck up your day, okay? If they're trying to F up your day, boom, right? You know what I'm saying? Don't play with it. And then when you come to court, I'm going to be like, dismissed. Good Lord. Messing my hair up. Look, y'all messing my hair up this morning. Having a bad hair day. I'm having a bad hair day, okay? Turtle Madness 2024 gifted $1 membership. Thank you so much. And make sure you thank them if you got that membership. If you don't, I'm holding you in contempt. Okay, I'm going to hold you in contempt. 49er girl just grabbed her a seat in the pews. Welcome, 49er girl. Good to have you in my court this morning. Pat, I'm a senior citizen. Need a seat, please. Welcome, Pat. Come on in. Grab you a seat. You're more than welcome to get one. Make sure you squeeze in there somewhere. Sweet Jones, I love to fit, Judge Dolly. You make my day. Well, thank you, Sweet Jones. Come on in. Come on in, Sweet Jones. Look, we're going to have a good day in court today, right? Hopefully, like I said, we don't want to talk anything bad in existence. PJ said I've been talking Leilani free for 3 days, right? That I'm talking it into existence. So today, we're all going to collectively hope that there's some evidence that's really bad and real damaging against her. Okay, everybody got that? Let me catch up with the chat. Lady Libra says, silent viewer, but love your channel and your personality. Well, thank you, Silent. Come on in. Lady, I said Silent. Lady, come on in, lady. Grab you a nice seat. You can be quiet. We won't bother you. Don't disturb Lady Libra. She's a silent viewer. So that means don't talk to her. Okay. She don't want to hear from you. She wants peace and quiet and tranquility in the morning. All right. She's probably like, stop beating that damn gavel. I just got it. Okay. I just got it. It's like a kid with a new toy. Okay. Every now and then you just got to bang it to keep people awake. Hot damn. Ooh. You in the courtroom today? Grab you a nice seat in the pews. All right. Shh, silent viewer. Shh. You guys are a trip. I hope y'all ready to have a good time with me today. I'm going to try to make court. Say it with me. Leilani is walking straight to jail. That's it. All right. Leilani is going to prison, not jail. Jail is where she's at now. Okay. With colored pencils and cookies, because we seen she went fluffy. Remember, we ain't calling anybody fat today. We ain't calling anybody ugly, but we can say fluffy. Okay. It is an acceptable word in the court of Dolly. You can legitimately say fluffy. All right. So she's got a whole bunch of canteen back there because Billy Joe sold her house for $390,000. So they hooked her up with some cookies. Okay. And some shrimp pasta. All right. She's eating shrimp pasta and cookies in the back. All right. Sky says, what does it say? Judge Dolly, love and bless to you. Come on in, Sky. Grab you a nice seat. Grab you a nice seat in the pews. All right. We're going to have a good day in court. We're going to have a good day. I have a feeling. I hope y'all feeling it too. All right. I hope you're feeling it too. Good morning, Florida girl. Good morning. Pookie. It be calling me, Pookie. It'll be calling me. Okay. When I see Pookie, I think of New Jack City. Okay. Nino Brown, don't need your services no more. Anybody seen that movie other than Dolly? All right. It be calling me. It was Chris Rock. He played Pookie in New Jack City. Candle shop here to inspire. Not jail. She's going to hell. You are absolutely right. I hope. And listen, if she don't go to prison for this, you're right. She is going to go to hell. You're going to have to answer to little baby Jesus and God in the end days, right? Everybody is. All of us are going to be judged in the end. Not today, not by Judge Dolly, but by that judge up there. All right. And you don't want to go in front of that judge killing people, hurting people, any of those violent crimes. I don't think he likes that stuff too much, right? Now, I know we have a forgiving God, but there's just some things I don't even know if God can forgive. They say he forgives everything, but Kimberly, thank you for gifting that membership. Also, Groovy Girl, love Judge Dolly. Bam! Okay. I just knocked my camera over, my security camera. I guess we don't have security in the courtroom today. We don't. Let me pick my security camera up. This is in case anybody comes in here and tries to shoot me. You know, apparently they be killing judges these days, right? They be killing judges. So I don't want my bailiff to shoot me. I'm having a bad hair day today. All right. Haunted housewife. I've never had such a good time watching something so bad. Thanks, Dolly. I appreciate it. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Grab you a nice seat in the pews this morning. All right. We're filling up fast. We're filling them up fast. You guys are absolutely great. Thank y'all for supporting the channel, liking the videos, hanging out with me, you know, especially this early in the morning, right? But I slept good, so I'm a little hyped up this morning, okay? Boy Mom sent a super chat earlier. Here's another one. Didn't want to be missed out. Boy Mom in the courtroom. Welcome. Grab you a nice seat. We got about 10 minutes before court starts, and it's going to be a good day. Well, actually 9 minutes. And then we get to hear Mr. Danny Youngkin, okay? And now listen, a lot of people think, you know, alcohol don't do any damage to you, right? But that stuff has to affect your brain because this dude is a little slow, okay? All right, hold on, guys. I think my food is here. Give me 1 second, okay? Oh, I said, oh, you can be seated. Hold on. Court's back in session. You can all be seated. Okay, you can all be seated. Dolly had to get his breakfast this morning. Judge Dolly got to eat. Judge Dolly got to eat. So we're about 7 minutes from that. And I seen you, PJ. I will take my meds as soon as court starts. So something's playing. KP is a new member. Welcome, KP. Good to have you. This is so awesome. You can't stop laughing. Well, we're going to have a good day today. Okay. We're going to have a good day today. Yes, I unmuted. So y'all should be able to hear Judge Dolly now. Now, order in my court. I don't want no outburst. Okay. I don't want no outburst in my courtroom. Watching from Kentucky. Okay. 1,200 likes, Dolly. We're at 1,200 likes already? No, we're at 700. Somebody said right there 700. Gunnersville girl. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge. Order in the court. What's under that robe? That's what Jessica. What does that say? Jessica on soap asked the judge. What's under this robe? You don't want to know. You don't want to know. Okay. I feel a breeze. Let me tell you that. I feel a breeze blowing under this robe. CBC says, we all know who the true Supreme Court is. Love baby Jesus. Take care of your stenographer, stenographer. Okay. I don't even know how you say that. Okay. That's the lady that talks into the box, right? Or the lady that does the typing. But welcome. Grab you a nice little seat. Okay. Grab you a nice little seat. I'm going to have to hire me a bailiff. Helena says, bye, PJ. I just love hearing the love for you yesterday. Nice time for judge outfit for Halloween. Yes, we just trying to have a little bit of fun. Okay. Just trying to have a little bit of fun with it. Court's a little boring. Kimberly, thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Kimberly. I keep knocking shit over. Grab yourself a seat. And Mary Lopez says, don't forget to hit that like button. Okay. Definitely. Let's see if we can get me 1,000 likes before court starts this morning. We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes before court starts if they don't run late. Now, this judge, Tammy, me and her has worked together for a long time. Okay. We've known each other since 1776. Okay. When we signed the Declaration of Independence. Me and Tammy go way back. Okay. Miss Tammy Stokes is the judge. She likes to take a lot of breaks. Okay. All right. We're about to start. Let's go ahead and blow this up. Let's jump right over to it. Oh, we're in the courtroom. All right. Let me share this. All right, let's make sure we're all the way up. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. 10 more. Come on, you got to get me 10 more likes before this lady talks. That way we made it. We hit 1,000 before court started. All right, order in the court. Hit that like button. Medicine. Okay, I'm about to go take it as soon as she gets going. All right, all rise for Dolly. I got to go take my meds. You may be seated. You may be seated. $1K. We did it. We did it. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for liking the video. Does Sarah Boone start today? I'm not sure. But what she did to that man was horrible. I watched it yesterday. And her basically, leaving that man in the suitcase while he begged for his life. I think she's going to be found guilty. And me and PJ are going to be going over that case a little bit. We might talk about it a little bit tonight when we go live later tonight. So make sure you tune in for that. Enjoy your breakfast, Your Honor. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. And let's just pray that we have a good day in court today and that, there's some damaging evidence against Danny, right? So, and of course, You know, when we take breaks, I will take phone calls from you guys. They burnt my toast. A little bit. I'll let them slide. Christina says, love to fit, Dolly. You keep me entertained. Thank you, Christina. Grab you a nice pew. Grab you a nice seat in the second row. Okay. Thanks for being here with us this morning. I had to say one thing. This judge right here, she's a slow starter. Okay. We'll be right back. She's always a slow starter, but that's okay. You know, and she's really happy. She's a happy judge. Your Honor, can I be seated? Yes, you can be seated, Jennifer. Go ahead, grab your seat. Let this be a good day. Yes. Judge, are you going to share with Leilani? No, she looks like she's had plenty. Okay. I think I need this worse than Leilani, to be dead honest. Okay. I think I need this a little more than she does. But Leilani can kiss my grits. How about that? She can kiss them. I have a feeling the evidence will be bad from the playpen, not vomit. Well, I know they've tested it, and let's hope that they found some blood somewhere. Because if they didn't, we're in a little bit of trouble. Dolly, thank you for trying to lighten the mood for us. Jules, you're welcome. Good morning to you. All right. I'm ready to go this morning. I'm ready to hear from Danny. I've been up since 7:30, so I've already been up a couple hours. I was ready to go this morning. They're going to cross. That's what I think they're starting with, the cross-examination of Danny. We need to talk about that case next. Are you talking about the Sarah Boone case? Like I said, me and PJ will probably go over a little bit of it tonight. And, you know, this man, this big ass dude crawled into a suitcase and she left him in there, right? Zipped him up in there. And my whole thing is they were playing hide and go seek allegedly, but it was just the two of them. And if she zipped him up in the suitcase, she had to know where he was at, you know, and then she's laughing, saying, this is for all the things you've done to me. So to me, and he's saying he can't breathe, she's definitely going to prison for murder. Oh, I know what I wanted to talk about. Okay. She also motioned to court, right? I denied her motion, but she wants snacks. She wants to bring 2 juice boxes, a couple cookies, a bag of Cheetos, and something else to eat. Stacy, welcome to court this morning. Okay. So she wants to bring food to eat because she said she don't get enough to eat and she feels weak and drained in the court. All right. So she's asking the judge to let her bring food to the court. All right. Dana, welcome this morning, Dana. Grab you a nice seat in the pew. Okay. Pick any seat you want. Get you a seat. We're going to have a good day in court today. Court's about to start soon as you know. Judge Stokes, 5 mints and a bag of candy. Yes, she wants to bring 5 breath mints because she must have some stinking ass breath and she needs 5 breath mints. Okay. But the judge said that she gets a peanut butter jelly sandwich and 2 cookies in the basement where apparently where they hold you at in this jail is the basement. And when she's in the basement, they give her 2 lunches and they have a peanut butter jelly sandwich in it and 2 cookies. So she already gets 2 sandwiches, 4 cookies, and she wants more. Okay. She wants more. She says she feels weak, drained, tired, and she wants the judge to allow her to eat while she's in the courtroom. Now, you guys can eat in my court. I don't really care because, I eat in my court. I eat every morning. So, yeah. What do y'all think? Should she be allowed to eat in court? Press 1 in the chat room. Press 2 if you think, nah, she gets enough. 1, we should allow Sarah Boone to eat. 2, we shouldn't. All right. 2, she shouldn't be able to eat. A lot of 2s. I guess when you murder somebody, you shouldn't get all them privileges, right? The jury has spoken. Okay, I see nothing but 2s. Pretty unanimous. So listen, Sarah Boone. All right. You're going to have to deal with your 2 peanut butter jellies and your 4 cookies. Okay. No breath mints, no bags of candy, no Cheetos. Dolly, she has yet to be proven guilty. Well, when I seen the video and the man's begging for his life, please, Sarah, let me out. And she didn't. And she's standing there laughing. Oh my God, she's guilty. I'm a judge. I found her guilty. She's guilty in the eyes of Judge Dolly. Dolly, please let me get a hold of that crabby cow. That chubby cow. Sorry, guys. Sorry. My toast is burnt. They burnt my damn toast. Well, these 2 pieces. Yeah, it's burnt too. Damn it. They burnt my toast. My wheat toast too. I'm trying to eat healthy and they burn it. I'll tell you what. We'll be fair. She gets 1 breath mint, okay, 1 cookie, and 1 Cheeto. All right. And we take away 1 of the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. I think it's fair. I think it's fair. We see Leilani's eating something in court. She's snacking on something, right? She's over there putting shit in her mouth. And some people are like, well, I think she's chewing gum. You can't chew gum in court. All allegedly, Sarah broke Georgia fingers with a bat. I see that on court TV last night, and I was saying, what the F? Never heard that before. She broke his fingers with a bat? I didn't even know that. I just know she left him in the suitcase, and then instead of calling paramedics, she called her ex, and the ex came over and said, hey, you need to call the authorities, 911. And she basically just left the man in the suitcase to die, which I don't know why. In his mind, he thought it was, let me climb in this suitcase. You said you love burnt toast. I can barely shower daily. I'm not making bread, right? You're not making bread. Well, PJ's at work right now, so you technically are making bread, okay? You're bringing home the bacon, all right? You're bringing home the bacon.
Chatham County Superior Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Tammy Stokes presiding. Please be seated and come to order.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Okay, please bring out Ms. Simon. All right, good morning, Simon. Okay. We're on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. The state is represented by AUSA Tim Dean, ADA Jenny Parker, and seated with them is Detective Marion Lemons. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present with her counsel, Martin Hilliard and Robert Purse. Turning to the state, is the state ready to proceed?
State is ready, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Defense is ready, Judge.
Where we left off, the state had concluded its direct examination of Daniel Youngkin. And Mr. Hilliard, you were going to begin with the cross-examination of Daniel Youngkin.
I am, Judge, and I think I've got the technical issues worked out, but we'll have to wait and see. Technology is not my friend.
All right. Are you ready to proceed with cross-examination? All right. Please call Daniel Youngkin. Or recall Daniel Youngkin. Well, before we bring Mr. Youngkin in, let's call in the jury. I always leave off the very important people here. So let's call in the jury.
She forgot to bring in the jury.
Thank you, Mr. Purse.
Order in the court. Bring out the jury. Okay. How you forget the jury? How you forget the jury? Okay. We need the jury. We need the jury. Okay. Damn, look, she's smiling. Don't be smiling, girl. Order in the court. Calm down. The jury's on the way. You seen I had my jury ready, right? Dolly's a professional judge. I've been doing this since 1776. Okay. My jury was seated and ready to go. But don't worry. We got this under control. Judge needs a break already. Jenny, thank you, Jenny. Grab you a nice seat in the pews. Come
All
on.
right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat. Good morning.
You rock, girl.
All right. And thank you so much for being here all together and ready to go and on time. I just want to confirm that you are able to comply with the court's instructions. Okay. No one did any research or discuss the case with anyone? No. All right. Did any of you view any media? No. Okay. Looks like everybody has responded in the appropriate way. Thank you very much. I'm going to now turn to Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Youngkin.
We call Mr. Youngkin. Oath. And Mr. Youngkin, just to be clear, you do understand that you are under oath. You were sworn in yesterday and you remain under oath at this time for cross-examination.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hilliard.
Good morning. Since yesterday, have you spoken with anyone about the case or your testimony?
No.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to approach, if I could, the witness of State's Exhibit 9 and have you look at it real quick. You could just briefly state what that is.
The layout of the house
Okay.
on Buckhalter Road.
And if you would, just explain to the jury where the front door is that the room that y'all lived in and slept in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you would, how to explain where the front door is? We've seen pictures. Give me 1 second. I might can give you a better picture. I'm going to show you, it's already been tendered and admitted the state's exhibit number 10. And picture 26 of state's exhibit number 10. Is that the front door of 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
And is this, as you enter the doorway, a picture of the sofa to the left?
Yes, sir.
And the picture to the right is kind of over in the corner. It's the race car. That's where Zane slept.
Yes, sir.
And this is the TV.
Yes, sir.
And I assume there's a little chair in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the crib that Quinton slept in, correct?
Yes, sir. The playpen.
And that's the pictures of inside the crib, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go all the way back here. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm trying to understand the back part of the room. If I can get to it. The back part of the room, as you walk in the door and look all the way to the back, is where the bed was, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you have to walk past the bed in order to walk in and out the back door, the dining room. Let me rephrase that. Is this about where the bed's at in the back part of the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is where you have to walk through to get out through the dining room and the living room, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the night of October 5th, were you sleeping in that bed?
Yes, sir.
And was Miss Simon sleeping in that bed with you?
At some point.
At some point. Okay. So, and again, not trying to put words in your mouth. The bed, in order to walk in and out the back dining room or living room door, you have to walk right by that bed, correct?
Yes, sir. You have to walk by it.
And it's in the back part of the room away from the children, correct?
Yes, sir. Towards the window in the corner.
Okay. And you say that's where you were sleeping, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it wasn't upstairs. It wasn't a different bedroom. It wasn't anything like that.
No, sir.
So, what time did you wake up on the morning of October 5th?
I would believe around right before I sent the text message to Miss Michelle.
And that was, and I'm not trying to put
5:18.
So 5:15, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you texted Miss Michelle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you woke up and texted Miss Michelle, I assume you then left to go to work, correct?
I got ready and left. Yes, sir.
All right. And what did you drive on the way to work?
The Dodge Journey.
And I'm going to show you some pictures. Mark the State's Exhibit 11. If you would look through State's Exhibit 11. Is that the Dodge Journey that you drove?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you left and you went to work, clocked in around 6:10, 6:15, correct?
Yes, sir. Whatever time the clock kind of has me at. Yes, sir.
All right. Did you make any stops along the way?
No, sir.
All right. You see in there a curveball, a fireball, and a natural light container, correct? As well as an orange vest or some sort of color.
Fireball, Sprite, another shot, orange vest, natural light. Yep.
And were those yours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when did you deposit them there?
To be honest, I don't know.
But they're yours.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to assume on October 5th, the police seized the van, correct?
Yeah, I was in the parking, in the driveway.
Just trying to set up. Okay. But were those fair and accurate pictures of the van that morning?
Yes, sir.
So do you know what time you left the house?
Not precisely.
Okay. And where exactly is the warehouse you work at?
Port Wentworth.
So that time of morning, what's the drive like?
Pretty heavy traffic for the most part.
How long does it normally take you to get there?
20, 25
20,
minutes.
25 minutes? Okay. And I was curious, Mr. Dean played the video of you running in and then running out a short time later. What were you running in for?
I was probably a few minutes late.
You're already 10 or 15 minutes late though, weren't you?
I don't know to be precise. Whatever time his clock in was.
Whatever the clock says is what it was, but you were already late, right?
Sure.
Now, you said that you and Miss Simon met in 2020, correct?
Somewhere along those lines.
Okay. And that was in Dunn, North Carolina?
In person, yeah.
Right. And that was where you were at, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she traveled up there. Y'all lived together for a minute, correct?
Absolutely.
How old are you, Mr. Youngkin? Today?
Today, I'm 30.
How old you have been back then? 28, 27?
27, 26.
In 2020, you'd have been 26, correct?
Yeah.
In October of 2022, probably 28, 27, something like that.
Yeah.
All right. So, when did you move back to Savannah?
I moved to Savannah. I didn't move back to Savannah.
Or when did you move to Savannah then?
4 or 5 months into her pregnancy.
All right. So when was Sky born? Then what year? What month?
June 5th.
2022. Am I correct? All right. So it would have
Yes,
been,
sir.
again, February, March of 2022. You moved down here maybe?
Sounds about right.
And you lived at 535 Buckhalter, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was Billy and Thomas's house, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you pay any rent while you lived there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you paid it to Billy and Thomas?
Cash app it to Billy.
Okay. And you lived there, and again, I'm just trying to recount it. When you first moved in, it was Joe that lived there, right?
Yes, sir. We lived upstairs.
All right. And it was you and Zane and Quinton and Leilani and Billy and Thomas and Joe, right?
Before Sky was born, yeah.
Right. And then Sky was born. And then if I just remember correctly, then Joe moved out and Paul moved in, correct?
Somewhere along those lines, yeah.
So around the summer of 2022, that's an accurate picture of who was residing in the house, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it safe to say that y'all both took care of these kids and took the kids back and forth to the babysitter?
For the most part, it was me.
So the most part, it was you?
Yeah.
Okay. So on a daily basis, who was the one that would normally take them over to the babysitter?
Me.
All right. And how often would Leilani do it?
Rarely.
All right. So, and who would pick them up in the afternoon?
Me.
All right.
If she worked, then both of us. If she worked.
If she worked? Okay. And so it was not unusual that you were the one who took care of these children, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it's not uncommon that you were the one that interacted with the babysitter, correct?
Correct.
And now let's talk about how often would you drink?
Daily.
How often daily?
As I stated yesterday, about 5 shots of Fireball and 3 to 4 25-ounce beers.
Okay. And when did you normally drink? What was your routine?
Well, I couldn't leave work, So I'd go to work and I'd get off work and I'd stop by the liquor store in Port Wentworth on the way back to the house.
He was an
Did you ever
alcoholic.
stop by on the way to work?
No, they weren't open.
Did you ever drink before work?
They weren't open.
That's not the same question.
No,
Mr.
sir.
Lincoln. Okay, you can buy it ahead of time.
No, I drank to where there was nothing left.
So it's safe to say that your drinking habits were mostly after work and in the evenings.
Yeah,
He drank a
And
lot, I think.
You, by your own admission, drank 4 or 5 Fireballs, and at least in this case, we knew a curveball and natural light. And then you said the 25 ounce, right?
yep.
Okay. And so now let's talk about the week leading up to October 5th. Were you and Leilani bickering or fighting that week?
Probably.
Okay. Well, let me ask a more refined question then. You said it was not unusual for her to go to Arkwright Road. Why is that?
For her to what?
Not unusual for, you said it was not unusual for her to go to Arkwright Road. Why was that?
To where?
Arkwright Road. 204.
Oh, no, not unusual.
Well, let me ask you this. After she had her wisdom teeth out on October 4th, did y'all go by 204 on the way home?
Possibly.
Possibly? Or
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No.
All right. Well, do you recall saying that you did?
I said it was a possibility, or probably did. I mean, I know I told you I went by the liquor store while she was at the dentist's office.
This is my
So
hair.
I had already drank at that point.
Don't hate.
What kind of drinker are you? Are you a blackout drinker or a pass-out drinker?
Neither.
Okay. So you just said you didn't remember. You'd already been by the liquor store. I was wondering what going by the liquor store would have to do with affecting your memory.
I just don't have great memory. I used to do a lot of drugs.
All right. What kind of drugs did you used to do, Mr. Youngkin?
Cocaine and marijuana.
And let me ask this. In the weeks, days, and hours leading up to October 5th, were you doing cocaine, marijuana, and alcohol?
Not marijuana, but cocaine and alcohol, yes, sir.
And when were you doing cocaine and alcohol?
After work.
On a daily basis?
Yeah.
So, matter of fact, if you didn't drink and drug, it would have been unusual. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. Now, when you did drink and drug, where did you normally do it at?
At least he's honest.
In the house.
Where at in the house?
On a dresser that was next to the bed.
All right. So you would do it in the room where the kids were.
Unfortunately.
Okay. And I'm not trying to pry or anything, just asking. So whenever you, and there's different ways to do it. You can smoke cocaine,
No.
sniff cocaine,
Yes.
and you can shoot cocaine.
No.
How did you do cocaine?
Sniff.
So when you're doing that, wouldn't you have to explain how you would normally do that? How would you sniff the cocaine? What was your routine?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, well, would you buy it?
Yeah.
Or would you send Leilani to buy it?
I would buy it, or she would go buy it. I don't get
Okay.
it.
And
He said, I don't
you
get
have
it.
A dresser, you said the dresser that you put it on was in the bedroom.
Order.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you leave it on the dresser? Would you put it on a plate? What would you do with it?
On the dresser, it would be in a bag, or sniff it out of the bag, or put a line on the dresser and sniff it off the dresser.
All right. So and that's kind of the point I'm getting to. It's either in the bag on the dresser and you sniff it from the bag.
The dresser is like this tall.
That's fine. I'm just asking. The point is it was out on the dresser in the bedroom where the children were. That's my point.
Sure.
Okay. Now, is cocaine more of a stimulant or more of a depressant? Does cocaine give you energy or does cocaine make you sleepy?
For me,
Yes.
sleepy, honestly.
And that's a fair assessment. So cocaine makes you sleepy. Does alcohol make you sleepy or energize you?
I kind of just evened out.
So in your case, cocaine made you sleepy and alcohol would give you a little bit of energy and it kind of evens you out.
Sure.
Now,
Now
when you
he's
did
put
cocaine, would
words
you
in his
also drink?
mouth.
Yes.
Okay. And how much would you drink at that point in time?
I don't have an exact measurement.
Okay. Did you smoke at the same time?
No, I didn't smoke. I didn't smoke marijuana. I was not.
Cigarettes?
Cigarettes?
Yes.
Not often.
But when you did cocaine and drank, would you smoke cigarettes?
Sure.
Okay. And when you smoke cigarettes, would you smoke the cigarettes in the house or outside the house?
Outside.
Okay. Why was that?
So the house didn't smell like cigarettes?
And it wasn't your house, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. And I'm going to assume, and again, I don't think you had permission to smoke in the house, did you?
Good Lord.
No.
They're trying to blame Danny.
Fairly certain you didn't have permission to do cocaine in the house either, did you?
No, sir.
Now, so you're not sure if you went to 204 after she had her wisdom teeth out. Y'all came home. You stopped by Cheddar's on the way home, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Got something to eat, came home, and she took her medicine and knocked herself out, right?
Sure. I'm not 100% sure. I honestly can't say for certain. But I mean, yeah, that's my recollection of it.
All right. Well, let me ask you this. Y'all lived in this room, right?
For the most part.
Okay. It's an open room, correct?
Yeah.
The bed's in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
The entertainment for the children is in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
The place the children sleep is in that room, correct?
Yes, sir.
If you were interacting with the children, laying down, watching TV, or doing any of these things in your room, and she was sleeping, you would notice it, correct?
More than likely, yeah. I mean, as I said yesterday, we were at a point to where I didn't really pay much attention to what she was doing.
Counsel, you're leading the question.
Well, do you recall telling the police that she went to sleep that afternoon?
Yeah, I mean.
Any reason why you'd make that up?
No.
Okay. So what time did she wake up that afternoon?
Overruled.
I don't remember.
All right. How did the kids get back from Michelle's that afternoon?
I believe we both went and picked them up
So, and what time was that?
around 4:30 or 5.
All right. Which is a normal time, right?
I guess.
Overruled.
It's a couple hours later because we normally get off at like 2 or 3.
All right. So 5 o'clock, Quentin's fine, Zane's fine, and Sky's fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 6 o'clock on the evening of October 4th, Quentin's fine, Zane's fine, and Sky's fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
What are you and Leilani doing at that point in time?
I don't remember.
Okay. 7 o'clock, are the children fine?
Yes, to my knowledge.
What are you and Leilani doing at 7 o'clock?
I can't say for certain.
8 o'clock, are the children fine?
Yeah.
He's drunk by 8 o'clock.
Absolutely.
What are you and Leilani doing at 8 o'clock?
I can't be 100% certain. I was probably making dinner.
Okay. And 10 o'clock, the kids are laying down for bed, going to sleep at this point in time, correct?
Yeah. As
Zane's,
was I.
Zane's in his bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually lay eyes on him?
I mean, he's visible.
Okay. Quentin's in his bed. Did you actually lay eyes on him?
He's not as visible, but yes.
Okay. And Sky's in her, I guess it's like crib or whatever it is, next to the couch, right? And you actually laid eyes on her as well, correct?
Yeah, she was at the end of the bed.
All right. So at 10 o'clock, kids are fine. You're there. Are you drinking or drugging at this point in time?
10 o'clock?
Yes.
No.
All right. And
Drinking or drugging.
so at 10 o'clock, Was there any conversation about going to 204 that night between you and Leilani?
Yeah, there's text messages.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
She said she was gonna go to 204 and come back. I said, okay, can you make it quick? I'd like to watch a movie and go to sleep so we can go to work.
All right. And that's basically what your text message said.
Yeah,
Come on back. See you soon.
please,
Let's watch a movie, right?
please, yes.
So there was no, at least I'm not putting your words in my mouth. From the text messages, there didn't seem to be any animosity between y'all at that point in time, correct?
For the most part,
Yeah. You're just looking forward to laying down, watching a movie together, right?
for the most part.
And again, were you drinking or doing any drugs that night?
That night,
Yes.
you said 10 o'clock.
And that night, after this, anytime that night.
Prior to 10 o'clock, yeah, prior to when I laid down, yes.
Okay, what were you doing prior to 10 o'clock?
Drinking and the rest of the little bit of cocaine I had.
So you were drinking and doing cocaine up to 10 o'clock. And is that why you sent her to 204 to get some more?
I didn't send her to 10 to 204. She was the one who said she wanted to go to 204. That's in the text messages.
Okay. So,
So
let me
they
ask
were
you this.
both
Who
going
normally
to
get the
coke.
drugs, you or her?
That were her people.
All right. And
Her
would y'all
people.
share drugs or
Yes.
would you keep it separate?
Share it for the most part.
All right. So if you got some cocaine or some weed or some
I didn't get weed.
Percocets,
I didn't get Percocet.
all right. But if you got cocaine, you'd share.
Yeah.
And if she got it, she'd share.
No.
No.
No. She was selfish.
Okay. So
Selfish.
you would share drugs,
Oh.
but she wouldn't.
Yeah.
Did that cause any anger or animosity between you?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not for me.
Really? Okay. So whenever
Look at that look on her face. I like to.
you
Ah!
do you remember speaking with the police on October 5th? I believe it was an FBI agent and a detective from Chatham County Police Department.
How dare her not share the drugs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Order
Remember when
in
they took
court.
you down to the station and interviewed you?
For a very long period of time.
Right. And do you remember that conversation with him?
There were quite a few.
Let's just start at the beginning then. Do you remember telling them there's nothing weird about her going to Arkwright Drive?
Yeah, sure. I mean, there's not anything weird about it.
And when Leilani got back from 204, were you awake or asleep?
I was asleep.
You remember telling them that you were awake when she got back?
No, I don't remember, to be 100% honest. I really don't.
All right. And do you remember telling them you got up at 3 to take care of Sky?
It's possible that I did.
Okay. And do you remember saying that everything was fine at that point in time?
Possibly.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Whenever you would come and go from the house, did you come through the front door or did you always drive around back and come in through the dining room or living room doors?
Never through the front door.
And that's because the parking's in the back, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it would not be unusual or uncommon that those doors are the ones that get all the movement, are they?
No, not uncommon.
And whose responsibility was it to lock those doors or secure those doors at night?
Everybody's? Whoever came in last.
Okay. But would it surprise you if those doors opened and closed a lot and weren't locked and stayed open?
Yes.
Okay. Would that be unusual?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember going out, and again, you said you didn't smoke often, but would you go out on the patio to smoke when you did smoke?
The front or the back? It would depend.
Okay. But you would?
Sure.
Okay. Now, do you remember just a few minutes into the interview with the FBI agent, the Chatham County police officer, you got a little angry?
Possibly.
Remember saying it feels weird, I'm having a bad day, and
No.
Well, it's been a long day, so. Do you remember telling them that you were a little antsy and you needed a drink?
Probably.
Okay.
He was an alcoholic.
Do you remember telling them that when you woke up at 3 a.m. that Leilani was asleep?
No. Well, if I did, then that's probably something she told me to say.
Okay. And you remember telling them Quinton was okay at 3 o'clock?
Probably based on what she told me to say.
Mr. Youngkin, are you sitting here saying what you've been told to say?
Right now, no.
Okay. So you have free will, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, let's talk about that first day as well.
Mm.
Was that the day that you authorized the FBI to tap your phone for 90 days? 30 days at a time, I guess I should say.
What day? The date started on, I think it was the 8th. I think it was 10/8/2022.
October. I've asked that question. Let's just go back. That day, October 5th, did y'all go back to Buckhalter Road that day?
I believe it was it was like 2 or 3 a.m.
Okay, so it was October 6th.
Yeah.
Okay. And when was it y'all went to the hotel?
The 7th, maybe? I don't know 100%.
But you had agreed to
Absolutely.
have the video done, the audio done, and then give them your phone done, correct?
The phone happened later, but yes, I did.
Okay. And you say the phone happened later. They didn't dump it that day, October 5th?
What do you mean? Oh, permission?
Extracted.
I thought you were talking about the 30 days at a time.
No. I'm talking about just actually giving them your phone.
Yeah, on the 5th, absolutely.
Right. Because I remember you asked on the 5th to get your phone back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I did.
So
And I got it back.
He don't know what
So-
day it is now.
now, did you notice anything about Quinton's crib the evening of October 4th?
No.
Early morning hours of October 5th?
No.
Anything unusual about it?
No. I wasn't really looking at that point, but no.
Okay. And I wonder if I could approach the witness for 1 second.
They're trying to trip Danny up. Just say no, kids. Just say no. Pickled brain. That's what I say from drinking and that Colombian Bam Bam use. His memory's done.
If you would look through that real quick. Don't say what it is, just look through it.
He's smart enough to know they're trying to blame him, and that chain's going to turn his neck green.
It depends.
Okay.
It looks like fake gold. All his brain cells are gone.
Okay.
Poor guy, though.
Do you recognize any of these messages?
Yeah.
Okay. And what are these messages?
Text messages between me and Leilani.
Okay. And if you would turn to, I guess, the very back one. Let's start in the back and kind of work forward. You see the one from September 30th at 8:04?
Yes.
Okay. This is about 5 days prior to Quinton's disappearance, is it not?
Yeah.
And it's from who to who?
From me to her.
All right. And if you would, what did you say to her that particular day?
Like, I'm always supposed to deal with your asshole moves and the mean ass kids when you get mad and dip and take shit from me.
Mean ass.
What particular shit are you talking about here, Mr. Youngkin?
Money, drugs.
And which mean ass kids are you referring to here, Mr. Youngkin?
All three.
Well, Sky's an infant, so I'm
Yeah,
fairly
she was
certain.
being mean that day.
How can an infant be mean, Mr. Youngkin?
She wasn't being mean. She was just crying a lot.
Okay. So how would Quinton or Zane be mean? They're children. Mr. Youngkin.
Zane was a handful
How's that?
because he was always high energy and high strung and didn't want to go to sleep when we would say that. And I would be the one that would always deal with him.
Okay.
Not
All right, let's look at the next one. It looks like this one's just a few minutes later, September 30th at 8:47.
Yeah, I said, I'm such an idiot. I see it.
Well, you said a little bit more than that,
I am such a ducking idiot. I see it.
and you meant to say something else, but
Yeah, well, autocorrect.
all right, let's go on to the next one on September 30th at 8:46.
Yes.
That's from you to who?
These aren't in order.
No, they're not. Admittedly.
I said, still at 2:04. WTF taking so long?
What's that referring to?
because she was doing the drug dealer.
Why was she still gone?
Well, what would she go to 204 for?
For herself, probably.
So,
Or us, both.
all right. Drugs, maybe?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the only, to my knowledge.
And so you were a little irritated because she wasn't back with the drugs, weren't you, Mr. Young?
I was just, no, it wasn't because she wasn't back with the drugs, because she wasn't back.
She was
Okay.
busy
All
banging.
right, well, let's go on to the next one, if you would. September 30th at 9.
Yeah, and you fucking wonder why I'm just trying to drink, do drugs, and sleep.
And this was September 30th at 9 p.m.
Uh-huh. Yes, sir. Sorry. I apologize. Absolutely.
So,
No,
did
both
that pretty
of
much
them
sum up what
make
you were looking to
Toddler.
do at that point in time in your life?
This is Danny Youngkin.
Yeah,
Guys,
honestly.
I'm going to ask it's not a flippant question, but at this point in time, you're a grown man, 28 years old.
Sure.
Just leave.
Just leave my daughter?
Mm-hmm.
No.
you did anyway.
No, sir.
I hate to say it, but you did. You left.
So you understand it's an option.
Not in my eyes.
So, but you would rather stay, drink, do drugs, and sleep.
I'd rather be there for my daughter.
Well, I understand. Let me ask you this. When you're drinking, doing drugs, and sleeping, how are you there for your daughter?
Not as well as I should have been.
No, not at all. Really, are you?
That's an opinion.
Is that your opinion?
That I could have done better? Yes.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
Now, that's all the ones for September 30th. Let's look on October 1st. This is 4 days prior.
Overruled. Overruled.
At 12:26 a.m. From,
Are you asking me to read all these?
well, I'm asking you, who's this from and who's it to?
What time?
The 12:26.
It's from her to me.
And what does it say?
You almost had your whole bag, and some of both of the bags that I had went and bought.
What bags is she referring to?
Cocaine, which was inaccurate.
So you went through both bags as well.
That's inaccurate.
It may be inaccurate, but that's what the text message says, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it says you went through both bags of cocaine.
According to her.
Right. Well, let's go on to the next one that you sent back to her.
No bag, no love, no niceness.
Okay. So basically, your mood was contingent upon the drugs that you had, correct?
That was inclusive with the no love, no niceness.
Let's go to 10/1/2022, 12:27 a.m. That was from who to who?
Her to me.
And what was this referencing?
Then expected. That's not in order. Says and then expected me to come inside while you talk shit and share when you had a G yesterday.
What's a G?
Graham.
A gram.
All right. So she's saying that she wasn't going to share because you had an entire gram to yourself.
Which is not true.
Okay. Look at the next text message from October 1st, 1:34, from you to Leilani.
Yeah. Can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't ask me or tell me shit. Me referring to her leaving in the middle of the night and not saying anything.
Okay. You were upset, needless to say.
Well, yeah. At the time. Then I gave up.
So did it upset you whenever you noticed that she wasn't there in the middle of the night?
Occasionally. Most of the time I just accredited it to her doing whatever she wanted to do.
Let's look at the next one on 10/1 at 1:34. It looks like from Leilani to you.
You can go out and do what you want tomorrow night. And you said you wish you knew. Well, now you know.
And that's basically saying you can go do what you want tomorrow night, right?
From her, yeah.
Right.
Like I would do that.
Well, whether you did it or not.
I guess that's her giving me permission to leave the next night.
Did you leave the next night?
Nope.
Right. And what was your reply back?
You know damn well I can't do shit.
Why is that?
Because I'm the one that takes care of the children.
Okay. And look at the next one from October 1st at 1:40.
Ah! I wish I could throw this at her.
Like I said, it's not in order, but yeah.
Is that to Leilani from you?
Yep.
And what does it say?
Bet it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you and no beer.
3 a.m. drinking beer?
Yeah.
Was that unusual or uncommon?
Depending on the day. If I didn't have to work the next day, probably not.
Thank you, Wendy.
And this is later.
Do you want me to read
October,
this one?
October 1st at 2:19. Yes, sir.
But want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this and lie and don't respond.
And that has to
Tell me,
do
Danny.
with withholding sexual attention, correct? I assume that's what it means.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, you tell me. I'm assuming that's what you mean. You want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this. What does that mean?
Anything intimate.
Right. So,
Anything intimate, not just sexual, anything.
so that was withholding affection, correct? That's what you're threatening there.
That's what I'm threatening. I
That's what it
wasn't
sounds like.
threatening.
Okay.
That was me saying she wants that, but how am I supposed to do that when she does this?
Let's look at the next one from October 2nd. You may remember this, you may not remember this. But
Oh, I don't know what this is.
All right. And you see the picture there?
Vaguely.
All right. We'll go to the next one then. See if that helps.
I guess it's a haircut.
Were y'all talking about getting Quinton's haircut?
It wasn't my choice. I think.
Well, that's what at least Leilani was. That's from her to you, correct?
Yeah, I guess she was thinking about getting Quentin's haircut.
And that was on October 2nd, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's look at October 2nd, that evening at 8:43.
Yes, sir. Sorry, my fault. I'm so sorry.
October 2nd at 8:43. That was from you to Leilani, correct?
Thank you, Beverly.
Yep. Should have gotten Zane to chill or left me something before you tell me to fucking chill.
Left you what?
Some drugs.
Okay. And what was Zane doing that night?
Being high energy.
Wouldn't listen. Basically being a kid.
If that's how you want to put it, yes, sir.
All right.
Hunt
And
throat.
October 2nd at 8:56, you sent another text message to Leilani.
I want to know why I don't understand the context. I want to know why I wish I did, because I didn't get any when I even begged. I don't know.
They're trying to blame you.
Maybe you don't understand. You don't know what that's about.
No, I don't. Don't know the context.
All right. Look at the next one then and see if that helps put it in context.
It doesn't, but I want to tell me why it looks like you touched my bag from her to me.
Okay. And
Also incorrect.
so but put it in context, that may have been about drugs, correct?
Could have been, possibly.
All right. And let's go to October 3rd. This is the evening of October 3rd. I think this is the day before the wisdom tooth, if I'm not mistaken. This is 11:34 p.m. and it's from Leilani to you. And what does she say to you?
This is backwards, so it's kind of hard to get everything in context. And some of it's not even in order.
Well, that's fine. You can put it in order, but
I
what does it say?
don't have time. It says, so I've kind of been waiting for you at the same time, which is why I asked what you were doing. I do not know what that's referring to.
All right, well, that's fine. Let's go to the next one then. It's just an okay, right?
Yep.
You got plenty of
Just
time.
me saying okay.
And what's the next one?
Her saying, oh, I guess she was outside, sitting on the front porch.
All right.
Just I thought you said you was going to hit that line and come smoke a cig.
If I hit that line, what does she mean by that?
What she had left on the dresser for me.
For you to do.
Yep.
And by do, I mean cocaine, correct?
Drugs, absolutely.
And this was about 11:30 at night, give or take.
11:33, 47.
And let's look at the next one from her to you.
11:33, 32.
Yep.
Just put out my blunt and lit a cig.
All right. And the next one, 11. This one's kind of out of order. But
I said, are you coming? As in, are you coming to bed?
Yeah.
At 11:32, 19.
And let's go on to October 4th, which we kind of have a little bit about this already. There's one from October 4th at 10:41.
10:41, 37. She said, I'm about to turn on 204.
And the next one,
I said at 10:44, 24. Thank you for the little bit left. So sweet, no lie.
and what little bit left were you referring to?
Whatever she left me on the dresser.
Drugs.
Yep.
All right. So at least at that point in time on the night of October 4th, you were at home with the children under the influence while she's out getting more drugs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. At any point, did you ever tell them this?
Yes.
When?
The interview?
Okay.
Initial interview?
All right. Well, let's go
It
ahead.
was a very long period of time, so I'm pretty sure I told him everything I knew.
All right. That being said,
Or could remember.
you were doing cocaine at least at 11 o'clock at night on October 4th. And drinking.
10:45.
10:45. 10:45.
And I probably did that and then fell asleep,
Because cocaine makes you sleepy.
as we've stated.
Okay. And you were drinking as well.
I ain't never heard of cocaine.
Probably the last beer I had left.
But when you went to sleep, Quinton was fine, Zane was fine, and Scott was fine, correct?
Yes, sir. At around 10:45, 11 o'clock.
So do you know what time Leilani got back that night?
Nope.
Do you remember telling the police that you were awake when she got in?
Probably initially.
Okay. But you changed your story, didn't you?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. Well, if
I
say
did it based on memory and what I was recalling at the time.
Well, if you say A is true and it turns out that B is true, they both can't be true, can they?
Depending.
Well, either you saw her and you were awake, or you were asleep when she got in.
Yeah, very true.
Right. Now, you got up at 3 a.m. to feed Sky, like you always did, you said.
Probably initially, that's probably what I said.
And you told them Quinton was fine, Zane was fine, and Sky was fine, correct?
Initially, I believe so.
Okay. And you also said you, of your own accord, called the babysitter and said the kids were staying home.
I texted her at 5:20 and
Sorry.
said the kids will be with her.
Excuse me, texted and said the kids were going to stay home with Leilani, right?
Yes.
Did you discuss this with Leilani?
She wouldn't wake up. But that was something that I had done in the past, because if she wasn't going to get up and go to work and I was going to go to work, and why am I paying for the babysitter?
So for you, you were a little bit angry she wouldn't wake up and go to work, right?
No, not really. I was just going to get my job done.
Miss Young, can I have a few?
I may sound irritated at the moment, but no.
Right. Now let's talk about the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Okay.
Buckhalter Road, you have 3 different trash cans out there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the one that collects those trash cans and takes them to the Azalea Mobile Home Park to dump. But that was your testimony to Mr. Dean?
Yeah, for the most part I was, until
Okay.
Paul got there, and Paul was the one that had the keys to the truck, so Paul liked to take the trash out.
I'm curious. Do they have trash collection out there?
We didn't, at that residence, I don't know. That wasn't my house.
Well, it just seems a very odd thing that.
That's what I was told to do.
Okay. Well, who told you to do
have
that?
to pay for your trash to be picked up there.
I don't remember exactly, but that's just one of the things that happened. I don't understand.
So Paul, either you or Paul are the ones that took the trash off there.
Yes.
Okay.
In the Silverado,
Right.
never in the Dodge Journey.
You're absolutely correct. In the Silverado. But you don't know whether or not there was garbage collection on Buckhalter Road or when they collected garbage?
I don't believe they paid for that service. I think it's something you have to pay for. I'm not 100% sure.
He's correct. You do.
Do you know if the service is offered?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, have you ever see garbage trucks up and down the road?
It
So
wasn't
it's
my
okay
house.
if you don't. Yeah, it's okay if you don't. But I mean,
No, it wasn't my house.
okay. You didn't pay attention to it, is what you're saying.
No, I just did what I was instructed.
Oh. Now, but you did agree to have the hotel room wired for 3 days, correct?
Yeah,
And
and my cell phone.
when did you leave Savannah after this?
I believe it was the day that I signed the paper for my cell phone to be tapped.
You left Savannah that day?
I believe so.
And that's when you moved away from Savannah?
I went and stayed in Atlanta for a weekend, and then I moved back with my parents.
So whatever day is on that particular item, that was the day you left Savannah.
I believe so. If not, it was the next day.
Do you have custody of Sky?
No, I wasn't even legitimized,
Do you have?
and I was threatened multiple times that my daughter would be taken away from me by Leilani.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have custody of Sky now?
No, I don't.
Who does?
The state.
What's
What is
wrong?
irrelevance?
What's wrong?
Overruled.
That's all the questions I got.
In just a moment, Mr. Dean may have some further questions for you.
I do have some redirect, Your Honor, but I need a break.
Okay.
So I suspect that was.
I'm sorry.
Good time to take a break. Let's take a 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. It's 10:02. Let's be back about 10:20. We're in recess.
Jury's exiting.
Okay, Judge Dolly back on the bench. It looks like they're trying to blame Danny Youngkin, trying to insinuate maybe that Quinton got into some of the drugs that he left on the dresser and that he stated that he seen the baby, that he was awake at 3 a.m. So we're going to open the phone lines. Dolly. Hello. Hello.
Dolly.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, Doug? You got to turn me down in the background. But we
Thank
lost
you,
the
Birch.
Doug.
Okay, let's take a break. 10:20.
All right, they'll be back at 10:20. Judge Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
What's up, Doug?
That dude's scared of shit.
Yeah, he's a little nervous because they're blaming him for something he didn't do.
Why you say that?
Because I don't think he done it.
Okay, now I got one question for you.
All right.
Think about this. He did not check on that baby before he went to work. Why?
One, it
He
ain't.
checked on the other two. He checked on the other two, but why?
It wasn't his baby.
Because he knowed he wasn't there. That's why he didn't look in that playpen. He knew that baby was not there.
Yeah, but the question is, who got rid of the baby? Him or her? I think she did it, and he may have been covering for her because that's his baby's mama.
I think she did, and he made her get rid of that baby. He seems like a strong. They ain't in nobody telling that dude what to do.
Yeah, but that dude was a drunk. He probably was drunk and passed out.
No, don't tell me he's drunk. That cocaine don't make you pass out.
Yeah, well, when you add,
He's lying. He's lying out his ass. Cocaine does not make you pass out.
I know that, but I think
Oh.
all the alcohol he was drinking, that will make you pass up.
Not if you got that Columbia bamboo.
Hold on, turn up a little bit. They're saying they're having a hard time hearing me. I wanted to keep it down, so some people think I'll be screaming.
Well, when you get that Columbia bamboo, I guess you stay up all day night long. It's not like regular cocaine.
Yeah, hold on. My producer's calling me, Doug.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. I turned up. Okay, well, I can't be on two phone lines at the same time. All right, bye. Okay, go ahead, Doug.
But I just believe he done it. I honestly, and he done it because he was mad at her.
I mean, I don't know. It sounds like they did have some little, fights over drugs, but is it enough for him to go hurt one of the babies?
He didn't mean to hurt that baby. He was drunk and probably dropped that baby.
Why would, if the baby was in a playpen, why would he even went and picked up the baby? He didn't drop the infant.
What I'm saying, if he had that baby and was drunk and that baby, he fell and dropped that baby and it killed little Simon, maybe he got rid of the baby.
I don't know, Doug. I don't know.
It's weird. It's a weird situation. He's too nervous up there. He can't remember this. He can't remember that, but he can remember doing that line.
Well, I mean, he knows he's a drug addict. That's not hard to remember. Like like when I was smoking, if you said, well, what did you do that day? I've been like, I was smoking. What else did you do?
Right.
I don't know, but I remember smoking. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm just thinking, I got a feeling they both might have been in on it.
I mean, I think what happened is after it happened, he went along with what she was saying because he didn't want to get his baby mama in trouble.
Or she didn't want to get him in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, either or, but she was the one seen that night in the trailer park She is the one that initially lied about where she was at. She's the one banging the drug dealer. She was the one that was going to unalive herself. So I would think she was the one that was mentally unstable.
And he's the one that took care of the children, right?
Yeah.
He's the one that got the children up and got them ready.
Yep.
Okay, when she woke up and the baby was gone, so you mean to tell me he wasn't getting them children up to take them? Because he didn't know she wasn't going to work. He always took the kids to babysitter and then come back and get her.
So you saying when he got up, he knew the baby was gone. And
that's why he didn't check that bed.
Well, don't you think he might have up with a little hangover and he might not have been paying attention?
No. He was up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
His baby was crying, had to feed it. This one over here crying. He might have backhanded it.
Maybe. Okay, you're throwing some doubt in there, Doug.
That's my job, baby.
Okay.
Hit that gavel, wake me up. Later, dude.
All right, Doug out. Peace. Okay. I think Danny's innocent. I think he's just a drunk. He does drugs and he don't remember. That's my opinion. Dolly.
He's just a drunk.
You gotta turn me down in the background.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
Yeah, I turned it off. I'm sorry. I was trying to hear what you were saying before you answered.
Okay.
Well, I want to say one thing first. Okay, this is Amy from Alamo City. You know, and I had told this to PJ earlier. In the Bible, it says that the tongue is a two-edged sword. It can bring life or death.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we need to get on a positive about this. No matter what, we got to envision and pray and have faith that she's going to get life without the possibility of parole. That's the only thing that needs to happen.
Well, so
now,
far, they haven't told us how this baby died or who killed it.
And I think that that's why the defense right now is coming at him with them text messages and the Colombian Bam Bam, because they know, and it's being proven, he was awake through the night. He lied. So he lied to the police, said he was asleep, and then he got a deal, I guess, or didn't get charged because he was willing to do the wiretaps.
They both lied to the police. They both were lying. And, you know, maybe I was right. Maybe he did witness that her killed a baby.
Yeah, and, you know, they might even, maybe she's the one who did it, and maybe she told him, look, just tell him you were asleep, you know, and I'll say the same thing.
Or you're next.
Well, she's had 2 years to think about all this, and her lawyers have too.
But you know what made me believe Danny? Because in them wiretaps, he said, why did you lie to me about leaving again when I was in bed? So he really was in bed, because that was a private conversation between the two of them that she didn't know was being recorded. And she said, I ain't lying to you. I did go get oral gel. So Danny's telling the truth.
Yeah, but okay, there's a thing called lying by omission. Okay. So I think that they just like omitted parts of the night, but now it's coming back and they're being able to prove the things that were going on during the night. Maybe. And you know what? Just to touch a little bit on what Doug from Tennessee just said about he might have got angry. If he was up with Sky feeding her at 3 a.m. and was Leilani home by then, or he was still stressing?
He was in bed, because on the wiretap, he said, you know, I was in bed. You didn't tell me you got up and left again. So I believe he's a drunk and he was passed out.
Well, okay. I didn't want to have to go here, but I will. My name is Amy, and I'm a recovering alcoholic and addict. I have been clean for more than 10 years now. And I'll tell you something. No. He could be on Colombian Bam Bam and go drink, you know, alcohol or whatever at the same time. He might pass out for a little bit, but he's going to wake back up. Especially his body is addicted to that cocaine and that alcohol. Yeah. When the cocaine level died down, he woke up. That's why he was texting, trying to figure out where she was and stuff. And then he probably laid back in the bed, but he might not have really been asleep. You know, I don't know. Let's just keep it positive. I'm going to end with that.
Okay.
Leilani Simon is going to get life in prison without the possibility of parole. No more light of day for her. No more free world.
Order in the court. Order in the court.
Bye, PJ.
Bye, PJ.
I hope you do.
Judge Dolly.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I need to make a plea.
You better plead because you owe me 1,000 bars of soap. It looks like.
No, I won't. Hey, you didn't tell me what you would give me if I'm right. Your Honor. Your Honor, you didn't tell me what you were going to do for me if I'm right.
Oh, well, I don't know.
You'll let me off with no probation?
No probation, right? I won't hold you. I won't hold you in contempt today, man.
Hey, man, you look so good. You could actually be a damn judge. I just showed my mom because I was over here helping her at her house, and she's like, is that a judge? And I'm like, it could be.
It could be, right? Yeah, it could be. You know,
your glasses were just right, man. Oh, my God.
You know, this case has aged me by 50 years. Okay.
Oh, that case is going to put stents in your heart.
I see. Well, you know, they're trying to pin it on Danny Youngkin now. I knew.
Well, you know that everybody knew they were going to do that. What do you think? You think she wants to rot? No, she's still going to rot.
I don't know, man. They can't show.
They're going to give her. You know what they're going to give her? Just so I can win, they're going to give her 16 years.
They're going to give her not guilty on murder. Hopefully not.
Malice murder, they're going to get her, and dispose of a corpse, they're going to get her. Lying and
they're going to get her. They're going to get her for the disposing of the corpse. I believe that. And
they're going to get that. They're going to get her for 19 counts of lying. They're going to for falsifying
14.
Oh, it said 19 online. It says if you look, she's charged with 19
charges, 19 charges.
Oh, okay, I got you.
14.
So if each one carry a year, that's 19 years total. Well, it'll be 10 years for the disposing of a corpse.
Well, you gotta remember them ain't felony charges.
No, but they're gonna add to her 10 to 20 years for disposing of corpse. That judge is gonna give her. She's gonna get at least 30 years, I think.
Sarcasm said I look like Santa Claus.
No, dude, you look like a freaking judge, man. That's crazy how good you look like that.
I got my robe yesterday, you know. So,
dude, even the hair, man. Come on, Christopher Columbus, what's he doing?
I've been a judge since 1776.
Oh my God, in the Mayflower days.
Yeah.
Huh?
The pilgrimage.
But no, I did not catch this morning. I just got on a few minutes ago, and so Danny? They're just trying to throw him under the bus.
Yeah, they're saying that he may have left drugs up there. They're trying to insinuate that Quinton may have got into some drugs. But here's the thing: Leilani was doing drugs in the house too. She was leaving drugs up on the dresser.
Yeah, but how is that going to prove? I'm telling you, CSI is the one going to crack this case. If that baby was beat before his heart stopped and his blood stopped pumping, they will know if that was done, the trauma was done before or after. And they can tell by bones that have been out there for 8 months, 9 months.
But they already said they can't tell from the bones. The anthropologist testified yesterday, and she said she can't determine what caused this death.
So what came with the blunt force trauma then?
You must not have been here because everybody said Richard owes you 1,000 bars of soap. Soon as she testified.
We'll see. We'll see. It ain't over. To the fat lady sings, brother.
That lady done sang 3 times.
We're on what, the 4th day, and y'all are already okay.
No, I'm not
what was that, Rose?
We still,
Rose that said
we still,
to somebody.
We still got the journals. We still got the babysitter. We still got the little girl that witnessed her beating on Quinton. So
yeah.
You're right. It's not over yet. We're not going to.
It's not over yet. In the closing arguments, what's going to seal the deal? Like, it's going to hopefully wake that. I hope it's so powerful that jury is wide awake in that closing argument. I really do. I think
that prosecutor is born as shit. He needs to be loud and proud and more well spoken. He
I
reminds
think
me of
he's
a
just
fellow.
slowly leaking out. And then when you get to about the last 2 days, I think he's going to turn up the heat. And that's kind of how the Ahmaud Aubrey case was. That one was so good, but it was so boring.
The video at the dumpster shows her driving up near it. It don't show her get out the vehicle. It don't show her throw nothing away. They've already played it. They played it. It's just her car driving.
Okay,
by
so
the
they
camera.
played that, but they do know he was found in the landfill.
Yes. But they were also just
So-
saying Danny took out the trash.
Well, but she said she threw out spaghetti.
And you know where Danny said he throws the trash away at? Azalea Garden Trailer Court.
So where is that compared to where she was?
It's the same spot. And he throws
Okay,
the
but
trash
she
away.
said she threw the spaghetti out. Remember?
Pasta.
She said she threw out the leftover spaghetti that morning.
She stopped and threw out shrimp pasta.
Oh, shrimp pasta, yeah.
And Danny said there's possibly could have been shrimp pasta in the car.
Okay. Well, that's true, but I don't know. But if I lose, I'll be happy to buy them on live so that way everybody can know. But I just don't think. I think she's gonna get at least. I think 25.
What did you say? 1,000 bars of soap?
Yeah, 1,000 bars.
I ain't gonna hold you to 1,000 bars.
No, I'm gonna do it. I'm a man of my word, bro. I'm from Texas. You know how that rolls down here.
You better have a good savings account.
I'll just give you my American Express. It'll work. Promise.
Okay. All right. All right, Richard.
All right, buddy. Well, good luck. Peace.
All right, peace. Listen, they both were throwing trash away at the same place, according to what he testified to. Which I don't know, Danny. It almost seemed like yesterday he was trying to help her. You know, it's like, please don't say that. And then he said, yeah, there would possibly could have been shrimp pasta in the car, which gave, credibility to her story, which we all know she's lying, right? We pretty much everybody in the courtroom here knows she's lying, but he's adding credibility to it. Damn, over 5K of soap, right? Like, yeah, he gonna have soap forever, right? He gonna have soap forever. I don't even have 1,000 bars of soap in stock. Okay. I had to make some. All right. I've been working on candles the last couple of days. I've been making candles and things like that. So thank you for everybody that's been buying merch from me: candles, soaps, body washes, body lotions, lip balms, all that stuff that me and PJ make. 25% of the sales go to our Christmas wish fund, where we bless a few families for Christmas this year. All right. Last year we blessed 3. This year we hope to do 3 to 5 families. And we've raised over $450 from you guys buying merch that's going to go towards our Christmas wish fund. So thank you guys so much. That's going to, like I said, that's going to help. It's going to keep your titties and your ass clean and help some families this Christmas. BuyDollySoap.com. Okay. That's how you can help out. So if you want to help a family this Christmas, BuyDollySoap.com. Pick you up some soap. Keep your pits and your tits clean. All right. That's an order from the judge. All right. And by doing so, you also help a few families this Christmas. So thank you guys. Like I said, we've raised over $450 in the last 3 days. Okay. 4 days. 4 days. That's almost $100 a day. All right. So we still got all of November. All right, we're back.
Please bring out Miss Simon.
Please bring out the devil. PJ sent me a picture with the prayer hands with the judge outfit on. It looks just like a judge too in the picture.
And Miss Simon has rejoined her counsel at that table. We're back from break. Is there anything that we need to take up before bringing in the jury? Okay, and Mr. Hilliard, you ready to proceed?
We are, Judge.
Please bring in the jury. Just a moment.
Witness back on the stand before we bring the jury in.
So that's all the ones for
Daniel Youngkin.
Look at her face. I just hate her face.
Okay, Mr. Youngkin, please take your seat once again in the witness stand. All right, Mr. Youngkin, you understand that you remain under oath?
Yes, sir.
Let's bring out the jurors.
All rise. Okay, you may be seated. You may be seated. Who needs drugs when you got Dolly?
Gentlemen, please have a seat.
You may be seated. Sit down, everybody.
And jurors, were you able to continue to comply with the court's instructions? Yes. All right, very well, thank you. Mr. Dean.
Danny, I think you were asked some questions on cross-examination about where y'all kept cocaine.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me again where you kept it?
There was a
No.
dresser across from the bed that was like 4 feet tall, 5 feet tall.
Was there also a dresser next to the bed?
Yes, sir.
Which one was taller?
The one across from the bed.
And you're saying that's the one that y'all kept the cocaine in?
Yes, sir.
Why that dresser and not the other one?
Because it was taller and less.
Grateful glow. You're welcome. Thank
They
you. Grab a
couldn't reach
seat.
it. The kids couldn't reach it.
I'd like to show you a picture and ask if you can just explain to us which piece of furniture you're talking about, okay?
Yes, sir.
We need to hit that 60K. Yes, we do. Thank you, Mary. Gifted 5 membership.
This is image 44 from State's Exhibit 10. Are we seeing in this picture the piece of furniture that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Where in this piece of furniture or on this piece of furniture would you guys keep cocaine?
There's a shelf in there that's at the top, near the top, and then on top of it
And how do you open that piece of furniture?
with that door handle right there. Well, with that knob.
So you have to pull that knob to open it?
Yes, sir. And there's a shelf near that hinge, sort of at the bottom of it.
Like right here,
Like towards the bottom of it, yeah.
towards the bottom of the top hinge?
Yeah, there should be a shelf in there.
Did you ever see Quinton open that piece of furniture?
No, never.
If he had, was he able to open it to your knowledge?
No, not to my knowledge. I believe it was taller than he could reach.
And had he been able
Kids
to
can
open the
climb.
door, would he have been able to reach to the top shelf?
No.
And are you saying that that's specifically why you kept it up there to keep it away from the kids?
Yes, sir.
Was Quinton able to get out of his pack and play?
No, sir.
I don't believe that.
How much were y'all paying for cocaine at this time?
Quite a little bit, actually.
What do you mean by that?
20 to 40 a bag.
And how much is a bag? Like how much are we talking about in the bag?
0.3, 0.5, something like that.
0.3 or 0.5?
Of a gram.
Okay, so less than a gram.
Yes.
And how much money is that, you said?
$40 would get you probably like a 0.5, maybe.
So did you consider cocaine to be expensive?
Yeah.
Were y'all in the habit of just leaving it laying around?
No.
Once you bought cocaine, would you be careful to take care of it and safeguard it?
Yeah. As much as possible.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about Defense Exhibit 1 that was shown to you that I don't think was introduced into evidence. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Was Defense Exhibit 1 introduced into evidence formally?
She looks like an Oompa Loompa.
Yes.
It was?
Order in the court.
Or
That
defense
defense
exhibit.
exhibit.
Oh, no, it was not.
I've marked it, the copy that I was given, it states Exhibit 87. Danny, you've identified these as text messages that you sent to the defendant over a period of time.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as states 87.
No objection. I was going to wait for the detective to cross mark it as defense 1 if that's okay. It states 87. I'm good with that, Jim.
Okay, that's fine.
Now, I've given that copy to the witness, and I'm going to grab a copy of the clerk's table so that I can follow along myself, okay?
Yeah, his hair was like that.
Danny, what's the date and time of the message that you're looking at on the page that I've turned to?
October 1st, 2022, 1:34:29 a.m.
And what did you say in this message?
I said, can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't tell me or don't ask me or tell me shit.
What did you mean by don't ask me or tell me shit?
It's an anchor.
Just, I was unaware of her whereabouts or that she left or what she was doing.
What did you mean by fuck around? Just can't come in.
Do whatever she wanted to do.
Did you know what she was doing?
No, I didn't ever ask.
Well, she was cheating on you, bro.
And that was at 1:34 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Can you flip to the page in front of that? What's the time of this message?
Is this the one from her? Is that what you were saying? Or is it, wait, at 1:34 or 12:27?
We'll just go up there. How about that?
Yeah, sorry. This is the one we were at. So are you talking about this one? Yeah, that one. Okay.
Now, I've flipped forward a couple pages. What is the date and time of this message?
10/1/2022, 1:40:37 a.m.
That's like 5 minutes after the last one that we read.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, go back to it, please. All right. And what did you say here?
Bet it'll be 3 a.m. before I see you, and no beer.
Do you remember where, if anywhere, she had told you that she was going at this time?
No.
Did you know what she was doing?
No.
Did you have any suspicion as to what she was doing?
Yeah.
And what was that?
204. For however long she felt like staying there for.
All right. Can you turn to the next page? Yeah, the one in front of it. Okay, and this is what date and time?
10/1/2022, 2:19:08 a.m.
All right, so same morning, but like
40 minutes.
40 minutes later or something like that.
40 or 50, yeah.
40 or 50
Well, it's
minutes.
135, so 220, so 25, 20, 45 minutes.
Okay. Was she still gone at the time of this message?
Yes, sir.
And what did you say to her?
But want me to be all over you when you run off at night like this and lie and don't respond?
And you thought she was at 204.
Yeah.
Right. And that's where y'all would get drugs from.
Yes, sir.
I can take that back.
She met Danny on Snapchat. She met him on Snapchat. Order in the court. Order in the court. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Let's see if we can get to 2,000 likes. 2,000. Let's do it. I'm counting on you. I'm going to hold you in contempt.
Let me ask you this. When we say 204 in an arc right lane, are we talking about the same place?
Yes, sir.
The drug dealer's residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long, if all you wanted to do was drive from 535 Buckalter, or all someone wanted to do, you, the defendant, whoever. If all you wanted to do was drive from 535 Buckalter to 204, aka Arkwright Lane, and buy drugs and then come home, how long would that take?
A maximum of like 40 minutes.
Were there times, perhaps including the time period encompassed in these messages that we've just gone through, where the defendant would go to 204 / aka Arkwright Lane for longer than it would take to just buy drugs?
Yes, sir.
And is that kind of what you were complaining about in those messages?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Hilliard asked you about those messages or some messages like them. Were you upset that she wasn't home with the drugs yet? Do you remember him asking you that?
Yes.
And you responded, no, I was just annoyed that she wasn't home yet, that she was still out.
Yes, sir.
Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
She hasn't shed one tear this whole
All right, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 86, Your Honor.
Has 86 been entered?
Thank you, Angela.
Has it been
Good to
entered?
have you.
Yeah, Your Honor, that has not been offered yet.
All right, thank you.
She's going to prison. Let's all say it together. Don't forget to like the video. Let's see if we can hit 2,000, guys. 2,000. Or I'm holding you in contempt. Hit that like button.
I've handed the witness what I've marked as State's Exhibit 86. Sir, if you could look through that, take as long as you need, and then let me know when you're ready to talk about that document, okay?
We're only 250 likes away from 2,000. Only 250 people need to hit it. Let's hit that 2,000 before lunch. Georgia has a death penalty, but this is not a death penalty case.
Okay.
Oh, she's definitely going to prison. But for how long is the question?
Do you recognize that, Danny?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what it is?
Text messages between me and Leilani.
What is the start date of those messages?
10 o'clock, 10:04 p.m. on the 4th of October, 2022.
Okay. What's the end date and time?
11. My last text message was 11:01 p.m. Her last text message was 11:10 p.m. on the 4th of October, 2022.
Is it fair to say that these are your text messages from that night?
Yes, sir.
Does this fairly and accurately depict your text message communications that night?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's 87. No objection, Judge. And may I call it? 86. Pardon.
86.
Thank you.
I said that, but I haven't written her yet.
All right. I'd like to start towards the bottom of page 4. And let me ask you this. Can you see the screen from where you're at? You turn to the side, can you see it?
Yes, sir.
And can you read off of that screen all right? I don't know if it's one of those screens where if you're at an angle.
No, I can see it.
Okay. So from here on out, can we just work off the screen together, please?
Yeah.
I think that'd be easier.
Absolutely.
This green message here, can you tell us the time of this?
6:20 6:06 p.m. 10/4/2022.
Okay, so this is the evening of October 4th.
Yes, sir.
But this would be some hours before she left on this 204 trip, correct?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And the next message here, what does this one say?
I'm gonna run to 204, I guess, at 10:32:20 on the 4th of October, 2022.
Okay. So is it fair to say then that this message right here is basically like your first nighttime text message?
Yes, sir.
Between you and her? I know it's not your text message.
Yes, sir.
Scrolling down, what time did you respond to that?
10:32:41, so 20 seconds later.
Okay. And what did you say?
Oh, ... okay.
Now-
Space ...
Can I take from those two messages, well, the fact that she texts you, gonna run to 204, I guess. Can I take away from that she was already gone from the house at the time she sent that message to you?
Yeah, it was either that or she was sitting on the front porch.
Okay.
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest.
And your response, oh, okay. Why did you respond that way?
Because I was already laying down and ready to go to bed for the next morning to go to work at 6.
Were you surprised that she was
Yes.
all of a sudden going to 204 at this time of night?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Considering that we had work and that she had just gotten her tooth pulled earlier that day,
And
I just said, be safe, I guess.
that was how long after, oh, okay.
2 minutes and 8 seconds on the 4th of October, 2022.
Now, what time was the next message? And you can drop the seconds. at this point.
The next minute after, and she said, I will be, so she was responding, I'll be safe and I'll be quick, I promise.
And what did you say to that?
I hope so.
And that was like the same minute.
21 seconds left. Yes, sir.
And what did you say next?
3 minutes later, Paul showed up and is going to bed.
And can I presume that the defendant was still gone at this point?
Yes, sir.
What did she say to that?
Wow. Okay.
And then what did you say?
He said something about telling you he was on the way and then you leaving and him getting threatened to get ran over.
Can you just kind of explain to us what, it sounds like that's a reference to some.
Yeah, I think he had like an incident on the road on the way back to the house or something.
And then what's her next message to you?
At 10:41, she said, I'm about to turn onto 204. And I said, okay, at the same minute.
And what's the next message?
She said, no, he said in a little bit.
What is that a reference to?
I believe it's in reference to Paul. I'm honestly not 100% sure.
And then your next message, maybe that'll clarify.
That's what I said. Oh yeah, I remember it. Sorry.
Can you first read the message and tell us what this particular part of the exchange means?
That's what I said. You said, he said. But he said something about it was something about no, it was I'm on the way or something.
Was there, let me just ask you this, does this exchange refer to some sort of like miscommunication between the defendant and Paul about when exactly Paul was going to get out?
Yeah, that's what I'm gathering from it. Yes, sir.
And then at 10:44 at the top of page 7 of this document, what did you say?
Thank you for the little bit left. So sweet, no lie.
And what were you referring to here?
She left a little bit of Coke on the top of the dresser for me.
Was it in a bag or not in a bag or what?
I think it was a little line left out.
How much was it?
0.05 gram.
Was it the last, I'm going off of the text of the message here. Was it the last of what y'all had in the house at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you use it?
Yes.
I think, well, let me ask you this. Earlier, I think Mr. Hilliard may have asked you, were you drugging and drinking at that time? And I think you said no. Was that an intentional misrepresentation?
No, it was not.
Do you remember coming up to Savannah maybe a month or so ago and sitting down to talk to me in preparation for this trial?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember our going through all these messages together?
Yeah, I do now.
And do you remember my specifically asking you what that text message meant?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember freely admitting to me at that time? That
Yes,
there
I
was a
do.
reference to a little bit of cocaine.
Yes, I do.
What's your next message here?
I just noticed it. Paul asked if soda was free to drink because of kids only on Hawaiian Punch. Sounds like I'm sleepily texting.
Why you say that?
Because I barely understand what I'm saying.
Now, was this the point in the night where Paul was getting something to eat or drink?
Thank
Yes, sir.
Lenny.
And how did she respond to that?
Yeah, just tell him not to be excessive with it.
And what did
Order
what
in
did
court.
you say?
Gotcha.
Now, this next message, what time are we at here?
10:45.
And read to us what you say to her.
I love you. Please come back so we can crash together.
Number of R's on the end of together there.
4.
What are you wanting to do at this point?
Go to sleep.
Do you know where you were in the house when you sent this message?
Laying in the bed.
What if anything was holding you back from going to sleep at this point?
Her being back.
Now, scrolling down to the top of page 8,
6 minutes later.
what did you
Better
say
I
to her?
hold you in contempt.
Or not.
Had she responded to your last message about come
No.
back so we can crash together?
No.
So you say or not, and what does she say?
I love you.
And what does she say next?
And I'm about to be walking to the car.
And what time was that message sent?
10:51.
In your response?
1 minute later, I said, oh, okay.
And your next message?
I guess I'm gonna eat this food and stay up for a few. So I guess I was sleepy.
Do you know what food you were referring to?
I believe it was the spaghetti.
What were you doing at this point in time?
Laying down in the bed and trying to wait on her.
As far as you were concerned, was the day pretty much over at this point?
Yes, sir.
Let's get the 2K likes. Let's get the 2K likes.
And what was your next message and when?
10:56. I said, I no want to be tired or you be tired either. They.
And that was how long after the last message where you said, I guess I'm going to try to stay up for a few minutes?
4 minutes.
You're still wanting to go to bed at this point?
Absolutely.
Just wanting her to come home so you can do that.
Yes, sir.
How did she respond to that?
I know, maybe.
And what did you say?
I know you don't feel great. I don't know how you're still up. And I wanted to watch a movie at that moment.
And what time did you send that message?
1 minute later, exactly.
How are you feeling at this point?
Sad and tired.
Did she respond to that message?
No.
What's the next message?
4 minutes later, I said, moi.
What does that mean? I don't mean to embarrass you. I just don't know.
A
Who
kiss.
knows? All right. It's a text message representation of a kissing noise.
Yeah.
Okay. And when did you send that message?
4 minutes later.
What time of night?
11:01.
All right. 11:01 p.m. on the 4th.
Yes, sir.
Did she respond to that message immediately?
No, it was 9 minutes later.
And what did she say?
The same thing.
Is that the last text message you sent to anybody that night?
Yeah, I believe.
All right. And at the time that you sent this message at 11:01 and didn't get a response, what were you doing?
I believe I went to sleep.
Okay. So if there has been maybe some lack of clarity at times as to whether you were
Awake or asleep.
or going to sleep when she gets home from 2:04, could that be because you're sort of in the process of going to bed at that point?
Yes, sir. Based on my text messages and spelling, I can see that as well. And my lack of remembering correctly.
You mentioned that this was not a one-time thing where she would kind of go out and be gone and you don't know exactly what she's doing.
Yes, sir.
Is this sort of normal type of text messages for you to send to her during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Does anything in these text messages suggest that anything abnormal had happened in the house at this point?
No.
Now, going back to the morning of October 4th, before these messages, so let's go back to the dentist, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Well, actually, let's go to work before the dentist, all right?
Yes, sir.
The two of you, did you drive to work together in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And I think you've talked about how you clocked out early to go to the dentist.
Yeah, to take her.
Did the two of you drive together in the journey to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember who was driving?
Me.
And then while she was at the dentist, you testified that you went to the liquor store.
Yes, sir.
And did you then come back to the dentist?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went to the liquor store from the dentist, did you walk or did you drive in the journey?
I drove in the journey.
And when you came back to the dentist, did you therefore drive back in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And then I think you said from the dentist's office, you guys went to Cheddar's.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I believe it was in the same area.
Did you drive to Cheddar's in the journey?
Yes, sir.
And then you testified that from Cheddar's you went home, right?
From my memory, yeah.
Okay. In any case, there was more driving in the journey that day.
Yes, sir.
And then at some point you're home.
Yes.
Okay. At any point that day driving that car around, did you smell anything in the car?
No.
Smell any old food?
No.
Smell anything that caused you to go look around the car and see what that smell is?
No, sir.
One moment, please. So I'm showing you image 33 of State's Exhibit 10. This has been identified by other witnesses as apparent vomit on Quinton's pillowcase as photographed by the police on October 5th. Have you now gotten a look at that?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember ever seeing that?
No, sir.
If the call to the police was morning of Wednesday, October 5th, right?
Yes, sir.
If that had been there Monday night, an all-day Tuesday, do you think you would have seen it at some point or been aware of it?
Yes, sir.
So do you think we can conclude from that then that it
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. Can't conclude anything. Testify what he saw, heard.
Mr. Dean,
first, may I ask that you don't have speaking objections? And second, I will withdraw the question.
Thank you, Angela, and happy birthday. Good to see you. Thanks for being here with us.
Do you have any recollection of an incident involving an accidental explosion of a package of rice cereal in the back of the Dodge Journey?
No.
And that's a car you drove pretty much every day.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
We know it wasn't drugs in the car because they would have done them.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Youngkin, it's your testimony that you slept in that room the entire evening of October 4th until the early morning hours of October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
The same room that Quinton, Zane, and Sky were in, correct?
It's 2 rooms together, but
Are there any walls that divide it?
no.
It's wide open, correct?
Yes.
You testified that you saw the kids okay, and you told them you saw the kids okay when you left at 5:30 that morning, correct?
I was mistaken.
Well, you're mistaken now, but you weren't then. The first time you spoke was on October 5th, wasn't it, Mr. Youngkin?
Objection, Your Honor.
I was mistaken then.
Mr. Youngkin, just a moment. Your objection?
2 objections. 1, asked and answered previously. 2, beyond the scope of recross examination.
I'm going to allow Mr. Hilliard to ask those questions.
I don't even want to. It's not that big of a deal. Mr. Youngkin, you testified on redirect a minute ago that you were a responsible cocaine addict and you only put the cocaine on top of the trespass.
I didn't
correct?
say I was responsible.
Okay. Well, you put it in a place that only the kids couldn't get it. Well, let me ask you this. You also testified a few minutes later, didn't you, that you couldn't read your own text messages because you weren't making sense. You were either tired or intoxicated, correct? Yes or no?
I was tired.
Well, that's your explanation, but you're also intoxicated. You admitted to doing cocaine and alcohol that evening, correct?
That's a matter of opinion.
Now, you were asked whether or not you saw this pillow, right? Mr. Dean just asked you about that.
He asked me if I had seen it prior to the 5th. Yes.
Right. Let me ask you this. At any point in time on October 5th, did you ever speak to anyone about an overwhelming smell of vomit emanating from the crib?
No.
Did you smell vomit?
No.
Were you sleeping in that room all night?
Yes.
And you woke up, correct? Got ready for work and left that morning, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever mention that you smelled vomit?
No, I was asleep.
All the questions I got.
All right, Mr. Dean, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Youngkin,
Thank you so much.
Is there any reason to retain this witness? Let me ask that.
Retrenta,
Under subpoena.
thank you so much for your super
Can I
sticker.
have 1 moment on that question, Your Honor? No, Your Honor.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Youngkin, you're excused, sir. You're welcome.
Okay, so Mr. Youngkins is done. Thank you, Kelly.
All right, Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
David Mullins.
David Mullins. Come to the stand. I think Danny did okay. They're trying to blame him.
David Mullins. He's on his way. All right.
I hope Danny stays clean off them drugs. I think only media is allowed in the courtroom.
State clerk, can raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and the jury of the trial this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so.
Good morning.
He has to be a police officer or CPS.
Good morning, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is David Mullin.
Normal spelling of David.
Yep, D-A-V-I-D, last name M-U-L-L-E-N.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
Currently Springfield, Georgia.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a warehouse manager.
And
Oh,
where do you work?
okay. This is Danny.
Currently work for a company called Eunice.
How long have you been in warehouse or freight operations?
A little over 12 years.
In October of 2022, where were you working and what were you doing?
I was working for a company called Eclipse Advantage. We were a warehouse labor provider.
And where specifically did you work?
In the Port Wentworth location, I was the facility manager for the company.
And what was this location specifically?
Inside of NFI's warehouse. I'm trying to remember the street address.
Does Littlehurst
Yep.
sound right?
101 Littlehurst.
101 Littlehurst in Port Wentworth?
Yep.
And you said this is an NFI warehouse?
Correct.
What is NFI?
NFI is a third-party contracted logistics provider in that particular building. They were contracted by Target to process freight for them, and we were subcontracted by NFI to provide labor.
Okay. So NFI has a contract with Target, it's their building.
Yes.
And then Eclipse, the company that you work for, did what now?
We provided labor, the actual manpower of actually loading the boxes into the trailers for NFI.
What exactly would go on there?
Basically, it was a 24-hour day operation, scheduled for 7 days a week. Shifts were often canceled, however, by NFI due to lack of work. So we would have people that would unload containers, get the freight onto the floor, onto carts. The carts would be pushed over to the outbound side, where my team would take over and load the boxes into the trailers off the carts.
And where do the trailers go from there?
They go to Target's distribution centers.
Okay, so what's happening here is taking stuff out of shipping containers and putting it in trucks.
Because Danny's in Florida. He
Correct.
used to live with his mom.
In your capacity as what was your position again, you said at that time?
I was the warehouse facility manager.
Okay. And in that capacity, did you meet the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, I did.
And did you meet Daniel Youngkin?
Yes, I did.
And did you meet Paul Simon?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet all these people?
They're all employed by Eclipse, so they all reported up through other people to me.
And what did they do for Eclipse during the time period we're talking about, October 2022?
They were responsible for loading trailers. So when the cart would get pulled over to the door, it was their responsibility to take the boxes off of that cart and stack it as high and tight as possible inside of a trailer.
Is there security at that building, or was there security at that building at the time?
Yes.
That affected employees going in and out
Yes.
to and from work? Can you tell us about that, please?
So there were metal detectors. There was a staff security operation right at the front entrance to the building. So all employees had to go through the metal detectors. For any reason the metal detector went off, security would then wand them. Checking for metal objects, making sure that nothing was being brought into the operation. They're also responsible for keeping an eye on associates leaving to make sure that no product was leaving.
All right, and what did that involve?
Basically a cursory glance 9 times out of 10. If someone was leaving with the bag, they would ask them to open the bag or peek inside the bag.
Okay, so employees even leaving work have to go through security.
Yes.
Okay. How did you keep track there of what hours people were working?
So we used a timekeeping system where every employee had their fingerprint that was biometrically registered. So when they would come in for the day, they would put their finger up against the fingerprint reader. It would record their time in, and same thing for their time out.
Did you have the ability to, if somebody had left and forgotten to clock out, did you have the ability to manually
Yes.
clock them out? And how would you do that?
That would be off my computer terminal, either myself or the human resources manager, and the supervisors on the floor also had access to that.
Did, at some point during the investigation of this case, did the FBI make contact with you?
Yes, they did.
And was there a Chatham County Police detective there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And what were they asking you for?
They asked me for if I any time card records of the defendant or Danny Youngkin or Paul Simon.
And were you able to pull responsive documentation?
Yes.
And did you give time cards for the three of them
Yes.
to the FBI? Do you see in front of you 3 documents marked as States Exhibits 36, 37, and 38?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what those documents are?
Yep, those are printouts of the time cards.
Are those copies of what you gave to the FBI during the investigation?
Yes, they are.
And did those time cards reflect when you hit export or print and produce them?
Yes, they do. They are time stamped at the top, time and date.
And what was the date that you produced those to the FBI?
That was October 6th.
Okay. Are these timesheets we're looking at, are these maintained in the ordinary course of business at Eclipse?
Yes.
And do they reflect things as they happened at the time that they happened? Like they say somebody clocked in at this time, that's
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
And they're kept on file?
Yep.
Do you consider them business records of Eclipse Advantage?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer these in as 36, 37, and 38.
No, no objection, Your Honor.
37 and 38 are admitted without objection.
All right, I would like to, now, let me pull these up, and I just want to ask you a couple questions about them.
Sure.
All right, this is State's Exhibit 36. Whose time card is this?
That is Leilani Simon's.
And can we see here the date and time that you produced this document?
Yep, October 6th, 2022 at 3:54 p.m.
Okay, so that date and time reflects when you printed it out or something.
Correct.
If it was produced on Thursday, October 6, 2022, can I take it then that on the last page at the bottom, that is the day represented by this Thursday here?
Yes.
Okay. And that would make this Wednesday above it
Yes.
October 5th?
Yep.
Okay, and then the Tuesday above that, October 4th?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this column over here, what does this reflect?
That was the scheduled time that was input by one of the regional managers.
Okay, so we're talking about the second, just so the record's clear, I should be a little better about this. We're talking about the second column from the left?
Yes.
Okay. And let me actually back out and just have you talk about these columns generally. Sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit.
Yep, certainly.
Leftmost column says date.
Yep.
Pretty self-explanatory.
Yes.
Next column says schedule, and you just talked about that, right?
Correct.
What does the next column mean?
That is a system notated absence.
And the next column?
That is their pay code. So if an employee who typically would work on first shift works on second shift, you would see a pay code update there.
And the next column?
That is the amount of time.
And then I think the next few columns are the ones that we're most concerned with. That's the in, out, transfer, in, out, transfer. Can you tell us what those things refer to?
Yep. So that is the actual punches. So for example, looking at what is on the screen, that very first in punch you see where it says 6:09, that was the clocked in time for that particular day.
Okay. And then the next column would be the clock out time or
Correct.
punch out time. Okay. Let's go back down now with that background to Tuesday, October 5th. And again, we're in the defendant's timesheet right now, correct?
Yes.
What does this reflect in terms of what she was scheduled to work that day?
She was scheduled to work from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And what does it reflect in terms of when she actually clocked in?
She clocked in at 6:08, which then flagged for a supervisor to approve. That was approved. That's what that check mark is. The approval basically just means it was acknowledged that the employee was not on time or did not punch within the 5-minute parameters before or after their scheduled punch.
And then what does the next column over reflect?
That would be the out punch for the day, which was 7:57 in the morning.
So that's pretty early, right?
Yes.
Do you remember why?
She had a toothache. So her and Danny had, one of the two of them had texted my work phone and said that she had a toothache. It was reported to the supervisor on the floor. The supervisor agreed to let them leave for her to go and get the tooth looked at.
Now, what does her time card reflect in terms of Wednesday, October 5th?
She did not come into work.
What is that? Yeah, I see the word excused there. What does that mean?
That is acknowledging that the employee was not in. We had to either mark it as no call, no show or excused. No call, no show could lead to termination very quickly. So usually absences were marked as excused.
Now, Daniel Youngkin's timesheet, is it substantially the same setup?
Yes.
All right. And that Tuesday and the third line from the bottom, would that be October 4th?
Yes.
And what does that show in terms of when he was scheduled to work?
He was scheduled to work from 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And is that the same shift as the defendant?
Yes.
All right. And what does it show in terms of when he clocked in?
He clocked in at 6:06 in the morning, again, over that 5-minute threshold, so it had to be acknowledged.
And is that about the same time that the defendant clocked in that day?
Yes.
And when does it show in terms of when he clocked out?
He clocked out at 7:56 in the morning.
And is that about the same time that the defendant clocked out that day?
Yes.
Is this early clock out also attributable to the dentist trip?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving on to Wednesday, October 5th, what does this show in terms of when he was scheduled to work?
He was scheduled to work from 6 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
And did he complete that shift?
No, he did not.
When does it show that he clocked in?
He clocked in at 6:11 in the morning.
And then what time was the clock out?
The clock out was at 9:15 in the morning.
What does this little check mark mean up here?
That means that was manually entered because he did not hit the time clock.
Okay. Did you do that?
It was either myself or it was Chris of the Human Resources Manager. I believe
Prosecutors
it was
put the
myself,
jury to sleep.
because I encountered him.
Do you know why he didn't manually clock out when he left that day?
He was in an extreme rush when he was leaving. I actually encountered him as he was leaving the building.
Can you tell us about that encounter?
Sure. As I was walking into the building, security popped their head out the door and said, "Hey, someone just ran out the door." I looked over and saw Danny getting into his car. I walked over to Danny and said, "Why did you run out of the building? You have to let security check you out."
Were you able to observe his demeanor and appearance at this time?
Yes, he appeared frantic. Is probably the best word I can use to describe. He was crying, very upset. You could hear it in his voice. Something was not right.
Did you see tears coming out of
Yes,
his
I did.
face? Out of his eyes? And
Yes.
were they coming down his face as well?
Yes.
Did it appear genuine to you?
Very
Objection,
much.
Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Did either Danny or the defendant ever come back to work in Eclipse after
No.
Danny's departure on October 5th?
No.
Did he leave anything at work that day when he ran out and you saw him frantic in the parking lot?
Yes, he did. He had left a jacket with a pack of cigarettes in it down on the dock.
And did you return that to him?
Yes, I did. One of the leads had turned it into the office. We had it in the office for probably a couple of weeks. Danny then reached out, asked via text message if we knew where his jacket was. I got his address in North Carolina and mailed it to him.
How long was it, as best you remember, between when you saw him run out of the warehouse or saw him in the parking lot after having run past security and having not remembered to clock out, that he asked you for his jacket back?
It had to be at least 2 to 3 weeks.
Did it seem to you that he had forgotten about it?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Withdraw. Let me ask you about Paul Simon's timesheet, States Exhibit 38, okay?
Yep.
Now, I just want to go to Tuesday, October 4th. First of all, is it the case that he did not work Wednesday, October 5th, 2022, or
Correct.
Thursday, October 6th, 2022?
Correct.
All right, so the last day he worked there, at least at the time that this was produced, would have been Tuesday, October 4th.
Yes.
Now, there is a lot going on here in these columns.
Yep.
For Tuesday, October 4th. Can you, first of all, tell us, was he scheduled to work this day?
In the system, no, but he was on the schedule for the day.
Okay, and can you tell us what these entries indicate in terms of what happened with his clock ins and clock outs that day?
Yep. So he came in early that day. He came in at 11:58.
Would that be AM?
Correct.
Sorry. Okay, so just before noon.
Correct.
All right, and what's the next thing that happened?
The next thing you see is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That was the end of first shift, so we had to allocate his hours from shift to shift. So in that next column where you see transfer, you see WG1 / unload. WG1 stood for work group 1, so first shift.
And what's the next entry?
That is a clock back in at 2:01. As he never did leave, that's the only way we could update his hours to reflect into that second shift.
And the next entry?
That would be his out punch for lunch break at 5:33.
PM?
Correct.
Okay.
That next column is allocating from 2:01 to 5:33 into second shift, i.e. WG2.
All right. And
Thank
then
you guys for all
what
the
happened
likes,
next
big
in terms of
hugs.
his activity
Awesome.
there on October 4th?
Yep, so then he punched back in at 6:05 p.m. from lunch. And then he punched out for the day at 9:56 p.m.
And was that it for Paul on October 4th?
On that day, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say then that he clocked in for work around noon, took a half-hour break around 5:30, came back to work, and then left work around 10 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions.
Just confused. Good morning, Mr. Mullins. My name is Mark Hilliard. How are you, sir?
Good.
So you were the direct supervisor for Paul Simon, Leilani Simon, and Danny Youngkin back in October of 2022, correct?
I was the dotted line supervisor.
Were you the one that they mostly interacted with regards to clocking in, checking out, getting excused, things like that?
Myself or the supervisors.
Well, I guess let me just jump to this. Did you know Miss Simon back then?
Yes.
Interact with her?
Yes.
Did you know Mr. Paul Simon at that point?
Yes, I did.
By looking at him?
Yep.
Did you know Mr. Danny Youngkin by interacting with them?
Yes.
So if you passed them on the street, you'd know who they were, correct?
Yes.
I didn't see this on the sheets, but the regular shift was from 6 to 2
Yes.
for Mr. Youngkin and Miss Simon, correct?
Yes.
And the regular shift for Paul Simon, I think, was like 2 to 10.
Yes.
Okay. Those are the general shifts they worked. What was your shift usually?
My shift was typically more of a mid shift. So I would get in typically between 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. and I'd work over into that second shift so I could interact with both shifts.
So you could kind of bridge the gap. You would,
Yes.
you know, Leilani and Danny would get there a little bit before you, and they would leave a little bit before you left. And generally speaking, Paul would get there a little bit before you left every day.
Yes.
So, and how often would you say you interacted with them?
Typically at least once every 2 days. Again, my responsibility is more running the business. They would have a lot of interaction with the daily floor leadership.
Okay. And you said if they were more than 5 minutes late, they had to get a supervisor to check their timesheet and to approve it, correct?
Yes.
So it sounds like there was, any time that you were late, and I guess it didn't matter if you were clocking in, going to lunch or whatever, the supervisor would have to approve that, and that's what those little check marks
Yes.
were. Did y'all have any policy about smoke breaks or anything like that?
No firm policy. If the team was standing around waiting for work, they could go have a cigarette. To do that, they had to leave the floor, go through a security checkpoint, but still stay within the premises of the building.
Okay, so was it like a designated area that they would
Yes.
have to go to? And is that where all the employees and supervisors had to go to smoke?
Yes.
All right. And did you ever see Miss Simon out there smoking?
Yes.
Mr. Simon?
Yes.
Mr. Youngkin?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not prying, I'm an ex-smoker, but did you smoke with him as well?
Yes.
Okay. And how often would you see them out there? I'm not, would you see them once a week, once a day? I mean,
that's usually where I interact with them the most, honestly. So once every 2 days.
so
on
that's,
average.
that's where you'd see them all out there smoking, correct? And you said you returned Mr. Youngkin's jacket to him,
Yes.
and in the jacket was a pack of cigarettes?
Yes.
And what type of cigarettes did Mr. Youngkin smoke?
I don't recall. I want to say, I'm not positive, but I want to say it was like Marlboro menthol or something.
And you smoked with him on more than one occasion in the.
Yes.
He looked like a
I guess
menthol
it's
kind
okay
of
for
guy.
Yep.
Marlboro menthols, Newport.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Mullins.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Any reason to hold this witness under subpoena?
No.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr.
All
Mullins,
right, you're excused.
Thank you.
Step down. Get off my bench. All right, are we going to call our next witness or are we taking a lunch break? Show of hands.
Mr. Dean, your next witness. While we're doing this, ladies and gentlemen,
Your Honor, we're waiting on a couple witnesses to come downstairs, but we're, other than that, ready to
do you want
proceed.
to stand up and take a little stretch break?
Stretch break.
You need a break. All right. Let's take a
Work it
15-minute
out.
break.
Work it out.
Yours to be exiting.
All rise. They're moving along today. Yes, definitely. Judge Dolly is the best. I try. I try. Always keep it fun. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you. All right, who's ready for the next witness? Press 1 in the chat. I'm ready. Let's keep it rolling. Maybe it's the babysitter. Thank you, Rebecca. You guys are awesome too. Second ending stretch.
Thank you. So the time now is about 11:28 or so. We'll bring the jurors back in by 11:45. Everyone have a seat. Mr. Dean, the next witnesses you have, there are a couple of witnesses. Are they relatively short witnesses? And I know that's relative.
So the next witness I would call, because of where we are today, would be Melissa Missy Gray, aka Misty.
They call him Missy.
From my perspective, she's going to be a short witness because she did not, in fact, meet the defendant for an Oragel handoff. I don't know what Mr. Hilliard is going to try to do with it else.
And then who would be the witness that you would call after Misty?
You going to make me reveal that, Your Honor?
No, I'm not going to make you reveal that. Is it a relatively short witness or a more involved witness?
Probably more involved than Missy.
Okay,
Sure.
and I'm just asking in terms of time. So my thought is that we'll proceed with Misty when she comes back, and then we'll see where we are before the next witness. That may be a good time to take a break. All right, we're in recess until 11:45.
11:45. All right. So we're in recess. You know what that means? It's time to take some of you beautiful people's phone calls. So let me suit up. Love both of you guys and the turtles. Thank you, Abby. Good to see you here joining us for court today. Let me throw up the phone line. Let's see. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Melody.
You look so cute. You look like a teddy bear in your outfit.
I look like a teddy bear?
Yeah, you look so cute.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you. At least somebody thinks so.
Yeah, you look adorable.
Okay, don't get me punched in the face by my old lady now.
Okay, I won't.
So what do you think about the case, Melanie?
Well, I think Danny helped her, or helped the prosecutors.
Well, yeah, I think he, may have said some things that he didn't want to get her in trouble, so he said a few lies.
Yeah.
So, I mean, do you think he had something to do with the disappearance of this baby, that he's involved?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, Melanie. All right. I'm sure some people out there feel that way. He did have some inconsistent statements, and it looked like he couldn't remember a whole lot.
Yeah.
But that could be from drinking and all that Colombian Bam Bam use. You don't drink, do you, Melanie?
No,
Okay, good thing, because that stuff will pickle your brain, and you'll be dumb as that guy with them dreads.
in my 20s, I was a social drinker.
Oh, you're a social drinker?
No, in my 20s.
Oh, in your 20s? Well, that guy,
Yeah.
Danny, he's a pastafarian. You know what that is?
Yeah.
You know what a pasta?
No, I don't.
Okay, it's where you wear the pasta cap on your head. It's your religion. And they believe in aliens and stuff. You've never heard of pastafarian? It's a real thing. It is absolutely a real thing. Pastafarian.
No, I've heard of it.
If you don't believe me, you can look it up. There's a whole bunch of people that go to DMV and they wear pasta strainers on their head.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe you could join that maybe you could join that cult there, Melanie, the Pastafarians.
Okay.
All right, Melanie. Well, you be good.
Okay, tell PJ I said and I love her and I love you too.
All right,
Oh,
Melanie.
where's Lolo and Wrangler?
They're in the other room.
Okay, just resting a bit.
All right, you be good.
Well, just give them a kiss for me.
I will do that, Melanie.
Okay, I love you. Thanks.
All right.
Peace.
All right, you've been dismissed. All right, peace. All right, that was Melanie. She's always a sweetheart. Hey, I'm telling you, the Pastafarians is a real thing. Look it up if you don't believe Judge Dolly. Judge Dolly won't lie to you. Pastafarians. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Granny.
I don't like the way this is going.
You don't?
No, I don't.
I know. I said the same thing, but I'm trying to be hopeful today, Granny.
I'm getting pissed.
I was a little upset yesterday. I'm not as bad today. I had a little time to accept the facts. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, well, Lord, I had 3 bowls yesterday and a really stiff 3-finger Bloody Mary yesterday evening.
Oh,
I
Lord.
done got going so bad.
Oh, Lord. You've been drinking as much as damn Danny there.
I don't do that very often, but all this crap, I don't like the way this is going at all.
I've been saying that. I've been saying
And I'm
that
like, is that the
today.
prosecution, or has Billy Joe slept with them too?
Maybe that's what it is. That young dude.
I mean, this is getting deep.
That young prosecutor probably got him some strange for a little bit of change.
I don't know. I can't see nobody touching that woman, but I guess whatever blows their skirt up, my God.
I guess.
But
she paid for that Harley somehow.
somehow she did. I'm wondering if Leilani's going to take the stand. It would be just like her too, because
I would think it'd be really stupid for her to take the stand because so far court has went in her favor. So why damage that?
Because she thinks she's such a good actor and she's so smart, so much smarter than everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, I would love to see her take that stand. But I'm worried that the prosecution wouldn't be able to handle her. I mean, they have done a very poor job.
I'm thinking the only thing they definitely have her on is 14 counts of lying. Because listen, the defense did make a good excuse, good reasonable doubt with Danny taking out the trash, and he goes to Azalea Garden Trailer court to dump the trash. So right there, you just threw reasonable doubt into the hole she disposed of the body.
I know. And then I'm going, wait a minute. Prosecution should have known what he was going to say.
They know they can't beat the lies. But they're trying to beat everything else.
You know what? That poor guy, and I'm sorry. I do feel bad for Danny. I'm pissed at him because he left his daughter.
Still,
but Danny looks like he is a shell of a man.
I mean, he pickled his brain drinking every day. He's a young alcoholic, 28 years old. Well, he's 30 now, but at 28, he was a full-blown alcoholic.
Well, Dolly, I'm a recovering addict over 35 years. My drug wasn't alcohol. I can drink one every 10 years.
That's how
I don't drink. I just don't drink. But Danny looks like he needs to either check him out in the psych ward or either rehab because his eyes look awful.
Well, he maybe hasn't been clean long, and it has that lingering effect. Maybe if you talk to Danny in 3 years and he stays clean, he'd be a different person.
Well, I would like to see that, but he acts like a shell of a man that needs some mental help.
Yeah, he seems like he's a little confused sometimes and don't know what's going on.
He seems like he's a little afraid of Leilani.
Wouldn't you be?
I wouldn't be, but I'm me. He's him.
I wouldn't be able to sleep around that girl. I'd be like, I'm next. That's why.
Well, that's why you stay strapped up.
Well, you can't be. I mean, if you wake up and somebody got a knife to your neck, You know what I'm saying? What do you do, Granny?
It's always right within hand reach.
That's why I'm always nice to PJ before we go to bed, just in case she tries to kill me in my sleep. I don't want to make her mad right before I go to sleep.
No, you don't want to make PJ mad. You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I can already tell.
So I'm like, I love you, baby. And then, I go to sleep.
You don't want to do that. You don't need to go to bed mad at each other anyway, but he seems like he's a little afraid of her.
She's a killer.
Yeah? Why didn't he say that?
I don't know. And they never asked him. This would have been the question I asked him. Did you ever see Leilani put your hands on them kids?
I would have asked that, yes. That's what I'm saying. This prosecution ain't that great.
I know. Maybe he's hoping he could give Leilani some dope and he get lucky.
I don't know.
I don't
it's
know.
Dolly something, Papa. All right, well, you watch Top Notch.
All right, you be good.
Bicycle PJ.
Bicycle PJ. Later.
Bye.
All right, PJ's fan club calling in. Okay, let me unlock the phones. Okay, phone lines are open. Call-in numbers on the screen. What do you guys think? Day 4. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's Mary from Texas.
Hey, Mary.
I called yesterday.
Object.
I just wanted to say that I'm glad it's going faster today.
Okay, that call was fast. I'm glad it's going faster too, Mary. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. This sure is PJ Fan Club calling in from Alamo City.
City.
I got to say one thing that, it's not negative, but I will say what Granny just said. We need a better prosecutor. We need a real mouthpiece up there, a person that got a sharp brain that know how to, maneuver around them questions and get some kind of conviction.
Order in the court. Order in the court. We can't change prosecutors mid-game.
I know. What they should have did was they should have had you as the judge and me and PJ as the prosecution. And me and PJ could have played off of each other ideas and we would have got everybody prosecuted that needs to be prosecuted. I'll say that. But back on that positive note, everybody that's listening, let's have positive thoughts, prayers, and faith. We are getting Leilani convicted, walking in there for life. No more free world.
No more free world. Right now, the only thing I really think they solidly got her on is lying to the police. Solid.
Yeah.
The other it's not yet, but it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Oh, let me ask. Okay, I got a couple of questions. First one is Danny still under subpoena? Possibility of him getting called back during the rest of this mess.
I don't think so. They excused them. Usually when they excuse
they shouldn't have. Any good prosecutor would have kept him on that list because you never know when you need to go back. Even the defense, they should have said they needed him back.
He's not local. He lives in Florida. So you can. How long can you have him hanging around? Because he has to pay for hotels. He's with his
give him a hotel room. Hey, I wanted to ask you too. Okay, so when they had that hotel room and it was the police sting, is that when they went to Tybee Island?
No, they went to Tybee Island after that.
Okay. And another question. I know she's not facing the big DP.
Uh-huh.
So what is she? There's three different types of murder charges or what?
Face life without the possibility of parole.
So are they trying? So if the DP's not on the thing, what I'm trying to understand, so like in Texas, it's capital murder, which is first degree. Second degree is your little lesser, and that one holds life, I'm sure, in Texas. But is it second degree? And then they have the lower ones like malice, and I can't remember what the other one was.
The highest count of murder you can get in Georgia.
Okay, so they must be trying to go first degree. For some reason, they're just going to go for the life. Actually, I'll tell you one thing. I got two different views on the DP. DP's a good choice. We need to get rid of them, not pay for them. But you know what's best punishment is spending the rest of your life locked up looking at a barbed wire fence, never being able to walk
Let
out.
me out. I don't know if that's punishment enough because they get jobs, they get to go to school, they get to go to the dentist. You know, they got medical care, 3 hots and a
Well, we know that Leilani likes boys, okay? But honey, she gonna be gay for her whole stay.
gay for the whole stay. All right.
That's what they call them. And then whenever they come and they already gay when they go to jail and they look like boys, they call them stud broads from the free world.
Stud what?
Stud broads
Okay.
from the free world.
Stud broads from the free world. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Next caller. Bye, PJ.
Order in the court. Peace. Okay. You don't want to be a stud from the free world. Okay. A stud broad from the free world. Don't break the law. Okay. Don't break the law. Dolly. Judge Dolly. Order in the court.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Penny.
Hey, I don't care if they do say that he took out the trash. They don't have pictures of him at the dumpster. They got pictures of her at the dumpster.
Well, they got pictures of a video of her riding up to the dumpster.
Right, but they don't have no video of him.
Yeah, that is true. But he did openly admit that he takes the trash.
Yeah, but they don't have no video of him, so that throw that out.
Mm-hmm.
And can I say something funny?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Why not?
I got to thinking about Richard and his soap, right?
Uh-huh.
They gonna get him up like P.
They gonna get what?
Bubble bath in Texas.
Well, he'll have enough soap to give everybody a bar in Texas.
Right, he's gonna have a big bubble bath party.
He's gonna be clean. He'll be the cleanest turtle of
He'll be like P. He'll be like P. Diddy with the oil.
Oh Lord! Order in the court, Penny. Order in the court. Okay. Order in the court.
Oh Lord!
He can sell them.
Hey.
Did he? We put some rope in them first because you don't want.
Did you see JLR down here in my neck of the woods?
No, I've been so busy sleeping.
Yeah, he's down here in Irwin.
Is
it?
I see.
All right.
I've seen he's been donating supplies and stuff to victims, so that's cool of him.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's a mess. It really is. Hey, Dolly.
Yeah.
Sunday's my birthday.
Sunday?
And and my daughter's
birthday.
But my daughter's gonna have baby tomorrow.
Awesome! Congratulations, Penny. Are you ready?
I gotta drive to Asheville and through all that mess to try to get there. So yeah, I'm so excited.
Cool. Well, congratulations.
Finally here. It's finally here. We don't know what it is.
All right, Penny, you're dismissed.
All right, bye.
You're excused. All right, peace. We excused Penny. She has got a birthday coming up Sunday, so happy birthday to Penny. And she's about to have a grandbaby tomorrow. That's awesome. Judge Dolly. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going? Who's this? Where are you calling from?
This is Charlotte from Ohio.
Hey, Charlotte.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
First thing I like to say is you rock. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, the second thing with Danny, when he was talking about Coke and going to sleep, is there a possibility it could have had fentanyl in the Coke and that's why he was able to sleep?
Or he's ADHD, and you know how stimulants sometimes have a different effect on people that are like hyped up.
Correct.
You know, but I think he's full of shit. I think he's lying. Coke usually got people bouncing off the walls.
Well, I agree with that, but I know somebody in particular that was doing Coke and there was fentanyl in it, and he actually died, and they brought him back.
Oh, that ain't good.
Because he didn't know there was fentanyl in it. So, therefore, that's why I'm calling.
Well, yeah, remember the Kansas 3? They did that Coke with the I call it the big F, and all 3 of them died, but their friend inside the house didn't. They walked out into the backyard and died.
Right.
that put them to sleep.
Right.
You know, and that's what it had in it. It had that terrible ass stuff that's killing half the country right now.
Right. And that's why I think he probably didn't know, like, she wasn't there. And, like, I don't know. I just think he's probably innocent.
Most of the junkies on the street these days say that it's all the big F, that heroin ain't even on the streets anymore. It's just that.
Right.
But look, the judge is back, so I'll talk to you later. You stay wonderful.
All right. You have a good day.
You're excused. All right. Peace. All right. Next on the stand is Misty. This is the one that had all the oral gel and was smoking crack cocaine. Okay, that's what she said. She said she don't remember me coming by because she was smoking crack cocaine.
Let's see.
And this should be a fairly quick witness. She's just going to get up there and say she never seen Leilani that night.
Okay, let the record reflect that Ms. Simon has rejoined her counsel at counsel's table. The state is present at their table as well. Anything we need to take up before bringing in the jury?
Nothing I can think of, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please bring in the jury.
No, I didn't.
Jury is now, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Please have a seat. And were you able to comply with the court's instructions not to do research or discuss the case? All right, very good. Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
Melissa Bray.
Step this way, ma'am. Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Step this way, ma'am.
All right, good morning. Mr. Dean.
Hello, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Melissa Bray.
And do you live in the Savannah area?
Yes.
Where do you live? Not the street address, but the general area.
Off of Highway 17, Ogeechee Road in Azalea.
I'm going to ask you, I can hear you, but I'm not sure that everybody can.
Okay.
So could you just, closer to the microphone would be good.
Is that good?
Yeah,
Yep.
that's much better. Thank you. Can you repeat your answer to that last question? What general area do you live in?
Highway 17.
And you mentioned Ogeechee Road.
Yes, Ogeechee Road.
And then I think you said Azalea as well.
Azalea Trail Park.
Now, how long have you lived there for?
I have lived there for about 4, maybe going on 5 years.
And in those 4, maybe going on 5 years, have you lived in the same residence at Azalea the whole time?
Yes.
Do you, or at some point, did you know the defendant, Miss Simon?
I met her at my job.
And what job was that?
At the job that I used to have, which was Bojangles.
Was she working there as well?
Yes.
And is that how you met her?
Yes.
Roughly, how long did y'all work together at the same Bojangles?
Probably around 3 or 4 months, if that.
And do you have any nicknames that you go by?
Yep.
What nickname or nicknames do you have?
Missy.
Missy?
Missy.
Missy.
Exactly.
Anybody ever call you Misty with a T?
No.
Do you remember a time where an FBI agent came out to your house at Azalea to talk to you about when was the last time you had had contact with the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember that FBI agent's name?
Yes.
What was his or her name?
Brad Snyder.
Okay. And where did y'all meet and talk?
He came to my house.
All right. Where at your house did y'all interact?
In my parking lot, in the driveway.
Okay. I want you to go back, kind of take yourself back mentally to the day of that conversation, the first conversation you had with Brad, okay?
Mm-hmm.
At that time, how long had it been, roughly, since you had seen the defendant, Ms. Simon?
How long had it been since I talked to him the first time in my driveway or at my job, Bojangles at the time?
I mean, where was the first time that you talked?
The first time I met
Brad?
him, and I think Miss Lemons was at my job,
Okay.
Bojangles.
The first time that you talked to them, and thank you for clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
The first time that you talked to them, did they ask you how long it had been or when the last time had been that you saw the defendant?
I think so.
And at that time, about how long had it been since you had last seen her?
I'm guessing roughly around maybe a month or so. Roughly.
It had maybe been roughly a month.
Roughly, yeah.
Do you remember telling them it had been like July of 2022 that you last saw her?
Yes.
Okay. And were you telling them the truth at that time? Was that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And that was closer in time than we are now, right?
Right.
Okay. What were the circumstances of your last contact with the defendant? First of all, was the time that you were telling them about then, is that the last time you ever had contact with her? I mean, in other words, have you had any contact with her since the police began talking to you?
No.
Okay. So then that was the last time you had had any contact with her?
Yes.
All right. Now, what were the circumstances of that last contact with the defendant? Why did y'all have contact with each other?
Because she came to my house around 12 midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning, asking if we had any money, me and my husband, for gas, because her vehicle stalled on that back road behind me. I can't remember the name of the road right now. And we didn't have any money, but I was going to go to my stepfather's and not my stepfather's, my father-in-law, and ask for one of his gas cans to see if he had gas in it, and if he didn't, if we could take it up to the Inmark to put gas in it.
And right now you're describing something that occurred in like July of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened with the gas can?
We got the gas can from our property manager's yard because we had called her to ask her instead. And she said, yes, there should be one right there in the yard. Went and got it. And me, Leilani, and my husband walked up to Inmark to go get the gas.
And what happened to the gas can from that point?
Of course, when we got there, she said that someone was coming to get her, to take her back to put gas in her vehicle that was on that road. So me and my husband, we left, okay? And I told her that I needed the gas can back.
Sometime after that, did you send her some text messages asking for the gas can back?
Yes, I did.
Did you get a response to those text messages?
I did not get a response at all until like, actually, no, I did not get a response at all.
Okay, so let me just ask you about that. Was that, those text messages to the defendant asking to get the gas can back, did you ever have any in-person contact with her after that?
No.
Okay, and again, this all happened in like July of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to approach with what I've marked as, well, let me ask you this. Did you show those text messages to Brad, the FBI agent?
Yes, I did.
Okay, he got a look at them?
Yes, he did.
And did they support what you were saying?
Yes, they did.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that a Google Maps screenshot showing the route to get to your residence, the Azalea Mobile Home Plaza?
Yes, it is.
Does it fairly represent the route that you have to take to get to your place?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 35.
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Parse. It is admitted without objection.
Yeah, we'll take that, Tammy Stokes. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. If you wonder why there's two judges, I'm just training Tammy Stokes to make sure she does a good job. Okay.
All right. Do you see that main road at the top there that I'm highlighting with the little arrow?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Ogeechee Road?
You can say yes or no.
Oh,
The
yes.
court reporter's taking everything down.
Okay. Yes.
And that red arrow coming off of Ogeechee Road, does that reflect the turn that you make to get into Azalea?
Yes.
Okay, and is that right next to the Chevron?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, the second arrow here, does this
No problem,
represent
Bobby.
a right turn that you have to make to get to your house?
Yes, it does.
Do you live on a dead end?
Yes, I do.
Is this that lower red arrow showing that right turn there, does that take you onto your dead end?
The lower red arrow? Yes.
She does live in the trailer
So
park.
it's a right turn takes you onto the dead end street that you live on, correct?
Yeah.
Of course.
Is there any other way to get to your
I'm
house,
certified idiot.
by car?
No.
One moment, please. Your Honor.
She's looking at me. See? Hey, Alani, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Was there ever a time where she came and met up with you in the middle of the
Stop
night
staring at me.
before
It's
jumping
weird.
on you?
No.
No? Saying that never happened.
I'm saying it never happened.
No further questions.
Good morning, Ms. Bray.
Good morning.
I want to walk up and look at that map, if you would. As I understand it, this is Ogeechee Road.
Right.
This is I guess that's a left turn. And the second arrow goes down there. Where is your residence in this area?
I am, let's see.
Do you mind showing me up there so everybody could see?
Sure. I should be probably somewhere either this or up underneath these trees.
Okay, thank you. And is that a Chevron station that you mentioned?
Yes.
And that, for the record, is that looks like a big square to me.
Yes.
And you live in the Azalea Mobile Home Park.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about knowing Leilani Simon. Do you know Daniel Youngkin?
No, I do not.
Have you ever hung out with Leilani Simon socially?
No, I have not.
Now, it's now October 2024. And the events that are, important to hear are October 2022. How clearly do you remember what happened back in October 2022 in your life?
Clearly, as in, what do you mean?
Well, who you saw, where you went, dates and times and things like that.
I am not that good with dates and times.
I'm not
Oh, Lord.
But
I
events,
reject.
certain events, just like anybody else, certain events stand out. Considering the fact that I had to send her text message after text message because the gas can was that of my property managers, and I didn't want to get in trouble.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be something that I remember.
I think those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Sustained. Overruled.
Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you may step down and you are excused.
Okay. That was Missy.
Okay. Mr. Dean, is
That was
your
Missy.
other witness ready?
Your Honor, this is going to be a longer witness. I would ask that we take our break now. Of course, okay with that?
Okay, as we discussed. This is going to be at the time that we take the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. So I am going to excuse you for lunch. I'm going to ask you to comply with the court's instructions. Do not discuss the case with anyone. Don't allow anyone to discuss it around you. Please don't do any research. Okay. The time now is 12:04. Let's meet back and begin again at 1:15. All right, you're excused.
Jury's exiting.
All rise.
Thank you.
Court is in recess.
All right. We'll resume at 1:15. Thank you. We're in recess.
I done told him, Tammy. I done told him. Don't worry. I got you covered. I know you forgot the jury this morning. We're working on Tammy. Don't worry, guys. We're making sure Tammy gets everything right. She's a little forgetful. She's a little bit like Danny Youngkin. Okay. She's a little bit like Danny Youngkin, but we got it under control. You know, she's in training right now. So don't judge. She's doing her best. She's doing her best. Okay. Now let me open up the phone lines. What do y'all think? Can we trust Misty? Or was she smoking crack that night and she don't remember? Judge Dolly.
Dolly, what the hell's happening?
Well, that was Misty, the lady that lives in the trailer park.
What in the hell is that DA doing?
I don't know, Granny. I didn't hire him. You want me to fire him?
I want you to fire him, and I want to down him and choke him a little bit.
He looks like
what
Kent.
The hell is he doing?
That's Clark Kent.
I am just, my God.
He is a boring young guy, I have to say.
I'm speechless, and that never happens.
His
Billy Joe must have got a hold of them.
His new name is Prosecutor Snooze.
Billy Joe must have got to them. She must have clamped down on that thing just right. I'm speechless, and I'm pissed. I can't believe this.
I don't even know what to say about it, Granny. It's a little bizarre.
It is bizarre.
If they didn't have too much evidence, how did the grand jury indict her on these charges?
That's what I'm saying. And it's not like that prosecutor did not see all this evidence right in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he thought in his mind that it was going to play out better in court.
I guess so, but it's not. Do you think she'll take a stand?
No.
I do. I do. She is that much of a narcissist. I believe she'll take that stand.
I think her lawyers have good sense. They're pretty intelligent. They're not dummies. And
she's got, but they got good sense, but she don't.
Yeah, but they're going to tell her not to.
She is so full of herself. She is such a narcissist. I'm betting she takes a stand in her own defense.
Order in the court, Granny. Order in the court now.
Order in the court, but I'm telling you, she thinks that she is so damn smart. And so far, dang it, they've made her out to be.
I know, 4 days and not one tear.
I'm speechless.
I know.
I cannot believe this. I'll catch you a little later. You watch your top knot.
All right, you too, Granny.
PJ, you watch yours too.
All right, peace.
Bye.
PJ is actually made it here. You can call that Prosecutor Snooze. He will put you to sleep. That is for sure. He asks the same questions over and over. He draws it out so long. Judge Dolly.
Dolly, Jack Wolf.
What's
Can you
up?
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
All right. So I just want to say, I don't know if you caught it, but back, was it Danny, the boyfriend that was on the stand? Was that him?
Yeah, Danny.
Yeah. When they were talking about the babies being mean, and he said some of the babies can be mean, and the lawyer asked about Zane, he's like, yeah, Zane was an asshole. That was the first time ever in my true crime life I heard somebody call somebody an asshole on the stand. You know, but Zane, he was just a toddler. He's like, yeah, Zane was an asshole.
Yeah, he said he typed up and, you know, I mean, some kids can be little monsters.
Yeah, but, you know, they don't deserve to die. But, yeah, we all know kids can be assholes, you know?
I don't think so either. He was just having a rough day with the kids. And most parents, most mothers will tell you they've had rough days with the kids.
Exactly. I just want to let you know I'm listening, but I'm at work. But at the same time, I did send you a link. It's from Court TV. Apparently, Leilani is complaining about the conditions at her jail.
Yeah.
And it's about a 3 or 4 minute clip. It's kind of a trip to watch. You should take a look at it. I sent it to your messenger.
Okay. All right. I'll check it out. It is a shitty jail. I've been in it.
Yeah, but I think she just she wants more outdoor time, you know, wants more privileges kind of thing.
Well, good luck with that. Okay. That's
right.
In jail, there's no outdoor time. All right.
Right, exactly.
All
right. We'll talk to you later.
All right, peace. You're dismissed, Jax. All right. You're excused. That's the word Tammy likes. Hold on. My bailiff just walked in. Hi.
Hey, Dolly. Alamo City.
Hey, Alamo City.
I don't know how to feel right now. Please, they need to tell that lady on the real. They said her name in court's really Missy, Missy, but they must have had it in their phone as Miss T with a T-Y. Yeah.
I call her Snap, Crackle, and Pop.
Well, I just need to tell that lady, please, ma'am, step away from the Pepsi can.
Well, step away from the crack rock because your teeth look jacked up from the back.
Well, that's probably how she was doing it, was on the Pepsi can.
It looks like she's been chewing on a Pepsi can.
Yeah, she actually does. But you know what? They was all drug buddies because look at how skinny Leilani was.
Look, her face was sunk in. She looked like the crypt keeper. Ordering a court on myself again.
Yes, I heard PJ laughing too. Oh my God, yes, crypt keeper all the way. And the clothes, she had on such baggy clothes, and the reason she did that too, probably she didn't have nothing else to wear to fit her anymore. But the bagginess kind of covered up a little bit of the skinniness, but not really. It looked like they put a fat lady's clothes over a skeleton. Hey, maybe it was her Halloween costume.
There's a lot of costumes going on.
Bye, PJ.
Bye, PJ. All right, we got Savannah calling. And they hung up. I think that was Miss Ann. I'm not for sure. But whoever it was, they hung up. And they've been calling for a while trying to get through. Yep. Somebody else done beat her to it. Judge Dolly. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Dolly.
Yes.
Hey, I'm not going to say a whole lot of nothing on this case because PJ's in the office, and I don't want her hollering at me like she did you yesterday, so I'm not saying nothing.
Okay. She wants to, she don't want things talked into existence.
Huh?
She don't want us talking it into existence.
I know it. That's why I said I'm not saying nothing.
Okay. Well,
but the reason I called was I'm Cindy from Tennessee. You need to watch Silver on the Scene. He posted a video last night, and he talked to a gentleman. I mean, I hate to go into a different case, but I can't get a hold of you no other time.
Okay.
He said he talked to a guy that used to work with Chris. Chris did not work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. And he also said that them people that he was still friends with a lot of people. He don't work with him no more, but he's friends with Chris. And a lot of people that he worked with. And they didn't even know Chris was married and had a stepson. They knew about his daughter. But they didn't know he was married.
Okay. Well,
he overheard Chris saying about 2 or 3 years ago, if I ever unlive somebody, they'll never find them. Where did that come from?
Oh, I don't know. That's crazy to say something like that.
We've heard that before. But go in there and watch his last video. It was on last night after I watched you.
Okay. I'll check it out.
All right. Bye, PJ.
All right. Peace.
I watched you.
Judge Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. It's Rita from Dexter.
You got to turn me in the background.
Well, I did. So, what did I miss? I just woke up.
Well, you got a fine because you failure to appear.
Yeah, I'm late to the game.
You're late to the game. I can't read. It's too much to recap. Danny took the stand. Misty took the stand.
I'm going to have to go rewatch it after we're done.
That you are.
Now, I hope they got some better news today than they've had.
No, nothing good.
Nothing good.
Nothing.
A whole lot of nothing.
Yeah.
I am loving the outfit.
Thank you.
That's the first thing I noticed.
Okay, thank you. I try to stay fly as I can.
Look at the hair. It's great.
Yeah, it works.
It works. That's right.
YouTube has aged a lot over the last few days.
Well, I woke up and I seen you were on and I said, I got to go. And I knew it was this trial. And then I'm like, I know I've missed all the morning because they started at like 9 or 10.
No, they started at 9:30 exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a late night. I couldn't sleep last night.
Okay.
I was up. I don't know why. I just couldn't sleep. I tried.
Bam Bam with Leilani?
What?
Was you up doing Colombian Bam Bam with Leilani?
No.
Oh.
I was up with chest pains. I'm not supposed to drink Kool-Aid. It gives me massive heartburn and chest pains. And I was real thirsty last night, and I drank some Kool-Aid.
Oh, Lord.
And oh, my God, I paid for it. No. I don't do well with sugar.
Now you're going to be screaming free Karen Reed.
No, I'll never scream that. Can we bring her back to trial?
January, me and PJ will be there.
Well, I hope. It's about time.
All right, Reed.
I've never seen so many people defend a cop killer.
I haven't either, but you be good. You stay safe.
I will. I'll keep watching and I'll rewatch and see what I missed.
All right, peace.
All right, bye, honey.
Judge Dolly. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me? Why do you call and hang up? It's the same Savannah number. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly. This is Sue for 757.
Hey, Sue. How's it going?
Great. I have one question as to what they didn't ask Danny.
They didn't ask him, did she whip the kid?
Exactly. What kind of punishment did either one of them give the child?
They never asked. Now he's been excused.
That doesn't make sense to me.
I know. I kind of felt the same way. Like they didn't ask. It's the prosecutor. He looks new. He looks like Clark Kent from the old Superman movies.
He does. But I mean, that was their open opportunity to ask them, how did you guys, do you have a timeout chair? What do you do?
How do you discipline the kids? Yeah, they didn't.
Exactly.
They should have asked them and they didn't.
So now there's nothing left, I don't guess, unless we see the babysitter's daughter.
Yeah, the babysitter's daughter. There's still Billy Joe.
Yeah, well, Billy Joe go and do what she can to keep her daughter safe.
I know. And then we still have the journals to go over.
Right.
So.
Well, hopefully something will come. I just thought they would get more out of him.
They said there was 37 witnesses total.
Yeah, well, 3 or 4 of them ain't done shit so far. Haven't done nothing so far.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I would totally agree with you on that.
Well, I'll let somebody else call, and I appreciate you.
All right, you be good.
Watching me.
All right, peace. Judge Dolly.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, yeah, that was me. The first time I hung up when you answered, I had got your voicemail. So I said, okay, let me try it again. Then the second time I got you on the TV and you were still talking when it answered, the one that said hello. So I thought I didn't get through. Apologize.
Okay.
My apologies.
I know you're calling from Georgia, but
I am.
What part of Georgia?
I'm calling from the Savannah area. I'm actually calling from outside of Savannah, outside of Pooler, Bloomingdale. But
I know Pooler.
I called you before. Yeah, I had called you before. This is Tracy. So I'm going to refer back because I just came back from a school meeting from one of my kids. So I missed the whole Missy thing, but I'm going to refer back to Danny. I see where Doug's coming from, but at the same time, I personally don't think that Danny had a whole lot to do with it because he's more emotional about those children than she is.
Yeah.
Okay. The drugs, okay, fine. He shouldn't have been drinking. He shouldn't have been doing drugs. But what amazes me is that even though he drank every night and did cocaine, he was still able to get those kids up himself, get them dressed, get them ready to the babysitter.
Yeah.
And go to work.
Yeah. Late.
So that's very functional.
Yeah.
So
a functional alcoholic.
Exactly. And it is what it is. Okay. My thing is that when you're functional like that, though, I don't think he harmed those children. Okay. Because again, like I said, nothing was ever brought out about seeing him physically harm them children. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody's seen her do it.
Yeah.
And honestly, he probably didn't bother waking her up either when she was sleeping because he knew her rage could emanate to the children also. I seeing him in more of in a sense, a protective mode for those children. Again, he said, and we don't know for sure is what he's saying. Even though she told him you can go out and do what you want to do tomorrow night, he didn't because what he say? I had to be there for the kids. Mm-hmm. I think that some of us, we sleep harder some nights than not. Some nights we do, we don't get. I think, yeah, maybe he knows what she did, but I don't think he helped do anything to those children because if he did, why would he be so open to having his phone gone through, having a wire, all that?
Yeah, I believe he was telling the truth and he truly don't remember, because he was drunk.
Right. Well, I don't remember 2 years ago either. You can't tell me what I did a specific day 2 years ago either.
Yeah, but he should have just said, "Man, I was drunk,"
And he kind of did. He admitted he did it every night. Did he do it after 10 o'clock? No, he did it. And I love Danny. Don't get me wrong in this aspect, because he was throwing it right back at the defense attorney. And I'm familiar with those defense attorneys a little bit, but I appreciated the way he conducted himself on the stand with that defense attorney. But I don't know if you noticed, but I kept noticing he kept cutting his eyes over there to Leilani, and he was not looking down. It was like he was trying to stare her down more than anything, looking at her like in his eyes saying, "Look, I'm telling you right now, I am not going down for this, and I'll do everything I can to make sure you go down." And that's what needs to happen. Bottom line is, and even if for some reason they find any evidence that he did have something, she's still wholly responsible for them children. Okay. In that aspect that she is the mother, he's the father of the baby. He's the stepfather of the two children. I'm not trying to diminish if he did do something and they prove that. I'm not diminishing that. But this man right here, I think they're dragging him through, and I think they need to put her on the stand and let her get dragged through the mud, because they're dragging him through the mud. They're going to drag him through the mud. Billy Joe's probably going to throw something off on him. Who knows? He's outside the family realm.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to protect Leilani, but nobody protected those children. I see Danny as being the only one who protected those children. Billy Joe talking about she raises. Then how did Danny is the one who got up every morning and got them ready and got them to the babysitter and make sure they got taken care of? Okay.
It was,
and I don't blame him.
Billy Joe's job because she had custody of them children.
Exactly. So Billy Joe definitely should not get custody of any of the children now, because she couldn't even handle custody the first time.
No.
And my thing is that he, again, went to work. He had foresight enough to know that, hell, if she's going to sleep, fine, I ain't going to make her go to work, but I ain't going to pay for a babysitter either if her ass is here too. There's no point in it.
Yeah, so she can sleep, take care of the kids. He takes care of them. Yeah, I agree.
So not only could she not function and get up and go to work, and she wasn't even drinking and doing coke nearly as much as him, because he had the alcohol in there. Now, Doug, I have to disagree with Doug about saying that cocaine does not make you sleepy. You do not know, nobody knows how a drug affects different people. Okay. So, and just like they say, alcohol can, diminish the effects of whatever, even prescribed medications, this, that, and the other. So, like he said, and Danny admitted, he said it evened him out. So, my whole thing is that if they find anything on Danny or they throw anything on Danny, then he really needs to appeal all this, because he has done nothing but admitted truthfully everything. He has not hidden anything.
Yeah.
And that's just my opinion on it.
I think he was pretty honest in his testimony.
I do too. And I believe that he gave the most honest answers he could give at the interviews. And he's given those honest, what he recollects right now too. But see, that's where the attorney tried to use that. Well, you said that, you know what? And I would look at him too. I would have been like, look, I don't remember what I did 2 years ago. So do you remember what you did on October 5th, 2 years ago?
Yeah, I can't. Oh.
It's been ongoing even before he came into the situation, because you can't say she just started abusing Quinton since she got with him.
Yeah.
He got brought into a situation he was unaware of and that he just got caught up in. And I think because he got her pregnant, he honestly, he did leave, but he even said he wasn't legitimatized. So he could not take his daughter with him.
Yeah, because he's probably not on the birth certificate.
Right. So, so that's my take on Danny. And if you watch her, they're trying to have like a showdown, but I'm telling you right now, I see it in his eyes, and he's just looking at her like, I watch him constantly. But anyway, I know my time's up, and I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
You're excused. All right. Peace.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. So, listen, Yeah, I believe Danny was pretty much being truthful. It seemed like that anyway. Okay, that he was being truthful. He's put in a crazy situation where his baby mama is a killer. Jim Between just gifted 5 Dolly memberships. So if you got one of those Dolly memberships, make sure you thank her. Okay. And, that is a great way to support Dolly Vision. But, we are having a little fundraiser that we're doing. When you buy Dolly soap at buydollysoap.com, we're taking 25% of all sales and putting it to our Christmas Wish campaign. Already, we done raised over $400, I believe, $25 in the last 3 days to bless some people this Christmas. Last year, we helped 3 families. We helped one in Savannah that had 2 autistic children. We helped Brandy Neal, the mother of Michael Monkey Vaughn that's missing. And prayers to Michael Monkey Vaughn and his family. Hopefully something turns up in that. And we also helped a man that had a bad car accident and he had been out of work for a long time. And he just wanted basic household goods to help him get by. So we was able to bless 3 people last year. We hope to bless 3 to 5 people this year, unfortunate people at Christmas. And like I said, the best way to help us with that is go check out our soaps, lotions, body washes, lip balms, t-shirts, hoodies, you name it, we got it at buydollysoap.com. So the sponsor for today is buydollysoap.com. Make sure you check it out. Hey guys, have you washed your ass crack in your titty flaps today? Is your soap leaving you a little bit dry and your clam just a little bit crusty? If that's the case, you're in the right place. I'm Dolly, the creator of Dolly's Luxurious Lather Bars, the best soap in the world. And I'm here to tell you, your soap ain't shit. It's filled with harsh ingredients and chemicals that you can't even say. Some of it is even made by doctors that ain't even doctors. And let me tell you, this right here, downright disgusting. Your flaps deserve better. Here at Dolly, we take every crack, flap, crevice in consideration. We only use the best 100% all natural ingredients because we care about your lady parts. Every bar is handcrafted by me, Dolly, and we carry some of your favorite scents such as raspberry lemonade, pink sugar, our version of Love Spell, Caribbean Haze, and a ton more. To add the full luxury to your bath experience, don't forget to check out Dolly Voodoo Candles. They will cast a spell right into the air that will leave you relaxed, rejuvenated, refreshed. So what are you waiting for? Get over to www.buydollysoap.com. Save yourself 10% on your entire order when you use promo code WASHYOURFLAPS. Remember, keep your ass cracks and your titty flaps clean. Look forward to your order. Be shipping out to you soon. I'm Dolly. See you guys later. Okay. Keep your cracks and your flaps clean. Judge Dolly orders that. Okay. That's an order directly from the courts. Okay. You don't follow that order, I'm going to hold you in contempt. Right. We don't allow dirty cracks and flaps in my courtroom. Okay. We don't allow it. We don't allow it. So check out some buydollysoap.com. Like I said, we got more than soaps, lotions, body washes, lip balms. We got t-shirts, bath accessories, all those things just to make sure you have a luxurious. Also, they're not voodoo candles anymore. Now they're Dolly's country candles. We've switched them up a little bit to make them a little more cuter, a little more, I guess, to fit in a little bit better around your home. Okay. So they have more of a country vibe to them than they do the voodoo look. We don't have the voodoo dolls on the candles anymore. It's more of a country look, which I like a lot better. So they're Dolly country candles now. So we don't have any more of the voodoo candles in stock. but our country candles have been selling like crazy. We have a brand new one, which is Pumpkin Harvest. Okay. And they have been selling like hotcakes. So make sure you check it out. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Now, with that said, I'm going to open the phone lines back up so you guys can call in about this case. And let me put the number back on the screen. There's the number. Let me open the phone lines back up. And do they have enough to convict Leilani? Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, it's Miss Ann.
Hey, Miss Ann.
I can't hardly hear you.
You can't hardly hear me? Here, I'll bring this mic a little closer to me for you. Is that better?
Yes, thank you. Look, when they had Missy up there on the stand, the gas can story was back in July.
Yes.
The oral jail story was in October.
Yes.
So I had company here a while ago, so I couldn't answer. I had your volume turned down on the computer here because my company was here, but I did read it in the chat. Somebody said something about it. But yeah. And as far as Billy Joe being in that courtroom, y'all got to understand these witnesses that are going to take the stand are not in that courtroom.
Yeah, they're outside in the hallway and upstairs.
Yeah, and separated as well. And of course, the courtroom is not open to the public. And even the day when they announced the verdict, I'm not going to go down there. I'm staying away from all this mess.
Well,
sit right here.
Right now, everything seems to be helping Leilani. They haven't put nothing real damaging out against the lady. They haven't told how the baby died. They haven't made anything clear, Miss Ann. Nothing.
Haven't I told you for the last 4 days with 37 witnesses, the best is yet to come?
Yeah, how long do you think this case will run, Miss Ann?
Give or take 4 weeks.
Well, I've heard people say 3 weeks. I think that just seems a little long for this case.
Well, 37 witnesses and multiple breaks. What do you think?
Yeah, you might be right. It may be a few weeks. Already in 4 days, my hair done turned white.
I can tell.
Yeah, so quickly. I don't know how much more I can take of this.
Yeah. Yes, Spunky, I see you in the chat. Yes, Leilani did lie about seeing Misty of the jail. That is a lie. Y'all know Leilani. But yeah, Leilani. But didn't y'all notice when they did that video when the body cam of the police and Danny was standing there and he turned his head sideways and said, "What about the ordeal?"
Yeah.
You know, when she was talking about it. And he already said there was ordeal in the damn cabinet in the bathroom.
Is that enough to convict you of murder, Miss Ann?
Listen, the best is yet to come.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
I'm trying to believe you, Miss Ann. I'm trying to believe you.
Well, I've heard a lot of things from some reliable sources. So you just wait and see.
Okay. I'm going to try.
I'm not. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you know, I got connections around here and I'm just sitting back here at my house where I'm safe and quiet.
I'm just
thinking. But yeah,
unlike somebody, I'm doing it in Georgia. They don't test the blood. They don't look into it real good.
That drug dealer is 6.8 miles from me.
Oh, okay. Well, you gonna go by there and cop some stuff, Miss Ann?
Hell no.
Miss Ann, boop. That's my ruling. They're watching.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised if he's already locked up for his dealing.
Yeah, I bet you they've got him.
Yeah, they've been on him. I mean, you know, this mess has been 2 years, so he's probably already.
I'm surprised he ain't one of the witnesses.
He's probably already at the bed and breakfast inn. The sheriff's bed and breakfast inn. Yeah. He might be. I don't know. Like I said, the best is yet to come. You
hear Leilani wants some more outside time. She's not getting outside enough.
Mm-mm.
And she's
anything comes out of her mouth is a damn lie.
She's still mad about her colored pencils too. She's a little mad about.
Oh yeah, we already know that.
Not getting.
I can't wait until she takes the stand.
She ain't going to take the stand. There's no way in hell lawyers are going to let her take the stand.
Yeah, you're right, Jim. Between the best is yet to come.
Okay, well, Miss Ann, it was good hearing from you. You stay blessed, and until next time.
All right, buddy. You take care and quit all your hollering and carrying on. You're going to cause PJ to have a damn heart attack.
Okay, I'll see.
Worrying about you having one. Calm your tail down, buddy.
All right, you're excused, Miss Ann.
Bye. Bye, PJ.
All right, we had to excuse Miss Ann. She thinks the best is yet to come. And in the last few days that they're going to throw the book at Leilani. Loon, whatever she called her, right? Lying ass Loon. Dolly. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself, Miss Brenda?
Doing good. Let me ask you something. Wasn't that Leilani's mama that come and sat behind her for a minute when Misty was on the stand?
If it was, I didn't notice her. I wasn't paying too much attention to who it was in the.
They had showed Misty, and she had just got up on stand, and then they showed they went back to Leilani. Well, when they went back to Leilani, there was a blonde-headed lady that walked through that door, and she sat behind Leilani for a minute.
A blonde-headed lady?
Huh?
You say blonde hair?
Yeah.
Then it ain't Billy Joe. Then Billy Joe don't have blonde hair.
Okay. I didn't know. I thought that was her mama, but okay. Thank you.
All right.
That's all I wanted. Love you all.
All right, Miss Brenda, you be good. I mean, she may have some blonde highlights, but trust me, I know what Billy Joe looked like. She's been all up in my face. I was going to hold her in contempt. All right. Judge Dolly. Hello. Hey, you got to turn me down in the background. I think that was Lisa. Okay. I'm not positive, but I think it was Lisa. Judge Dolly.
Hey. What are you doing?
I'm holding court today, and you late.
What'd you say?
I'm holding court today, and you're late.
I know. I had an appointment, but you know what? When they walked in and turned you on, they fell on the floor laughing at you.
Did they?
Oh, my! I'm serious. You ain't right.
I know. I never said I was right.
Where did you get that?
I bought it off Amazon.
The wig too?
The wig too. I was ordered it live when I was on court like 3 days ago.
My daughter Nicole thought maybe PJ made it out of cotton.
No, it's legit. Look, I got some hair in the back and everything.
Dude, you're a jerk. That's why we watch it. Ain't nobody else gonna do this stuff. You crazy? I swear. I ain't never in my life. But I missed it. Did Danny cough up anything?
Nothing.
It's a waste of time, huh?
Waste of 4 days. Nothing. I mean, zero. Donut.
So nothing, still nothing. All this time I missed.
Nothing.
Man.
There's more evidence that you killed the baby than there is.
Dolly, don't say that.
I'm just saying.
There's more evidence that you're so crazy. You ain't right. But you know what? The way I look at it, the main person, yeah, she's got no soul. But Billy Joe is the most. She should not. Who would leave a little newborn with a drunk and addict? Who would do that?
Apparently Billy Joe Jawbone. How would?
Okay, then she needs to be right in there with her daughter, and she needs to take responsibility too.
I agree. She should be charged with some type of criminal child neglect. Which
right? There's no excuse.
Yeah. Quentin would be alive. CPS failed that baby. Billy.
Oh, heck yeah.
Failed that baby. Leilani failed that baby. Danny failed that baby. Paul failed that baby. The neighbors around that house failed that baby. A lot of people failed that baby. And that's ordered by the judge, Dolly, here.
I know that, Dolly, but you got to look at the ones that were put in charge of them. Look at the gavel. You got to look. Paul was a drug addict. The mama was the grandmother prostitute drug addict. Leilani a drug addict.
Paul, I know, just smoked some weed. I don't really consider a weed head a drug addict. It's a little.
No, but he had attitude. He was responsible for those babies.
Oh no, he's the next to go to prison.
Yeah, he got attitude.
But I'm saying they're gonna say something to the wrong person, they're gonna slap the shit out.
Oh heck yeah. Oh yeah.
Because he's just a little punk.
Yeah. But Danny, at least he said he cleaned a little bit. He took care of the kids. Whose job is that? Hers.
That is Billy Joe's job. She had custody of the kids.
Exactly. And Leilani.
That baby shouldn't have been in a playpen with throw up in it.
It was, Dolly, I cried. That was so freaking good. No, that's worse than a poor people trying to raise the kids that are homeless in a car. At least they keep them cleaner.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to remind me a lot of the Harmony, Adam Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery case, just because they're pointing the fingers at each other now.
Right. Do you really think she'll walk?
They need something better than they've had so far. No, I don't think she's going to walk because she's going to get at least 7 years for lying to the police.
She's already full too.
And what I'm thinking is she's going to do 15 years, 10 for the disposing of a corpse, 5 for the lying to the police. She's already done 2. So she'll probably serve another 11 years. Unless they bring out the big guns and they get her for one of these murder charges, she's going to serve less than 15 years.
That ain't right. Look how young she is. I wouldn't put her around no kid, not even a dog.
I wouldn't let her watch Lolo. I'd be too scared.
No.
Too short-tempered.
No.
Lolo start barking, and next thing you know, she'd kill my dog.
But you know the part where he was wired in the hotel? There was something up with that because it looked like she knew that he was recording her.
I thought so too. I told PJ the same thing last.
Yeah, because she kept getting in his face. I'm surprised she didn't hit him.
And you know what made me think she was suspicious of him? She said, "You keep asking the same questions the FBI asked me."
Exactly. Right. That's when I heard that too. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. So,
and then when she said, I want you to comfort me. Who in the blank would comfort an idiot that just killed her baby?
You know what they say, though? If you're going to break the law, do it by yourself and don't tell anybody, because the person you tell is going to be the person that testifies against you.
Yeah, but she's got to live with that HELL every single day, though, Dolly.
That girl is emotionless. She don't give 2 damns. She don't care if she's in jail.
You don't even think the medicine's making her feel that way?
Mm. I met this woman in person. She don't give a damn about nothing. Nothing.
Really? So, did you see the part where she Googled what was it that she Googled how to hurt a child that she didn't? What was the part that she Googled?
I don't know what she Googled.
How is it normal to feel bad about a child, your own child, or how to hurt your child?
Yeah. I just know this: when they arrested her and they were walking her into the jail, she had the same look on her face that she had when I was talking to her. Just didn't care, looked, dead inside. I don't think she.
If I was you, I'd be afraid to be near her.
I think she was really on the verge of unaliving herself, and she didn't really care about anything anymore.
But I'm just saying, that's another job that is parent Billy Joe. She had to see signs of that girl showing some kind of abnormal behavior, depression. She needed to get her help.
Yeah, thank you, Casey, for the super sticker. I agree, and that they put her in a psych place there at the end, but I think that was a little too late.
Right, exactly. I'm not talking about the end. I'm talking about before she ever had kids.
Yeah, one 22-year-old girl don't need to be having 3 kids by 3 different dudes.
Nope, not at all.
You know what I'm saying?
She didn't need 1, no less 3.
Young ladies, you need to know your value in this world. You know
right.
what I'm saying? And I think a lot of young ladies lack that. They get up with anybody thinking I'm in love, and they're quick to spend.
Hey, love, Dolly. That's love.
I know that, but young people don't know that. They mistaken love and lust all the time.
Well, and that's where she's in. That's why she's in the spot she's in now. Plus, she was brought up bad. But it's sad. I pray something happens. She needs to get longer than that time frame for that little baby. He was gorgeous.
Yeah, I hope so too. I hope she gets more than 15. I'm praying for at least 15. I know of, right? Because she deserves at least 15 so far. But
yeah.
Life with no parole would be good with me too. I can live with it. You know what I'm saying? I can live with
exactly. Even if she was to get out, God forbid, she changed her life. If people ever came across her, they're not going to be too, they would know her. They would have distance from her. She would have a bad rep wherever she went. Because it's been all over the place.
Yeah. I mean, she would, even if they let her out, what kind of life could she have now? She can't go get a job anywhere. She's all over court TV, and nobody's wanting to be involved with her. Nobody's going to want her around their kids,
Oh, heck no.
So, and, and if they let her out today, she would go right back to drugs.
Well, that's what PJ just said. If she got out, she'd do something dumb. PJ just said that.
She would because she don't care. She genuinely does not care. And it ain't faking it. She wasn't faking what I seen in Georgia. That was real. It was how she acted, how she felt was real. And that girl is dead inside. She is 100% dead inside. I've met a lot of people in my life, and I've never met nobody like Leilani, ever.
Really?
And that's a true statement. I ain't just telling you that. I mean that.
No, I believe it. I look at her. She didn't cry one time when she saw those bows and stuff, but she turned around and looked at stupid Danny going out the door.
And, PJ says she's done it for attention, and that may be the case, right? That video. But this girl, if she did unalive herself, it wouldn't surprise me. None. She just does not care about, she don't care about anything. She didn't care about going to jail. She didn't care about Quinton. She don't care about herself. And she's shown that. You know what I'm saying? She's shown that she don't care about herself. And it's sad to see a young lady throw her life away. Just throw it away and not even give a F.
Well, she threw him away to the garbage.
Well, she threw herself away too.
Oh, heck yeah, she did. That's what I'm saying. Kids are a gift. God gives you gifts. And some women can't, like my poor niece, she can't, and she wasn't, when she's older, she wasn't so bad. And I'm just saying, God blessed her with 3. And
yeah, I mean,
girl,
she didn't take it as a blessing. Some people look at it like it's a curse, Then
why not? Okay, have a baby. Why not give them to somebody that needs a baby? They can't have a baby.
If the baby's going crazy and you're going to leave anyway, why not just leave and left the baby with Danny?
Right.
Why her?
Oh, Paul. Hell, Paul be better than her. He wouldn't have killed him.
I don't know. They are family full of killers.
Hope not.
I think he's the next one to go to prison. Or he's the next, somebody's going to break their foot off in his ass because he's a little mouthy.
Oh, but why not leave him with the babysitter? He loved the babysitter. Why not just give him to the babysitter?
Yeah, exactly. Because people, they want their cake and eat it too. Or if I can't have them, you can't, kind of thing. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what was going through her mind. Whatever it was something dark and it was something evil. And I just don't think that way. So it's hard for me to pinpoint.
Exactly. Me either. I'm too soft-hearted, especially when it comes to a child or animal.
Yeah.
I know. It's sad.
All right.
Well, you made our day. You're a trip.
All right. You're excused. See you next time.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Judge Dolly in the house. Of course, Lisa, she's calling from Northern Virginia. And, Virginia laws are a little bit different. They would have Billy Joe lock slam up here. That's one thing I am proud of about being from Virginia until I get in trouble, is our laws are stiff. They're strict. They're hard on you, and they will put you under the damn prison, right? But in cases, these bad cases, I guess that's a good thing, right? So I don't know. It's sad what Quinton went through. It's sad that he had to be raised by drug addicts, drunks, prostitutes. I mean, his mother, his grandmother, both prostitutes. If you're selling your ass for money, you're a prostitute. If you're selling your ass for drugs, you're a prostitute. So the apple didn't fall too far from the tree in this case. When you raise your kids, I've always wanted to make my daughter better than me. Don't do the shit I done. Don't make my mistakes. I try to teach her to learn from those, to be better than me. Right. Like I tell her, like, she's starting school. She started school a little bit late. Right. Far as college. And I said, listen, you don't want to wait super long to go to college. And she just got a really big promotion with her job. And she's going to be like a regional manager, which she's going to be flying around and training the other managers. So she can be flying up and down the East Coast here shortly, training other employees, right? And she's making decent money. She's doing really good, right? But I told her, I said, listen, you're doing good right now, but that could come to an end one day. You don't know. You want to have a backup plan, a strong backup plan. So she's going to school and she's starting school this year. And so she's going to have a super busy schedule. But the point is, you want your kids to be better than you. Okay. Definitely. I don't want you to turn out the same way I did. I don't want you to make the same mistakes I made. I want to teach you my mistakes and show you there's a better way. Right. And if Leilani went down the same path Billy Joe did, okay, don't go to my path, right? Don't become a metal singer and end up on YouTube. Do something good. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying what I did was bad. Let me tell you, I've lived an awesome life. I've done a lot of things people dream of doing, right? But I still think, a solid job would have been better than chasing a dream. I've always been a dream chaser, right? But there's the saying, the only people that catch their dreams are the people that chase them. And let me tell you, I've been running my whole life, chasing a dream. And it's been an awesome run, right? I have to say, I've done some really cool shit. And I wouldn't change it for the world. But do I want my kid chasing an impossible dream to catch? You'll never catch it, right? And then, you set these goals, and when you reach them, you just set another goal. So it's a race you're going to run forever. It's a race I'll run to the day I die, chasing a dream, right? Chasing just a dream. It's like running down a dream. I want better for my daughter. I don't want her to follow that same path. I don't want her to chase a dream. I want her to fulfill her dreams. It's totally different. And that's what I try to encourage. You have to break the cycle at some point, right? You have to break the cycle. Even though you're from a family full of crazies, don't mean you got to be fucking crazy, right? You can have crazy, every family has crazy people in it. My family, your family. If you ain't got no crazy people in your family, you ain't got a real family. I got some fucking idiots in my family, right? But you don't have to be that, right? You can break that cycle and be whatever you want to be in this world, right? If you was abused as a child, you don't got to go on to abuse people. If you was talked to like shit, you don't got to talk to people like shit, If you was spoiled as a child, don't mean you got to spoil your child. You got to break the cycle, right? That's just the way I look at it. Every parent is different how they parent their kids, I got one kid, so I pretty much spoil Tiff. Like, there ain't much she asks for that she don't get. But, I try to make it to where, to explain to her, hey, I've had to work hard for this. So when I give you something, appreciate it, and just like if you give me 50 cents or $1, I appreciate that. I know that you worked your ass off for that $1 or $2 or $10, $20, $100, whatever you give me. I know y'all have worked y'all's ass off for it. So if I don't thank you, thank you guys, right? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm appreciative of everything I get. Anything when somebody helps me, or if you just like the videos, I appreciate the hell out of you, because you know why? Because you don't got to do that, right? And I want to, pass that on to be like, I'm giving you this, but don't never take it as I got to appreciate what I give you, because you're grown, right? At this point, well, when she was young, I didn't say that, but now she's grown. Appreciate the things that I do for you. It's important. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me check my phone. The dogs are barking. But I got a lot of packages that have been coming today, so I think they're barking at Amazon and stuff like that, because I've ordered a lot of labels and packaging stuff for my soaps. And I just heard a door close. So let me check my security system real fast, guys. All right. Yeah, it's a package. It's a package just got delivered. See, that is security right there. I mean, I got security on all my stuff in the house, on the house, outside my house. So don't never try to sneak up on me. Okay. I will know. And even if my cameras, like I have my camera off right that second, the dogs never turn off. Right. Could y'all hear them barking? So as soon as you step out your vehicle, you shut a door or any of that thing, start walking up the driveway, them dogs go crazy. So that's how I know when stuff is here. I'm like, okay, I got you. So don't think you can sneak up on Judge Dolly, because you know how that last judge just got shot. Y'all ain't doing Dolly like that. Y'all ain't doing Dolly like that. Love the attitude, Dolly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. But yeah, raise your kids to be better than you are and to be good people. That's the moral of that whole long story right there. So did Dolly ship his wig? Did I ship my wig? Wrangler's here too. He's vicious. He is a mean ass little dog, right? So my daughter came over, Tiffany, and Wrangler got out the cage and bit Tiffany. All right. So that wasn't good. Right. So he bit her twice too. He bit her in the thigh and he bit her in the hand. He just drew a little bit of blood on her hand though. And, of course, she had to go to the doctor. She's taking antibiotics for the dog bite. And Tiff calls him Demon Dog. Okay. Demon Dog. Right. But once he gets to know you, he's just a big cuddle bug. Okay. Like he used to growl at me and try to bite me. And, but now he's like my buddy. He sleeps with me at night now. You know what I'm saying? He's always waking me up, licking me. He plays fetch really good. So he's a real playful dog. It's just when he don't know you, he is mean as shit. Right. And oh, look, I don't want to go out there with this wig on because Lolo didn't even recognize me. Okay. Lolo was growling at me. And I was thinking, okay, if I let Wrangler out, he's going to bite me because he don't know who I am. Lori L. just hopped on. Judge Dolly, Washington is in session. Yes, right. I've been a judge since 1776. I was a judge overseeing the Declaration of Independence. All right. But I know everybody that wants to see Leilani convicted is a little worried right now. And you should be. I'm worried, right? But we got to hope and we got to pray to little baby Jesus that there will be some stuff that comes out. We know the babysitter has some dirt. We know the babysitter's daughter is going to say, hey, she's seen Leilani beat the child. I know that because, I've sat down and talked to this little girl. She came out and she's really sweet. I met her when she was probably 14, 15 years old. And she was well-spoken. She understood everything that was happening, right? And she hung out at the house a lot. And believe it or not, I think she's going to be the most damaging witness against Leilani than anybody because this little girl was around Leilani, right? She was around there. She's the one that was in the pool with Quinton when Leilani started beating Quinton. She was there when she was beating him outside, right? So I think it's going to be real damaging, but she still didn't see Leilani do it, right? She didn't see Love the wig. This is my real hair. This is what YouTube will do to you, all right? It went gray, and then the next day it was all white. I was like, wow, right? YouTube is stressful. Plus, you seen I had a heart attack. Right.
Hello.
Hey, Judge Dolly here. How's it going?
Oh, pretty good. I just wanted to try to tell him that I believe Miss Ann.
You believe Miss Ann? You got to turn me down in the background or we're going to echo really bad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I've never called into any of these shows.
Okay.
But I had to today.
Awesome.
This is Gran from Kentucky.
Awesome. Nice to meet you.
And I just wanted to let Dolly know that I think Miss Ann is right. Hold your bloomers on, because the best is yet to come.
Okay. I don't know if I'm old enough to wear bloomers yet. I think I got to get up there a little bit. I'm not quite sure. Don't let the white hair fool you. I'm not that old.
Oh, well, white hair don't fool me, but I am old. I'm older than you.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm hoping Miss Ann is right, that the best is yet to come.
It's just, I can hear it in her voice. She's just absolute about it.
I know. I mean, she is. She's like, yeah, she's going to prison forever. Don't worry. And Miss Ann does have a lot of friends in law enforcement down there. You know.
Oh, yes, she does. She knows everybody.
Miss Ann's been in Savannah forever. She knows a little bit of everybody, and she will talk you to death. You get around Miss Ann, you got to find a escape plan.
You know what it is? It's the name Ann. That's what my middle name is.
Is it? Yeah, I mean, Miss Ann is a talker. She is a talker, that is for sure.
Well, I've always said I never met a stranger.
Yeah, well, that's a good way to look at it. Well, once you meet them, they ain't a stranger anymore.
Well, I've traveling on planes and what have you. I've met real good people from other countries. I had trouble understanding their English, but
that's like me. I can pretty much talk to anybody. I can talk to a random person anywhere. I don't have a problem with just striking up a conversation with somebody.
well, if something catches my eye, I have a comment. You know?
Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I've always had a lot of older people when I'm in airports or on the train or anything, that just seem to look at me and trust me. They'll just want me to sit with them and watch their purses while they go to the bathroom.
I've always.
I guess I'm just honest, and it shows.
I've always liked talking to older people because young people are fucking stupid. You can't learn that from a young person. You can learn so much from an older person.
Well, my oldest brother, I used to, when I was young, I'd take off and go to visit the old people around in the town, and I'd say, well, I'll be back in a little while. He'd say, where you going to get educated?
Yeah, I used to sit around back in the day and talk to this lady that was 100 years old, and she would tell me about the Great Depression and shit. And I always liked talking to her because she had lived through so much. And she was healthy as hell, 100 years old. She didn't have no dementia. She wasn't senile. She walked around. Because I was thinking, man, you're going to live forever. She's still alive. I think she's like 111 years old.
Well, we took care of my husband's aunt that lived just a few houses down from us for years. And she lived by herself, and she lived to be 97.
Wow. And you know, this lady told me she never really ate processed food. She's always eating out of her garden and stuff she cooked, like fresh meats and things like that. And she is almost 111 years old.
Well, Aunt Kat didn't like to eat meat. She'd eat ham or bacon.
There has to be a secret to it. She never smoked, never drank.
Now, Aunt Kat, years ago, when she was younger, smoked a pipe.
Smoked a pipe? Granny does that.
And put brandy in her coffee.
Brandy in the coffee. Okay, I can understand that. I mean, I think that, you know, a little bit of alcohol sometimes is actually pretty good for you.
Well, she wouldn't go to the doctor.
Oh, well.
She said they just wanted to give her pills because she's old, and she said that's what's killing everybody. It's all them pills they give them.
Maybe some of these people are right. You know, maybe they're right.
Well,
I don't know.
What got her was breast cancer.
Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, if it hadn't been for that, she'd made it over 100. I guarantee it.
Okay.
Went down. I used to walk down there during the day just to check in on her. I went down there one time, and I said, "What are you doing?" She had her big dining room table in the middle of the living room. She said, "I'm painting my ceilings." She was 92 years old, and I said, well, let me and Mike help you do that. She said, oh, no, this is how I get my exercise.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be surprised that, you know, you keep exercising, eat right, live right. You can live a long time.
Well, she told me, she said, if your back starts hurting you, just rearrange your furniture.
All right. Well, look. Hey, I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, I just wanted to I wanted to say that Miss Ann, I believe, is right.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thanks for talking to me.
You're excused. All right. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
So, yeah, take care of yourself. Like, I've realized that, right? That, for the longest time, first 50 years of my life, I put anything in my body, greasy foods, and it takes a toll on you. It does. It really does. You got to be careful about what. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey, Melanie.
How you doing?
I am living good, Melanie. Let me tell you.
That's good. So, what do you think the outcome will be in this trial?
Guilty.
I do too. Guilty.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for anyway. On all charges.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah, because she is guilty.
I believe so. I mean, but there's not a lot of proof, but I believe that. And I'm hoping the jury believes that too.
Yeah.
But it don't take but one person not to believe it, though. It don't take but one person to hang that jury.
Yeah. And that'll be bad if that happens. But anyway, I believe that she killed Quinton and put him in the garbage can.
You know what? That's what I believe too, Melanie. I think she killed Quinton and she put him in that garbage can.
And they took him off to the landfill.
Yes. That's where he ended up, was in the landfill. So I think she did it.
Yeah.
So
what was that story you were telling about Wrangler biting your Tiffany?
Yeah, he bit her twice.
When?
She came on, this was about a month ago.
Okay.
I put him in the cage in his kennel, and he knows how to put his nose in the cage and lift it up and open the door. So when I let Tiff in the house, he opened the cage on his own and then ran out. I didn't see him run out. So she was like, the dog's biting me. And then I ran and grabbed him. And by that time he had done bit her twice.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, he only got her good in the hand. Like, it was just one tooth mark on her finger, but her finger was kind of swollen. She had to go to the doctor, get on antibiotics and stuff like that for the dog bite. But she's not mad no more. She don't trust the dog at all anymore.
Yeah, and does Lolo and Wrangler have their rabies shot?
Yeah, they have all their shots. Yes.
Oh, that's good.
Our animals are well taken care of. They spent fast little. But Wrangler, he's funny with strangers, and that was really the first time he had met Tiff.
Yeah.
So he just bit her. I don't know. That's what he did, though.
Oh my goodness!
And if I would have been a little bit quicker, I would have stopped it. But I thought he was in the cage good. I locked the cage, and he knew how to open it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and I wasn't expecting it. I just wasn't expecting it. I was kind of slipping on my game, and he got her twice, but not like bad, like not bad, but he got her.
Yeah, well, I remember we were when I was about 6 or 7 years old. A dog bit me, and my dad gave me a whipping for it.
Well, that's funny because my grandma's dog bit me, and she whipped me for it too, for messing with her dog. She was a mean lady. She was a mean ass lady. My grandma.
Yeah.
She wore them little German glasses. Like, she looked like she just left the SS. I don't know. She looked like a Nazi. And she was a mean lady.
Yeah.
I remember the dog bit me and she whipped me for messing with her dog. It was a Chihuahua.
Yeah.
Now I got a Chihuahua, but back then, it was like I forget the dog's name, her dog's name. I can't remember. I was a little kid.
Yeah.
But she was like 100 years old. She didn't hit hard. You know what I'm saying?
Well, when my daddy whipped me, I started crying and screaming and everything.
Oh, well, it wasn't that bad. She was a little old lady, little Nazi lady. And yeah, you didn't mess with her dog. She liked her dog better than she liked me. So I don't blame you.
I like your hair white. I like your white hair.
I had to work on my curls today right here. You know what I'm saying? But I think I got them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see them. They are curly, ain't they?
Yeah. All right, Melanie. Look, you be good. You stay safe until I talk to you next time. Okay.
Okay. Everybody be praying for me.
We pray for you every day, Melanie.
Okay, thank you. I love you. Tell peace all over too.
All right, peace.
Peace.
Does everybody realize that PJ can hear you? She's always listening in the shadows. Okay, so you ain't got to tell me to tell PJ. PJ hears everything. Okay, she got eyes and ears everywhere. She's always in the stream or has it in her ear. She wears them like. I can't do it. You know how people wear them iPods? Or what is it? Not an iPod. Is that what it is? What do they call the little eye things you wear in your ear? iPhone earbud. Earbud. The little earbuds, right? She wears the iPhone earbud, and she always has it in. Now, earpod, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I can't wear them. I have a pair. I never wear them. You know what I'm saying? I never have that shit in. I'm like, I can't walk around like with people, how they got the little thing in their ear and it looks like they're talking to themselves. I can't do that. I'd rather you just listen to me talk on speakerphone, right? I always use speakerphone. And, that's why when I tell Tiff when she calls, I have mine set up that goes right to speaker. So when Tiff calls, I always tell her, hey, we're live because we're on speakerphone, right? I can't walk around like that because every time I see somebody with one, I think they're crazy. And why is Judge Dolly?
Hey, Dolly. This is OG. Bobscow.
Okay, what's going on, OD? ODB?
OG. How you doing?
Okay, the original granny or the original gangster?
The original gangster.
Okay, all right.
Because I don't have any kids, so no grandkids.
Okay. So
anyway, I just wanted to say that I'm not concerned at all about the case against Leilani, not one bit. If you'll remember back when this case first popped off, I believe it was on Monday after all of this, storytelling and stuff, that the local news had pictures of the FBI CSI team that were tarping up the windows. And they were in that house for hours. And then it was the next day that Chief Hadley came out and said that Quinton was dead. And then that is when they proceeded to start the search at the landfill.
Yeah. Because I was down there because the day before the news reported, I reported that he was in the dumpster at the Azalea truck.
Mm-hmm.
And then it came out, and then they said they were searching the landfill.
Right, but I'm not sure if you were right there when they tarped up those all the windows.
I was there the very next day.
Okay. Well, I've been following true crime for over 4 decades before there was an internet and all that.
Before they had a magnifying glass, you was true criming.
Yeah, and I never have read, researched, or seen that done, ever.
Okay.
So I'm sure they've got something, and I'm really waiting for the CSI, the FBI team to come in and testify.
Court's back in session, so I have to talk to you later, okay?
No problem. You take it easy.
All right, bye.
Bye.
To suggest that on some of these prior nights, and perhaps on October 4th as well, that what she was doing was picking up drugs for the both of them, and what he was doing is impatiently waiting for her to get home with drugs for the both of them to use. That was the clear suggestion. As to the October 1st text messages and some of the October 4th text messages. Now, I think they did this in part because they kind of misread what these text messages signify in Defense 1, which I put in as States Exhibit something.
Let's see if we can get to 3,000 likes today. Hit that like
what
button.
What they show is the defendant out having, and Mr. Young can kind of testify to this, although he claimed not to know exactly what she was doing. Maybe he just didn't want to believe it or didn't want to speculate. These messages show that, and here I'm talking about States Exhibit 83, the Craig messages show that she was not out getting drugs for the both of them, and he was not at home waiting for her to come home with drugs for the both of them to use. She was out visiting her paramour, Craig. Again, they put these messages into issue. We weren't admitting any of these night of October 1 messages where the defendant says, bet it'll be before 3 a.m. and I see you. You can go out and do what you want tomorrow night. Can't come in and lay down at 2 a.m. Just go out and fuck around and don't ask me or tell me shit. They're the ones that put these into evidence. We need to be able to prove what all this was about to get around the suggestion that they've made about what Danny was doing in sending those messages on October 1 and what he was up to on the night of October 4th. Remember, we say he's just home waiting for her to finish this trip so that they can go to bed. And they're suggesting no, he's home impatiently waiting for drugs because he's going to stay up and use them with her. So this is really what exactly was going on is now at issue. I want to point the court back to States Exhibit 83, page 9, line 123. Does the court have a copy?
Madam Clerk can hand it up. Okay. Once again, Mr. Dean, which page?
Page 9.
Okay.
123.
Mm-hmm.
And the following messages and the ones that come before. These are in UTC time. So to get to Eastern Standard Time for these messages, you subtract 4 hours at this time of year. So line 123, it says it's at 7:23 a.m. on October 1st. You would back off 4 hours. It's at 4:23 a.m. on October 1st, in which she's referring to this sexual encounter that just happened between them. So that is what was going on between them in the early morning hours of October 1st, 2022, when Danny was sending these messages to her, urging her to come home so that they could go to sleep, as he testified to. We think it's very likely that she wasn't just getting drugs from Craig on the night of the 4th at this point. Beyond that,
I got him.
The GPS evidence will show that she's there for 10 minutes. Doesn't take 10
Just
minutes.
made a mockery of you, kicking your ass out. Ha ha!
Mr. Craig.
Don't let the door hit you in the ass.
And so, in any case, I think they've thrown it into issue, and we think it ought to come in at this point.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 83.
Oh, you already had it. Okay.
Has not been admitted into evidence.
No, I haven't
Yes.
offered it into evidence because the
Okay.
court has to this point excluded the messages and the general subject matter.
And I want to be sure of that. Okay, so it's not in evidence. It has been excluded thus far. And specifically, you want the unredacted.
They got their rights violated. Okay, you got.
There is no redacted.
Well, there is no redacted.
And
Would you
I-
like it to come in without redaction?
Absolutely, because to redact it would be to redact out the relevant evidence that we're seeking to introduce. I mean, it's a little salacious, but it's the facts of the case that she created. I mean, I didn't write these messages. I didn't go visit Craig. This is the evidence. Sometimes it's a little unseemly. Murder cases are like that.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Your Honor, absolutely everything Mr. Dean just said has already been litigated. Number one. Number two, we didn't open the door to anything having to do with Craig. He doesn't like the fact, he's right. He's absolutely right. He could have asked Mr. Youngin about these text messages, but he didn't. Okay, I did, and he didn't like that. Two different animals. But finally, the Supreme Court of the state of Georgia agrees with me on this one. Harris versus State decided June 22nd, 2022. Supreme Court case number S22A0092. It's about a 155-page opinion, Judge. And it has to do with basically the salacious sexual text that Mr. Dean's talking about. And it directly on point says these do not come in. It's not relevant. It doesn't help prove anything. It's just to get into the salacious aspects of the case and to try and ask the jury to judge this case on character or character defects rather than the evidence in the case. So the court's ruling was right the first time. Nothing's changed. I'm sorry Mr. Dean believes that, but the facts haven't changed of the case. So the court was right the first time, and the Supreme Court of Georgia agrees with me on this one.
Okay, Mr. Dean,
May I address the Harris case, Your Honor?
you can.
It is a long opinion, and I've read all of it. I don't know about my counterpart. The holding in Harris was about a broad swath of 404B type evidence about the defendant, who was alleged to have intentionally left his child in a hot car, having a motive to do so, because as evinced by all these text messages and things like that between him and women, and in some cases underage girls online, and his having visited prostitutes and things like that, I think, over a period of a couple of months. Now, the holding in which the Georgia Supreme Court said it was an abuse of discretion to allow some of that evidence in, it was as to some of it. As to the older evidence further in time away from the crime, in the opinion, I think the opinion actually supports us, because where they start from is, look, a lot of this stuff was admissible. Some of the more recent things closer in time to the crime, but the state went overboard here, and the trial court allowed them to do it. If you read that opinion and you kind of compare the timing, nature, and volume of the evidence that we're seeking to get in here to what the state did in Harris,
This is a smart lawyer,
the court will
prosecutor,
see
though. He's
very
smart.
clearly that we are well on the right side of the line here. And there is, especially there never was any chance that this would happen, especially now. There is no reviewing court, certainly not the Georgia Supreme Court, that would find an abuse of discretion for allowing this evidence in at this point, when the defendant has introduced text messages from Daniel Youngkin to her, in which he's urging her to come home. What he was urging her to come home from, whether he understands it or not, is from the
Drug dealer.
The
Craig.
The relationship, that
Red.
infidelity that was keeping her out and awake all night and affecting his ability to sleep. And they put these in, and they've suggested, and even point blank asked him and insinuated, that he's impatiently waiting for her to bring drugs home because he wants to use the drugs. We need to be able to prove that no, she was out banging the drug dealer.
Yes,
And
there
he
you
just
go,
wanted her to come
banging.
home so they could go to sleep together.
He used
That's
banging.
where we were at right now. Right. And this evidence should come in at this point. I feel very strongly about that.
Mr.
Banging
Hilliard,
the drug
I'm
dealer.
going to step away from the bench and take a look at what we have, but I'm going to allow you to go ahead.
I was going to say, Judge, I don't see the drug dealer on the witness list. I don't know what Mr. Dean's talking about. He's talking about his interpretation of something his witness has already testified to. He can make that argument in closing, unless he wants to bring in Mr. Weston or whoever they are and put them on the witness stand. So what he's actually talking about is his interpretation of something, which is for argument's sake.
I understand. And I'm going to step away because I feel we can go on for a while. And I'm going to take a look at the case and take it under advisement for a few minutes. Let's figure 15, 20 minutes at this point.
We just got back.
All right. We're in recess.
All right. Recess is back. So that means we throw the phone line back up there. What do you think? Should they be allowed to bring in these text messages that she was banging the drug dealer? Right? I mean, they did bring in what he wanted, what he was waiting on, why he was upset. Now, Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, Alamo City. Well, we finally got what I was talking about yesterday. We talking about the movie Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Bang, 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 bang.
But here's the thing. I don't think she's going to rule against the Supreme Court.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, 150 pages. She ain't going to be able to review that whole Supreme Court document or the rule. Well, she might be able to look at a little bit of final, kind of like on doctors' paperwork. They'll put their final impression or something. Maybe she can look at it a little quickly. Let's hope the break ain't too long because we got to keep on trucking. But like I said earlier, they should have kept Danny as a witness to bring back. There's a lot of mistakes the man have made, but I'm glad that he's finally running his mouth. He's trying to fight because I'm telling you, the drug man's dope man, his text messages is totally relevant. All that is relevant.
I think so too. I think it's relevant because, you know, you were saying you were waiting on her and why she wasn't answering the phone. It goes, she wouldn't answer the phone because she was banging the drug dealer.
Bang, 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 bang. Yep, sure was.
So, but
I wouldn't let somebody else call unless you got something else to say to me.
Okay, but here's my question. Why is this prosecutor coming in hot now? Why hasn't he been hot like this the whole time?
He was hangry. He needed lunch.
Okay, maybe. I guess. I don't know. All right, you be good.
All right, maybe he had his meat and potatoes before he walked in. It might have helped. All right, bye, PJ.
You're excused. Peace. All right. So we are in recess right now because I guess she's going to go back there and read some of the Supreme Court's ruling on these text messages that deal with it. I mean, I get what they're saying. It don't prove her guilt. Just because she was banging somebody don't mean she killed the baby. It does prove that it goes into the fact that she's a liar, right? And she was not only lying to authorities, but she was also lying to Danny. And they're trying to accuse Danny. Hello. Hello. Judge Dolly.
Hello?
Hello. Hey.
Oh, I can barely hear you.
Okay, let me bring this.
You in the tunnels?
No, I'll bring the mic closer to me. I'm trying not to be loud for people.
You know, the defense brought these messages in. They're the ones that opened this door.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's it. So you have to allow it, I would say.
Well, they brought in Danny's messages. They didn't bring in Craig or Red's messages.
Right.
You know,
right.
But they are blaming him, you know, so I think he should be, you know, they should have the right to defend Danny and say, well, look, he, you know, she was lying to him also and cheating.
Right. Right. Exactly. And this whole thing yesterday about the vomit or the other day, did they really not test it? That could have shown internal bleeding. It could have shown drugs in the system. They just smelled it, Detective Dipshit, or what?
Well, they went to the Dipshit Academy, but yeah, they didn't test it. They didn't test the blood. They didn't test the throw up. They didn't test anything. If you're going to do something, break the law, do it in Georgia or Tennessee.
That's crazy. That blows my mind.
Mm-hmm. I know it's poor police work.
That could have cracked the whole case open.
Amen. And if she walks, we got to blame it on the Savannah police.
Yep. Well, let's pray they got something up their sleeve.
I hope so.
All right, Dolly, you take care.
Peace. Be good.
Peace, Your Honor.
All these breaks are putting me to sleep. All right, we take a break to take a break around here. Tammy Stokes. Okay, I thought I trained you better than this, right? I thought I trained you better than this. There's a lot of break time. There's more break time than there is court time, right? We've been watching for 5.5 hours. There's been 30 minutes of court. That's it. We've seen about an hour of Danny. We've seen about 30 seconds of Misty, and we've been here all day. Okay. This lady takes brunch breaks, lunch breaks, breakfast breaks. Judge Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
Looking good.
Thank you. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
This is Tiffany from Georgia.
Hey, Tiffany.
Hey, so that was my thing. They should have tested the vomit because in every case, I feel like the systems fail these children, whether their CPS comes out before they come missing, whether, these cases are not handled right from the jump. So I think that anything and anyone that had any connection to these people should be brought into court and they should be a witness. I mean, they should be
on that night.
Exactly. Anything that Danny should have not been dismissed. I mean, they failed to ask really important questions.
I agree.
Because he was around her the most about the children. I mean, about, Quinton and everything.
They never even asked him, had he ever seen her whip the kids?
Exactly. I mean, and my thing is I'm wondering, did he ingest something? I mean, was there something that he ingested? Because
it's possible. I don't think he did. I think she did something and unalived him because she was drugged out of her mind and angry.
Well, she could have poisoned him for all we know. We don't know. They didn't test that vomit.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's where I'm coming from with it is, there was so much that was not done.
Yeah.
And he should have been asked a lot more questions. And they need to be stepping up their game, like 100%.
I agree. They get one shot. They don't get two.
And I think she should. I hope she does get up there and speak.
Because it's been all this time. It's been in her favor. And if she gets up there, they may trip her up. If I was her lawyer, I would advise her not to get up there.
Wow. I think they need to take her up there. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
And they need to start coming in a little bit stronger, keep these jurors awake.
If they get her up there, then that's when you're right. That'd probably be the most damaging thing against her. But if she refuses to take the stand, then you got to go by what everybody else said. And then it gets a little sketchy. You know what I'm saying?
And then the other thing that gets me is all these people, they admit to all this drug use. I mean, there's so much child endangerment.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at the very least, that needs to be charged. I mean, 100%, because this child was in an environment that is not okay. It infuriates me to my core. I mean, it really does. All the dope and everything that was around these kids is just ridiculous. And I don't get it. I mean, even in summer and everybody, it's just a mess. It's a mess. And parents are just, women like her makes me feel bad about being a woman.
Well, I mean, all women ain't terrible. She's just one of the terrible ones, just like all dudes ain't bad. You get some bad ones, and you got to get rid of them bad apples. And we need to get rid of her ass.
Yeah. She gives me the Jodi Arias vibes. She gives me Susan Smith vibes. I don't like her. I don't like her. She makes me.
And Danny himself, he should be getting he's a grown ass man. He's 30 years old. He should be getting his shit together and trying to get his daughter. And he ain't doing that either. So to me, he's a piece of crap. Don't mean he's guilty, but he's still a piece of shit dude. And dumb as a rock, Yeah,
completely dumb as a rock. But hopefully they'll step it up, and I appreciate you covering this because I've had a busy week at work, and you've been in my ears. I've been listening to this all week.
I'm glad you can be here with us. All right.
All right. Have a good one.
Boop.
All right.
All right. Peace.
All right. Bye.
Excuse. Let's order in the court now. Order in the court. Just because we in recess don't mean y'all can have a party. This ain't no club. Okay. I don't want to see no women twerking on the pews. No twerking on my pews. All right. Now, I would like to see them talk a little bit about their behavior. Like, her kid's missing. She's dancing in the window. Dolly.
Hi, Dolly. It's Mia. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
I'm good. I have 2 key points that I want to ask you about.
Okay, let's do it.
From the previous callers. Okay. The vomit. Did they bag and tag that evidence?
I don't know what they did. I know they sent the whole playpen to Quantico, and I'm assuming the pillow was part of it, whatever was in the playpen. Now, far as did they test it for anything? I don't know because it didn't seem like they were testing anything.
But do they still have it to test it now?
Yes, but once this trial's over with, you can't retry her. That's double jeopardy.
So they can't go right now and start testing.
They could, but they better test it fast. Because I mean, I thought the same thing too. Everybody's telling me to calm down and stuff. I've been trying to be pretty relaxed today about everything. I was a little upset by it yesterday. I was thinking if it was me, they would lie on me and they'd be like, every one of them bones were broke by me. You know what I'm saying? When did the state become honest, right? They usually lie on everybody. And they got up there and they told the absolute truth. Don't do that. Lie like we expect you to do. We know the system's corrupt.
Yeah, but they don't want to go down with her too if they get caught lying.
I guess. But good Lord, y'all are letting this girl walk. Like you might as well not even came up there and said anything. Why call the lady if she don't have nothing valuable to the case?
Because they're grasping at straws, like you guys said. It didn't sound like they have much evidence. Sorry, this big diesel is like.
It's a smear campaign. It's a smear campaign instead of evidence, is what it is. I mean, basically. Hard. I feel she done it, but you still got to prove it.
Yeah, but what about like the custody thing? Because I know in California, when a baby is under a year old, they only give them about a year to reunify, to do what they need to do to regain custody.
I think they should charge Billy Joe Howe with child neglect, felony child neglect, and they never did. And I'm thinking, well, if she had done her part, this baby be alive right now. How can you say that's not child neglect?
That's horrible.
And Billy Joe's trying to get the kids back.
She wants that money. That's why.
I mean, I don't know. Billy Joe had plenty of money. She had a really good job. I don't think she was sweating the money like people think.
What did she do for her job?
Her house was dirty, but she lives pretty good.
No, her house is good. Pool. Every time I see that pool.
Yeah, I mean, because she's probably spending her money on drugs and alcohol and things like that instead of upkeep of the house. But she makes good money. So does her husband. They have a really good job.
What do they do?
They're welders.
And
they're,
hell yeah.
They're like union welders too. So they're making good damn money.
My daughter wanted to do that one time, but knowing how expensive the training is, it's a long time to be like a bridge welder. I mean, in theory, you're putting people's lives are on the line. Whatever you build, you have to sign off on. So if you build a bridge and it comes collapsing, well, guess who they're coming after?
Yeah, they're coming after the people. But yeah, they have really good jobs. If you just see the stuff they sold the house for almost $400,000. They got nice vehicles. They got Harleys. They got fifth wheelers, Tory haulers. They're not really hurting for nothing. And you see Leilani, she's fluffy as hell. So, her canteen is full.
You think dudes are sending her money, Dolly?
Huh?
Do you think these weirdo guys are sending her money in jail?
No. I don't think any weirdo guys are sending her any money. I think Billy Joe is holding her down.
I was going to ask you something else or say something else. We were talking about the house. Well, why didn't she pay a nanny to watch the kids if she has so much money?
Probably because she didn't want to. And it
was
about getting the kids back for Leilani. That's all it was. That's why she took custody of the kids. She didn't take custody of the kids because she wanted the kids. She took custody of the kids so Leilani wouldn't lose them.
How did she lose them? Do you know the details behind that?
I don't know all the details, but she was strung out on drugs. And remember, she was arrested for them shoplifting charges and she was bouncing between states. So I think that has something to do with it. I'm not positive. That's just my opinion on that.
Okay. Well, I love the outfit, Judge Dolly. Get it.
All right. You be good. You're excused.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Peace. Yeah. So, like I said, when I told that to Billy Joe, I said the same thing to Billy Joe. That kid would be alive. She went into a rage. You think Leilani has a bad temper? So does Billy Joe. Hello?
Hello?
Hey, babe!
Are we doing this again today?
No. We're wishing jail upon this lady. Guilty.
No, but did I misunderstand you? Are you really thinking these shouldn't matter, these messages? Because that's craziness, if that's what you're saying.
No. I think they should be because they accused Danny. When they accused Danny, they should be able to defend Danny. The prosecution is what I said.
Right, because they're trying to get Leilani off, so they're saying, oh, he was just sitting around waiting for his drugs, when that, in fact, was not the case. She was literally banging the drug dealer. So now it's got to be shown because
the word of the
they weren't even going to mention it.
The word of the day is banging.
Banging. The gavel.
Well, banging the gavel, banging the drug dealer, a lot of banging going on today. Okay, we got to make sure everybody stays awake. When you do a little banging, it's hard to fall asleep banging.
I think the reason they didn't ask him if the kids were being disciplined is because then he would have been in question as to why he didn't call nobody.
Or do anything. Yeah, maybe.
Or do anything about it.
Yeah.
But the babysitter said she never seen Danny discipline the kids before. She said she never seen Danny do nothing but try and help. He's the one that brought the formula. He's the one that brought the diapers. So he's telling the truth. He's the one that was basically taking care of these kids.
Yeah, it's like he would spend his money on the kids and a little bit of drugs, and she would spend all her money on the drugs and give her ass up for him.
Yeah, but then she was so desperate for his attention and to be approved by him and have love from him, but yet it was weird.
Fake. It's fake. The one always accusing is the one doing.
Oh, I know that, but there's got to be like a deep-rooted, clearly and I said it from day one, she hates herself because there's no way you can harm that little baby. He looks identical to her. But then I thought, okay, well, she hates herself so much, but she desperately needs the approval from a man, but you might be right. I was right on the first part. The second part, you're right on. She literally is just a full-blown psychopath, in my opinion, at this point, because she don't care about actual attention or love or whatever she claims. She don't really care about herself. She's literally like dead inside, but she would never off herself. People that tell everybody in the world they're going to off themselves hardly ever do. It's an attention thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
but
sometimes you see the signs with people like, what did we see? Liam from One Direction yesterday, and he took his own life. What it appears to me is he hung himself off a balcony and let go. And
there was rumors of that. I can't believe I forgot to tell you. There was rumors that he thought he was jumping into a swimming pool.
Well, maybe the drugs he was on.
And he was on drugs bad that they had to carry him back up to his room because he was downstairs either passing out. One report said passing out. One report says being unruly.
Yeah, I heard unruly is what I heard. He was being unruly in the lobby of the hotel, and they had to take him to the room.
Yep. And then he tore apart the entire room.
Yeah.
The housekeeper came in. He apologized for tearing apart the room. And then he was hanging off the balcony and then just let go.
Yeah.
I mean,
and it's crazy. It was filmed from so many different angles. People have it on tape, and you can, I mean, it's hard to watch, but you know that young man, he's only, 31 years old? And you basically.
You know how I am. That whole, like, what are you recording? Just pointing your phone, just happen to be at the right time, right place, right freaking building. Like, you're literally.
Yeah, if you see somebody hanging off the balcony, yeah, people pull their phones out. There's no way for them people to save them. So
I agree.
You know, it ain't like somebody was robbing them and they're standing there filming it and he got killed. He's literally up in the air and people pulled out a film showing it. And it's sad. It's sad. Drugs.
It's very sad. And I mean, clearly.
Depression is real. He was depressed. He was going through, you know, personally a lot of things. And that's
mental illness overall is out of control on this planet.
Yeah.
And they're not really, by giving people pills for it, I don't really believe. I'm going to go all over the place with that one. Yeah. We just need deep internal cleaning of some sort. I don't even know what I'm saying right now, but
yeah, depression is a real thing. People get depressed and sometimes they'll say they'll do it and they don't do it. And sometimes they'll say they do it and then they do it. You know, he had been threatening that for a while and then eventually he did it.
Yeah, I just with experience from what I've seen personally, but you're right. I mean, there's a difference for everybody. Not everybody deals or does things exactly identical by the book.
And then,
so, I mean, I can't say it's textbook that they don't do it when they say they're going to do it because it's happened. But
no, and what's worse is when you have mental illness and depression, and then you combine the drugs with it, and then it sends them over the edge.
Yeah, especially if you get a bad mix, because now if you're not growing it yourself, you don't even know what's really in your drugs that you're ingesting.
Yeah, that is true. All right. Well,
but I just can't believe. I hope the next witness is the babysitter. It's got to be somebody big, but they still aren't done.
If it just runs late today, you're taking over and you got to wear the wig.
Oh, I'm down. I'm ready. I've been ready. I've got so much to say. It's insane. I'm having to let it all out in the morning for 20 minutes before I go into work because it's just like unreal what's happening.
And if you guys haven't, make sure y'all add PJ Vision. It's almost as good as Dolly Vision. Almost.
Thank you. Almost.
Okay. I'll see you soon, babe.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, definitely go add PJ if you haven't yet. Her channel is PJ Vision. Okay. Just like Dolly Vision, but PJ Vision. And I've been trying to talk her into doing more YouTubing, you know, get behind it a little bit. She does it here and there, but go support her, show her some love, all that good stuff. She does a lot for this channel behind the scenes that you guys don't see, especially with the merch store. You know, she pretty much handles all the merch stuff. BuyDollySoap.com. She runs that. She runs the website. She does the packing, the shipping, all the good stuff. So, you know, it's good to see her on the camera a little bit. Dolly.
Good golly, Judge Dolly.
Good golly, Judge Dolly's in the house.
I want to file a grievance in this court. This damn judge takes so many breaks.
I know.
I have eaten all my popcorn stash for the day.
Yeah, she's a breaker. That's for sure.
Goodness gracious. And old Danny, yesterday he did well on the stand.
Today, not so good.
Today, he looks like he's scared to death of Leilani's attorney.
Yeah. She has pretty decent attorneys. They're pretty decent.
I mean, they did sell that house. They got some money somewhere, you know, whatever.
That ain't no house they owned. They own another one around the corner from that house.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They already have money to get her an attorney.
The father's dead. I mean, her husband's dad lives in the other house.
Okay. Well, regardless, Danny was answering questions really well yesterday. They were asking him about specific times
what he was doing, and he said exactly about what time he did supper, what he made, when he got the kids down, all those things. But today, when the attorney was asking him about times, all he kept saying was, I really don't know.
Yeah.
I really couldn't say.
Yeah, that ain't good.
So his story was totally off and changed from one day to the next, and that's going to look horrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't think he did very well today either. He seemed a little more timid. He seemed a little more confused about what was going on. And, you know, I think that he got frustrated because he realized they were blaming him. I think it all went downhill when they were talking about you leaving drugs on the dresser. I think that got to him, right? You kind of seen us.
Well, yeah. And yesterday, he knew that he had worked with the cops. And they were on his side, and they weren't trying to say he did it.
And what he should have
today
said,
is a different story.
He should have said, well, Leilani leaves drugs on the dresser too. You know, because they were both leaving drugs on the dresser.
Yeah.
And I hate to
I think they totally got him
to it. I haven't met a 2-year-old yet that can't climb. They climb like little spider monkeys.
Let me tell you, when I was 3 years old, I climbed on all the handles on the drawers, got on top of the cabinet, and climbed on top of the icebox and made my own chocolate milk in the morning because my dad was a very ill man and my mom had to work.
Yeah, kids can climb. You know, and Zane, Zane could have probably easily got to it. Quinton too, but maybe not Sky. But them other two, you know, I don't think that's what happened. I mean, it's a possibility, which brings in doubt. But I believe that this kid was purposely snuffed out.
Yeah, and the only thing that's going to help him is if they have video of her actually throwing something in the trash.
They don't. We've seen the video from Azalea. It just shows her riding up to the dumpster in that Dodge Journey.
Oh, hell.
Yeah. That's what I
said. I don't know, darling.
Then Danny said he takes trash to the Azalea trailer court too, which is not good because they didn't ask him when he took it. They just asked him, did he take it? See, he should have specified, yeah, but I didn't take it that week. But he wasn't thinking on the defense. He was just thinking, yeah, I've took it there. But he didn't say when he took it there. He should have specified.
Yeah.
Well, I haven't been in 2 weeks. I haven't been in 3. I didn't go any time near the time that Sebastian went missing. He should have thought that in his mind. But, you know, drugs and alcohol, they burn brain cells, and he ain't the sharpest guy.
Yeah, I understand. They got him all twisted up. Now, I did hear when they questioned him about the trash, and I heard him say he carries the trash out to those trash cans.
Yeah.
And they asked him, where does the trash go from there? And I heard him say that they bring it down to the Azalea trailer park. But I didn't hear if he goes dump it or Thomas. Was that Billy Joe's man's name, Thomas?
Paul.
Paul was the brother, though.
Paul had the silver. He said he used to do it, and then Paul moved in, and Paul started using the Silverado to drive back and forth to work, the white Silverado.
Exactly.
So he said,
exactly.
But the crazy thing about it, when I was there, is Leilani was driving the Silverado because they had took her car.
Well, yeah, so she had to drive that, and they covered that yesterday.
Yeah, she was in Silverado.
But you know,
I have a video where
when it's so confusing. When it's so confusing for the jury like that, just like we get things kind of twisted up, we can rewind and go back if we think we heard something else. They can't.
Yeah, I know. We can go back and check it out. You're absolutely right. They get to hear it once, and that's it.
Yeah, and supposedly they don't know anything about the case ahead of time either. So this is just being thrown at them really quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But they do get the chance to
I'll let you go
and discuss it between them. All right, you be good. You're excused.
Thank you.
All right. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly.
Hey.
I just come out from the store. You ain't made no new candles?
Yeah, I made Halloween harvest candles.
Is that all?
Yeah, that's the only new one I've made. I still have some. I think Purple Haze. We have some Lily.
It says sold out.
Oh, it says sold out. Well, then they sold out then. But I am working on some new candles tonight. So
Okay.
I've been making candles the last few days because I
thought you had, and my granddaughter went on there. She's wanting some cotton candy.
cotton candy. I don't have cotton candy candles. I mean, I could make some.
I thought you had some cotton candy.
Not in candles. No, we have Lily. We have something else, and we have Purple Haze. Is the ones I made. And I started working on yesterday. The day before yesterday, I started working on the Halloween harvest ones.
What do they smell like?
Pumpkin-y, spicy. Somebody PJ started thinks they smell like cinnamon rolls.
Oh, okay. I may ordered one of them, but she's wanting to. You gonna make cotton candy?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can make her a cotton candy one.
Okay.
But if I'm going to make one, I got to make a bunch because I don't make them in little pieces. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh,
I know you got cotton candy and everything else, and they sold pretty fast. I figured you had candles in them.
I think we originally had the voodoo candles and cotton candy. I'm not for sure. But maybe I'll think about it. And if I do, just look up there if you see them up there later tomorrow.
Yeah, I've been watching it. So,
and we sell all our stuff pretty fast because people like Dr.
I know.
All right.
I got to get some candles before Richard gets in there.
Yeah, I know, because he can buy everything out, right?
I know it.
I'm not holding him to
soap,
that. I
candles.
ain't holding him to that. That's a lot of money.
No kidding.
All right, you be good.
All right.
You're excused.
You bring out Miss Simon.
All right. Thank you, Judge Williams.
All right, let's do it. Let's blow it up. Let's get it.
Mr. Hilliard, it's funny how the smallest hand signal you start seeing out of the corner of your eye, and it helps. We are now back on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6. The state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Ms. Simon is present in court with her counsel. The state is present as well. So the issue came up on the text messages presented in State's Exhibit 83. The court had reviewed the issue on admissibility back pre-trial. However, I've had an opportunity to consider the positions of both parties, as well as I've reviewed the case presented by the defense. In light of the evidence that's been testified and admitted at trial at this point, and after applying the Rule 403 balancing test, the court finds that the text messages are admissible, since the probative value outweighs any prejudicial effect to the defendant.
They're bringing it in.
I'm handing State's Exhibit 83 back down to Madam Clerk. All right. Is there anything further to take up before we bring in the jury?
Just so I don't have to keep popping up, Judge, just note for the record my objection, and I won't keep popping up whenever we get to that point, if that's okay. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Dean? We're ready. Okay.
The jury's about to find out she was banging a dope man.
All rise, jury center. Jury's not entering.
Word of the day, banging. Okay. Yeah, she ruled it out 2 days ago or yesterday, but now they're bringing it in.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. And welcome back.
Thank you.
I hope you had a good lunch break. We planned to start back a little bit earlier. We had to take up some issues out of your presence. We are going to resume now. Were you able to comply with the court's instructions not to discuss the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone done any research?
No, Your Honor.
Well, let's get ready to begin. The state may call its next witness.
Dr. Amanda Fuentes.
Right this way.
The evidence you shall give the court and be ready with the trial. This issue should give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
All right, good afternoon. All right, Mr. Dean.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Dr. Amanda Fuentes.
And what is your city and state of residence?
I live in Dade City, Florida.
And what kind of doctor are you?
I'm a pediatrician.
Where is Dade City?
It is about 26 miles northeast of Tampa, Florida.
And where do you work?
Currently, I work at Premier Community Healthcare Center in Dade City, Florida.
Is that do you work in like an outpatient pediatrics clinic?
Yes, it's an outpatient pediatric clinic.
Okay. Are you, what type of pediatrician are you?
I'm a general pediatrician.
And how long have you been doing that?
I graduated or finished residency in 2006.
And you are here today, just to kind of put it out up front, because you were Quinton Simon's last pediatrician.
Yes.
Before moving to Florida, did you work in the Savannah area?
Yes, I worked in Savannah, Georgia from 2017 to 2023.
And where did you work in Savannah during that time period?
I worked at J.C. Lewis Primary Healthcare Center, and we have our own building that's dedicated to pediatrics.
Okay. And that's an outpatient pediatrics clinic?
Yes, it's an outpatient.
And is that where you saw one?
Yes.
Let me go back now to education, training, and experience. Can you tell us about your undergraduate education?
Yes, I completed a Bachelor of Science honors degree through the University of South Florida in Tampa, Florida.
And did you go immediately to medical school, or did you work after undergrad, or what?
I was able to start medical school right after I graduated with my undergrad in 1999.
I'm sorry. Where did you go to medical school?
At the University of South Florida Medical School as well in Tampa, Florida.
And when did you finish up medical school?
In the year 2003.
Now, after graduating from medical school in 2003, did you do a residency?
Yes, I did a pediatric residency program in the University of Nebraska, Omaha, and Creighton University. Dual program in Omaha, Nebraska.
What is a residency?
A residency allows a doctor to kind of more specialize, or the first step to specialize in a certain area. So you have pediatrics, you have internal medicine, which is primarily adult medicine, you have surgery, for example.
And dermatology, emergency medicine, all the different specialties?
Yes.
Right. So you did your residency in pediatrics?
Yes.
And is that essentially the first step to becoming a pediatrician?
Yes, it's, well, the first and only step to becoming a pediatrician.
And how long was your residency program at, you said, a
3
dual
years.
program at Creighton and University of
Yeah,
Nebraska?
just both of those school funded and provided the education.
3 years of that pediatrics residency. What did the residency involve?
It involved different areas of pediatrics, so not only outpatient, but inpatient, intensive care unit experience with the real small babies that are premature, as well as children, say that are very sick in the hospital, emergency medicine for pediatrics, psychiatric experience just under pediatric age group.
So during residency, you do a little bit of everything peds related.
Yes,
Okay. When did you finish residency?
I finished in 2006.
And at that point, did you become, did you get any kind of board certification or anything along those lines to be a pediatrician?
I was taking the board exam.
And are you do you hold any certifications or members?
I'm a board certified pediatrician
And how long have you been?
since 2022.
All right, since finishing residency, have you worked as a pediatrician uninterrupted through
Yes.
today? Okay. And so how many years would that be total?
So that would be 18 years,
I'm sorry to ask you to do that.
going on 18 years.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would offer Dr. Quinton as an expert in pediatrics.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay. I'd like to turn now to your involvement with Quinton. Okay. Can you tell us where, when, and under what circumstances you saw him?
So I saw him as a new patient in February of 2022. He came in for a 12-month well visit, although technically he was 13 months.
And what is a well visit?
So a well visit is a physical exam type visit that we go over safety in the household, developmental questioning to see where a child and make sure a child is developing normally, as well as administering vaccines if the parent would like their child to get the shots.
Is it fair to refer to a well child visit as essentially like a normal checkup?
Yes.
In other words, was he brought in because there was any specific health complaint, or was it just a routine visit?
It was a routine visit.
Okay. And tell us about your examination of Quinton that day.
That day, I mean, he was healthy, happy. I saw him with his grandmother, who he was in care of at the time. And developmentally, he was appropriate for his age, talking, walking, everything on time. And then on physical exam, I did detect a heart murmur.
Okay. And can you tell us what you did in response to that?
So because of the heart murmur and at his age, and oftentimes my patients through this clinic, I may never see again, I referred him to a cardiologist.
And what cardiologist was that?
It was through the Savannah Children's Heart Center here in Savannah.
Do you remember the specific doctor?
It's, according to his records, is Dr. Birch.
Was that heart murmur something that caused you any serious concern?
No.
Can you tell us why not?
So a heart murmur doesn't automatically mean there's something structurally wrong with the heart. It can just tend to be, at the time when you hear it, a difference in pressure through the heart, so a difference in blood flow. Oftentimes, sometimes the next person, even within minutes, another doctor could have listened and not heard a heart murmur.
Did Dr. Birch did Quinton then have a visit with Dr. Birch?
Yes, he then, within a couple weeks, had a visit with Dr. Birch.
And did Dr. Birch get back to you about his assessment of Quinton's heart murmur?
Yes, he sent me the office visit notes.
And was there anything about what Dr. Birch told you that altered your initial impression that this wasn't anything to be especially concerned about?
No, there wasn't. No concern.
Overall, would you describe Quinton as having been in good health, happy, normal child when you saw him?
Yes.
And did you ever see anything that changed that opinion one way or the
No.
other? Prior to your testimony in this case, did I ask you to review essentially all of his medical records from his entire life?
Yes, you did.
Did you review his birth and neonatal records from Flowers Hospital in Atlanta?
Yes, I did.
Did you review some prior pediatrics records from a clinic in Waynesboro, Georgia?
Yes, I did.
Did you review some records for an emergency room visit at either St. Joseph's Hospital or Candler Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And what were those for? What was that visit about?
The visit at St. Joseph's Candler was an acute visit where he had cough and runny nose.
Pretty normal for a
and
kid.
fever. Very normal for emergency room visit.
And did you also review the complete records from the Savannah Children's Heart Center?
Order in court.
But after
Order.
that review, did you identify any documented condition that might have been life-threatening or anywhere close to life-threatening?
No.
Any reasonable medical possibility that Quinton just died in his sleep on the night of October 4th?
Objection, Your Honor, cause for speculation.
She's been tendered and admitted as an expert, Your Honor. She can testify in form of an opinion.
It's the ultimate issue in the case, Judge.
That's not the ultimate issue.
I'm going to allow the question.
Any reasonable medical possibility that Quinton would have just died in his sleep for no reason on October 4th, 2022?
No.
Thank you.
Yes. Dr. Quinton, let's pick up where Mr. Dean just left off. Okay. Does anyone just die for no reason?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
What
I
would be the
almost
no
died.
reason that could occur where someone would die for no reason?
There's reports of adults, elderly, that will get a sudden arrhythmia and lead to sudden death.
But wouldn't the arrhythmia then be the reason for the death?
Yes.
Okay, so it's a nonsensical question, isn't it? There's always some reason for a death, correct?
If it can be proven.
Correct. What if it can't be proven? What if you don't know the manner, method, time? Does it mean someone's less dead? No, it doesn't, does it?
No, they're still dead.
Okay, so, but since you're a pediatrician, you're board certified, correct?
Yes.
And since Mr. Dean asked the question, I'll ask the question and take it a little bit further. Do you ever do postmortems on children?
No.
Okay. Have you ever done postmortems on children?
No.
It's not something you're trained in?
No.
Okay. The manner that you treat children, is it usually the health and wellness checks? Or have you ever done like emergency room visits or treatments?
A little bit of both, because some of the acute care can be involved enough to even call the ambulance to come to the office.
Okay. So, and whenever those children are in your treatment, okay, have any of those children died?
No.
Okay. So when you did treat them, it was usually something that required some sort of immediate intervention, correct?
Yes.
And you got it for them, correct?
Yes.
And then they recovered, correct?
Yes.
So let's talk about Quinton Simon in particular. You said you reviewed all of his wellness records and all of his medical records, correct?
Yes.
So the heart murmur was of concern and note, but you referred him to the heart center and treatment was followed up on, correct?
Yes.
And Dr. Birch, I believe it was, didn't seem to be concerned and neither did you, right?
Exactly.
Okay. So with regards to the Wayne County records, anything of note there?
No.
Okay. And I think you said you also reviewed the birth and neonatal records from Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Anything of note there?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything in the birth or neonatal records that would raise your hackles or be of any concern to you with this child's health or well-being?
No.
No.
Now, who was it that brought the child in to see you, I guess, in February of 2022, or do you not know?
No, his grandmother did as along with what grandma referred to as a nanny.
And that was in February, correct?
Yes, 2022.
And you also had a June 6th visit as well, or was that a different doctor?
That was the emergency room visit.
Okay, but that wasn't you.
No, that wasn't me.
But again, you reviewed those records, and again, nothing of any note or concern beyond, I guess it was a cough and a runny nose, you said?
Yes, no concern.
Okay. And you're a mandated reporter, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what that means?
So I'm obligated to report a suspicion of child abuse or neglect. Any concerns, I'm supposed to report it to law enforcement.
And is there any special training you go through to do this job, to be a mandated reporter, or is it just part of your normal medical training?
It is, I guess, tutorials, a few hours of explaining mandated reporter, cases that it would come up or that might lead you to be suspicious in order to report, and then also how to report.
At any point in time, did you report any suspected abuse or neglect on Quinton's side?
No.
That's all the questions I got.
You mentioned that it was his grandmother who brought him in when you saw him.
Yes.
You didn't report any abuse or neglect, right?
Yes.
But at the time you saw him, it seems that he wasn't even in his mother's custody. Is that right?
Correct. He was.
Speculation.
The objection.
The objection is a cause of speculation of a legal matter, not a medical matter for which you qualify.
Mr. Dean, do you want to respond to that?
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you.
No further questions.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Hilliard? Okay, doctor. Thank you. Your excuse. The state may call its next witness.
Dr. Kenneth Birch.
Dr. Birch, if you would just come forward.
You come right this way, sir. Stand right here for me and raise your right hand. Madam Clerk, swear you in.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. You come right this way. Watch your steps. You can adjust this microphone and speak clearly.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, Kenneth Birch, pediatric cardiologist
And where do you work, sir?
at Savannah Children's Heart Center in Savannah.
Are you a medical doctor, sir?
Yes,
You said you're a pediatric cardiologist.
that's correct.
And are you here today because you briefly treated Quinton Simon, the victim in this case?
Yes.
Now, let me ask you a little bit about your education, training, and experience.
Mhm.
Can you tell us about your undergraduate education?
Undergraduate, I went to Augusta College in Augusta, Georgia.
And
For
did
4
you go-
years.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Mhm.
Did you
Just
go-
went 4 years, yeah.
4 years, okay. Did you go immediately to medical school?
No, didn't had a year before I was accepted. And then I went to 4 years of medical school. Then I did 3 years of pediatric residency and then 3 years of pediatric cardiology fellowship.
Where did you go to medical school?
Medical College of Georgia,
And when did you graduate?
1982.
You mentioned that you did was it a pediatric residency or a
Mhm.
cardiology residency?
Well, a residency was general pediatrics.
Okay.
So I did 3 years of that at the medical college there. And then I was fortunate that they thought enough of me to go ahead and offer me a fellowship in pediatric cardiology there before I was halfway through my second year of residency. So I stayed and did 3 years there
Our last
in
witness,
fellowship. Mhm.
I'm sorry, our last witness, Dr. Quinton, has explained to us what a medical residency is.
Mhm.
But I don't think we've heard what a fellowship is after residency. Can you tell us what a fellowship is?
Mhm. Well, in a residency, you sort of do a lot of different things. But when you do a fellowship, you're specifically focused on one particular subspecialty. In my case, it was pediatric cardiology.
Is it fair to say that in your residency, you gain your specialty, but in your fellowship, you get a subspecialty?
That's correct.
Okay. When did you finish your pediatric cardiology fellowship?
1988.
And have you been working as a pediatric cardiologist uninterrupted since then?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
Tell us where you worked as a pediatric cardiologist.
Well, initially was employed, if you will, by Memorial Medical Center starting July 1988, and worked in the pediatric department there doing pediatric cardiology until 1995, and I went out in private practice April 1st, 1995, and formed Savannah Children's Heart Center. I've been there ever since.
Now, as a pediatric cardiologist, how do you get patients? Where are these patients coming
They're
from?
referred.
Referred by who?
Typically, other general pediatricians.
And what causes a general pediatrician to refer a child to a pediatric cardiologist? What kind of things?
Well, they're very different, various different reasons. One of the most common, particularly in a young child, is because they hear a noise or a murmur when they listen. We also see kids for passing out, chest pain, all kind of other complaints. But
Now, can you tell us about Quinton Simons being referred to you?
mhm. I believe that Dr. Prince heard a murmur, and I think it was a new finding, from what I gathered. And so he was referred for us to evaluate.
And tell us about that evaluation.
Okay. Well, how much? What do you want to know? Everything, or just? I'm not. Well, I mean.
Can you do like a 1 minute?
Yeah. So basically, when he came into the office, he had a EKG performed, which was normal. Then I went into the room, and he was there with his grandmother, and he looked fine. Respiratory rate was normal, heart rate normal. His weight was above the 75th percentile for his age. He looked like he was thriving. And so I listened to him and examined him. He had a soft little murmur. So then we went and did the echocardiogram, where we actually look at the heart. And that's where we so two minor things. One was a patent foramen ovale, and the other was a very small, what appeared to be a coronary artery fistula into the PA.
The first thing you said was you said it really fast.
Patent foramen ovale.
PFO.
Mhm.
What is that?
Well, patent foramen ovale is a normal structure, actually, that all babies have before they're born. Okay, it's open in such a manner so that the blood that's coming up from the placenta, because mother's providing everything, is preferentially directed across that opening, if you will, to the left side of the heart. So most of it gets pumped out, to the body, as opposed to going back into the lungs, which are full of fluid and and the vessels are constricted. And then after they're born and the pressures change in the heart, then it just sort of flaps shut, if you will. But very commonly, it doesn't necessarily meet like it's supposed to, and takes time to close up and go away. Typically, large patent frame valleys, about 80% of them close, small ones 95%. But a small patent frame valley that's restrictive, doesn't have a lot of shunting going from, because the shunt direction changes after they're born. Okay, the pressure in the lungs goes down, so now the left side of the heart has a higher pressure than the right side. Okay, if it's got your blood pressure, i.e., in your pressure in your lungs is like a third of that. But anyway, so the direction of the shunt changes, and then what the criteria for intervening or closing it or whatever you want to say has to do with how big it is.
You mean surgically?
No, you can close it with devices.
Okay.
But sometimes it's surgically, it just depends. But if it's small and restrictive and the right side of the heart is normal, you leave them alone, because you're actually probably going to do more harm than good closing it, if you will. And his was very tight. Okay.
And Mr. Before you go further, was that PFOFPL?
PF, foramen, F-O, yeah.
Okay, and Madam Court,
I can help that.
yes, please.
Is that spelled P-A-T-E-N-T?
Peyton.
New word F-O-R-A-M-E-N.
Mm-hmm.
New word O-V-A-L-E.
That's correct.
All right. Look at it.
Thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
I can say PFO if you don't need to.
So was any intervention indicated for
Not for that, no.
Okay. Would you consider this a minor issue?
Mm-hmm. I would consider, you're talking normal activities, no limitations on activities, typically shouldn't have any effect on life expectancy. And like I say, he was only 13 months old when I saw him, so there was still a good or a high probability that it was going to close up anyway.
By around what age?
Usually, most of them close around 12, 15 months of age, but I've had some that were a little older, 2, 3 years, that, some that you're looking at thinking, well, these may be large enough for us to do something about. And we typically, if we do need to do something, if they're large enough, we typically don't address that until they're 3, 4, 5 years of age. So
Is that because you're waiting for it to just resolve?
Waiting for it to resolve, as well as getting the child older, so everything is easier to do, particularly if you're going to do it with a device.
Now, you mentioned, I think, also coronary artery fistula that you observed. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's a very rare type of finding, in the sense where I think it's about 0.01, maybe 0.02%. You see a congenital. Now, this is a congenital one. There are coronary fistulas that you may see in adults that are undergoing bypass surgery and other kind of things, but I'm talking about a congenital one. And basically, when the heart forms, basically it's a single tube actually when you first start, and then involutes on itself and so forth. So a lot of the structures are very close to each other, and sometimes, most commonly, the left anterior descending coronary artery may not actually totally close up from the pulmonary artery. So you may have a connection there, and that's called a fistula. And the size of the fistula dictates what you do, meaning that if it's a small coronary fistula, less than like 1 centimeter or much less than the size of the coronary artery, I'll put it that way, then we just watch those. And most of those will even close up and go away on their own. Now, when you talk about larger ones, moderate to large, those are a little different. Those many times will need to be taken care of. But typically you'll see signs and symptoms with that. So it's not just looking and saying, oh, this is a small one. You're looking at other things as well. If it's a significant shunt, which means it's a big one, okay, into the point, then the left heart's going to be dilated. There's going to be increased flow to the lungs. The child's going to be short of breath. He's not going to eat well. He's not going to gain weight. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so forth. And obviously, though, and of course, one of the risks with it, if it's a large one, is that once they get up and start playing sports and so forth, that they could have an issue with ischemia or lack of oxygen to the heart. So you will repair those. Small ones, you watch. Sometimes they don't go away. So typically when they're 10, 11, 12 years of age, when they reach that age where they're going to be affected by peer pressure or parental pressure to continue to compete. Whereas when they're little, they get tired, they stop. When they get a little older, they try to run that extra lap or whatever. That's when you can get in trouble if you have an issue. So we'll exercise them and make sure everything is okay, depending upon the size of it. But I've had kids with small coronary fistula that play, competitive athletics, high school, college, and so forth.
What
Never
about
have an issue.
What about Quinton?
His was tiny.
Tiny?
Tiny.
Okay. Well, either now you.
You almost don't even want to mention it, but it's there, so you have to. Does that make sense?
We called you in here just to cover all the bases.
Okay.
That's why you're here. Were either of these findings that you've described of any serious concern to you?
No.
And you say this as a pediatric cardiologist with 30-some years experience?
That's correct. I've only had one coronary fistula that we've ever had to repair, and that was back in the 90s. The rest of them.
Only one that you've ever had to repair? Okay.
And the patient did well.
And how many kids have you seen with
It's not very common. I don't know, 20, maybe 15 over the years. I don't, keep that number because of most of the time it's almost an incidental finding, if you will, because they're so small that you don't want to make a major issue out of it because then it may interfere with the child's normal activities and so forth, because everybody's going to be worried that something may happen.
How many times did Quinton come to see you?
Just one time.
What was the plan going forward?
He was supposed to come back in 6 months. And so I saw him on February 28th, if I'm 2022, if my memory is correct. And so he was supposed to come back in August, and he didn't show. And then, I don't know the details of the dates right in there, but somehow we were trying to track him or get him. It came to light that he had died.
I don't know that I did this earlier, Your Honor, but I would offer Dr. Birch as an expert in pediatric cardiology. No objections.
Okay. Thank you.
In your opinion, is there any reasonable medical possibility? Well, let me ask you this. Were either of these conditions life-threatening in your view?
No.
Even remotely so?
No, sir.
Is there any reasonable medical possibility that they just caused his sudden death one day?
I guess anything is possible in the world. However, I would say this: I've never seen an issue with these defects this small ever creating an issue. I mean, any symptoms or whatever, much less death.
Thank you, sir. One moment, please. No further questions.
Dr. Birch, these are rare conditions, correct?
No, patent family valley is very common. The coronary fistula is a rare condition.
And it's not often I get to talk to a cardiologist, so I'm going to ask some questions. I know it's probably for you, stuff you're used to dealing with, but just out of curiosity, you said the PFO. How common is that in children?
Well, actually, it's a normal structure that all babies have. It's the ones that don't close after the burn. Like if you were to go into the nursery, hypothetically, and do an echocardiogram on every baby that was born in the first 24 hours, they probably 95 to 98% of them will still have a patent foraminal valley.
Okay. And let's talk about the fistula. How common is that?
That's not common. It's like less than 1%.
Okay. And since one is fairly common and one is not very common, the combination of the two, how common is that?
I have no idea. I mean,
have you ever seen it before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So I assume what you were talking about with Mr. Dean, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, about the 15 or 20 times, I guess you would say, since one is
something to that effect. I mean, you know, like I said, I could go back and probably look it all up for you, but it's not very common.
Hey,
It's
Cable.
not a very common thing. Okay.
Although I will say this, it's becoming more common because our technology is a lot better. When we look with the echocardiograms and the color flow, then you're seeing more things now that you didn't see previously. Does that make sense? And so, you know, so you're seeing them, but still, it's not necessarily, you know, anything that you would certainly do anything about unless it's, you know, moderate to large in size.
Well, and let's talk about that. So technologies, you've been a pediatrician now, I believe, since the 80s, so probably 40 years now, right?
82.
Okay. So, and I assume technology advancing does help in the diagnosis and treatment of a lot of these disorders, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I guess, you know, 40 years ago, these things wouldn't have been diagnosed or as common as they are now, correct?
The moderate to large, you would probably hear them, okay, because it'd be more of a continuous murmur. And if you got one large enough, then you'll hear it. Now, I mean, I have a patient that has one that you can definitely hear, but hemodynamically, it's not significant enough that, I mean, I referred her to be considered for having it closed, and they did the catheterization, looked at it, came back and said that it wasn't large enough to warrant intervention at this time.
Okay.
So,
well, and let's talk about, what was it, the fistula that you said that could become an issue later on if it didn't close or do what it's supposed to do?
no, I didn't.
Or is it PFO?
No, not PFO. Okay.
As you can tell, I don't know much about this.
No, it's okay. That's okay. The PFO typically will either close them, go away, or stay the same size. They don't typically get bigger. Okay. The coronary fistula, the real small ones, like Quinton had, typically close up.
We
and
don't
go
do
away,
politics
or
here.
mainly stay the same.
We don't do that.
The moderate to large ones, they can increase in size over time. So that's why you would address those sooner. Now, someone like Quinton with a very small
We don't
one,
do politics,
you would watch him
guys.
just to make sure that it doesn't progress, and, you know, look at the size of his coronary arteries and make sure there's no dilatation and so forth and so on, just to make sure that you're not going to have or try to prevent any issues. I'll put it that way. But unless you're seeing some significant shunning and so forth, these are typically, patients are typically asymptomatic.
And let's talk about the opposite of that. I mean, most of them are asymptomatic, but if something was going wrong or there was shunning, and what would be the signs and symptoms? How would you know?
As I mentioned earlier, particularly in the small child like Quinton, he would actually be in what's called congestive heart failure. Okay, and that's a bit of a misnomer when you talk about congestive heart failure, like in someone like me, because the heart is still functioning fine. The problem with it is a lot of the blood is, when it goes in the coronary artery, it goes out the fistula to the artery to the lungs, and then it comes back to the left side of the heart. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay, and so the left side of the heart will begin to dilate, and but also you have what's called pulmonary overcirculation, and that's where the symptoms come from. And you can get edema, so they're short of breath, they're easy fatigability. In youngsters that are nursing or bottle feeding or whatever, they're usually tachypnic or breathing fast, and so their major activity obviously is eating. You know, they don't get them run around, so what happens to them is they can't coordinate sucking, swallowing, and breathing. Okay, so they tire, they don't finish the bottle or whatever, and they don't gain weight. So that's one of the parameters you always look at in a situation where if there's a question in your mind, is this child doing fine or not? Because I think the heart was a little big or whatever. You look at their weight and so forth, and if they're above the 50th percentile or so, and like Quinton was above the 75th percentile, so he wasn't having any issues eating or any of those types of things. So,
Doctor, thank you so much. You've been very informative.
well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mullins, Mr. Dean,
No redirection.
thank you. Doctor, thank you. You're excused. Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Paul Simon.
Paul Simon. Okay, here we go. I can't stand this little dude. Me and him had a few words. He likes to talk shit from a distance. Okay.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury of the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So, step this way.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing today?
He's a little mouthy ass thing, dude. I swear.
Well, could you please introduce yourself to the
Gap in his teeth.
I'm Paul Simon.
And you are the defendant's brother?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind if I call you Paul?
No, sir. Go ahead.
If you prefer Mr. Simon, let me know.
No,
and
you
I'll
can
do
call me
that.
Paul.
Okay. How old are you, Paul?
23.
And what is your city and state of residence? Where do you live now?
I live in
He
East
is.
Georgia.
He is a little
Do you
Paul.
work?
Yes, sir.
What do you do?
I do construction and I'm a manager at AutoZone.
Did you grow up in the area?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you go to high school?
New Hampstead.
I want to draw your attention to fall of 2022. Do you remember the general time period I'm talking about?
How'd he pass the piss test?
Where were you living in the fall of 2022?
535 Buckcarter Road.
And whose house is that?
My mother's.
Okay. And where were you staying in that house during that time period?
Upstairs and towards the back side of the house.
When had you started living there?
3 to 4 months prior.
Prior to what?
Prior to the incident.
Okay. Now, where had you lived before that?
With my aunt,
Okay. What's her name?
Jackie.
Okay. So you lived with your Aunt Jackie and then you moved back in with Mom at some point?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in that time period?
Yes, sir. I was working at a warehouse. I can't remember the name. It was Eclipse, I believe.
BJ got them
Is
the
it the same
job.
place
All
that,
of them the job.
Your sister and Danny worked?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about a normal day there. What did you do?
We loaded packages up onto trailers and moved them around the warehouse into different trailers all day. Just stacking them and wrapping them and sending them off.
Now, when you moved into your mom's house a couple months before what you've described as the incident, were your sister and Danny and the 3 kids already living there?
Yes, sir.
Had Sky already been born at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me, what was it like living there with everybody in that house?
Well, pretty much every day, from what I heard and saw, it was just arguing every day. I mean, not between the kids or nothing like that, but it was between Leilani and Danny.
Okay. What about your mom?
Whenever my mom was there, they did argue quite a good bit.
And who's that?
Leilani and my mom.
Okay. Let's go to the morning of, well, let me ask you this. Tell me about the kids, the 3 kids, Zane, Quentin, and Sky.
Zane, hyper, want to be in everybody's business. I mean, that's average for his age, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then Quentin, he was an angel. Like, You know, you could change his diaper. He'd lift his butt right up for you. You know, no problem at all with it. You know, you put the diaper, you tell him to lower his butt, he'd lower it, let you clean them all up. No problem at all. Zane, that boy had crap all up his head one time, and Leilani made me clean it in the back of the car. Man, that was a whole, I don't know how I managed that one.
Can I ask you this? Did you participate in the child care at all during your time living in the house?
Kinda. It was on and off. It was whenever they needed me.
Yeah. Tell us about your interactions with the kids.
So a few times I had to take them to doctor's appointments, which wasn't a problem because, you know, people was at work, you know, and I happened to have the day off or whatever, you know. So I'd take them to the doctor's appointment because I didn't have to be at work till 2. And then I'd drop them off at the babysitter. And then whenever Leilani would need me to watch them,
Don't let this boy fool you. He's an
I'd bring some
asshole.
toys upstairs in my room and let them play with it. Tell them, hey, that's your area. Don't mess with none of my stuff. You know?
Tell me about watching them upstairs in your room.
They just sit there, play with the toys, want a whole lot of snacks. And of course, I wouldn't give them snacks right away. You know, you ain't about to be all hyped up on me.
Does this include Sky, or are you talking mainly about Zane and Quinton?
Zane and Quentin, I didn't actually watch Sky. She was still, you know, relatively young, you know, like 3 or 4 months old, somewhere around there. So I didn't actually watch Sky, but I watched Zane and Quentin quite a bit whenever they needed me to.
Did you ever help them, you know, and maybe not because of the shifts you work, did you ever help with getting them dressed in the morning, getting them fed, getting them bathed and put down at night or anything like that?
I bathed them once or twice when I was there, and as far as feeding, I would help with that, but it was more so when I was there, because I was working from 2 to 10, so they'd usually eat between 6 and 9 at night, give or take those time periods.
Now, you started saying some nice things about Quinton earlier, and I did not follow up, and I guess I'll do that now.
Mm-hmm.
What was your relationship like with Quinton?
Well, he loved me. I mean, he'd come up to me, he'd put his arms over my knees, and I'd just sit there and bounce him for a good hour or 2 till my legs got tired. You know, he weighed a good 20, 30 pounds. But, I mean, I loved him. I mean, I'd tell him to shut up. But, I mean, that was about as mean as it got towards him with me, you know what I mean? You know, kids don't want to stop talking.
What did your during the time period that you're working at Eclipse and working the 2 p.m. shift that you've mentioned, what did a normal day look like for you? Not talking about any particular day, but just kind of give us an example.
I'd get up in the morning.
This is Leilani's brother.
9, 10 o'clock usually, and then watch some TV, get up, take my dog out, let him use the bathroom, bring him back in the room, continue watching some TV, and then get ready and go to work.
Yeah, he lived there.
I mean, it was just, you know, either TV or playing a video game.
What about after work?
He was running his
After work,
mouth
I'd get
at me
off.
one day.
Just like I said at the police station, I'd get off, roll me a blunt, and go on about my day.
Tell me about the blunt rolling and going on about your day.
I'd sit there in the parking lot because I wasn't going to try to drive and roll at the same time, you know what I mean? So I'd sit there in the parking lot, roll. Then as I was driving down the road, I would light it up and smoke on the way home because my mom had a strict rule of no smoking in her car. So you'd have to roll it out in the windows to be able to smoke in the car.
What car were you driving around the time of the incident?
The 2012 Silverado.
Okay. What color is that?
White.
Okay. And is that the truck that was parked next to the Dodge Journey when the police arrived?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you know, weed is illegal in
Tell me what you could do when you get home.
So all of them
I'd
are
get
breaking
home,
the law.
I'd go upstairs, let the dog out, then probably smoke again, and then go to bed. Watch a little bit of TV if I had enough time, and then go to bed.
Tell us about the dog. When did you get the dog?
I got the dog when I was still working at FedEx in 2019. He passed away January 1st this year from advanced heartworm disease.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and but he was my pride and joy. Love that little fool.
You said what now?
He was a little fool. He was a little retard. That's what he was.
What? Pardon me. What was the dog's name?
Rimshot.
Rimshot.
Mm.
Are you a drummer?
I'm not, but you know that's a name from Ernest. Have you ever seen any of the Ernest movies?
Like Ernest
Ernest
Saves
Goes to
Christmas?
Camp.
Ernest Saves Christmas. Ernest Goes to Jail. Ernest Saves Halloween.
And there's a character named Rimshot in this movie.
It's his dog.
And that's okay. So that's your dog's namesake.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know you had told me before the dog was named Rimshot. I don't know why. Okay. Where did the dog stay when you were at work?
He would stay. Leilani would watch him whenever she was home, or he would go outside and stay on the lead.
Okay. Out on the lead, can you tell me what you're talking about?
Long 25, 30 foot leash.
And what was that attached to?
A ground hook.
Okay. And where would he stay when you were home?
He would stay upstairs with me.
Is that where he slept?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about so we've talked about kind of your general typical day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about the day before the police came to your house, okay? Talk about
What does that have to do with what happened to Quinton?
Did you sign the house for mine? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
The court reporter is trying to take it all down.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's all right.
All right. The day before the police came to your house, did you work that day?
I did.
As far as you remember, was it pretty much a normal day for you?
Yes, sir.
And is it not until the next morning that it became abnormal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about going to work. What time were you scheduled to work that day?
I was scheduled to go in at 2 p.m. I had went in early that day. I don't remember exactly what time I went in.
And do you remember why it was that you went in early?
Because Leilani wasn't able to go in that day. And so Danny had texted her and asked if I could come in early, is what I believe is what happened.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 88. Can you take a look at this? Just read it carefully, taking a look at the phone numbers, and I want to ask you about it, okay?
Order in the court.
That's my old number, and that was Danny's number.
The document that I've just handed you, is that the text message exchange between Danny Youngkin and you
Yes, sir.
from October 4th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the text messages that you exchanged?
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 88.
No objection.
Now, the first message on there is from who to whom?
The first message is from Danny to me.
And what's the time of that message?
10 in the morning,
Okay.
10:15.
And what did Danny say to you?
He said, yo, Dave wanted to know if you'd go in at 12. I'm at the dentist with Leilani. She just got her tooth pulled.
Young Dave wanted to know if you would go in at 12.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Dave Mullins? Or
Yes, sir.
Mullin?
It was the GM that was running Eclipse.
Okay. Was he your boss, or at least one of your bosses?
He was one of them. He was the morning shift boss.
Okay. And did you respond to that message from Danny?
Yes, sir. I said I'd be in.
And what time did you send that message?
20 minutes after I received it.
So from there, did you go into work?
Yes, sir. I got there probably about 11:30.
And was it a normal day at work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell us about finishing up work and getting ready to come home.
So I had got out of work. I went and sat in the car, and that night I had got stopped by a train. So I ended up getting home at 10:50 instead of my normal time, which was 10:30.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And that night before I had left work, Leilani had texted me and asked me if I had any relatives, which was blunt wraps. And I had responded to her and said, yes, I'd be home in about an hour. And when I had got home at 10:50, I went in there to give her the pack of relatives, and she wasn't there.
Okay. So you said that she texted you before you.
It was either a text or a phone call.
Okay. And asked you if you.
Would bring her a pack of relatives, which was blunt wraps.
What is that word you're saying? I'm sorry.
Relatives.
Relos?
Cigarillos.
Oh, okay. Cigarillos.
Yeah.
Is that what GAR means?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cigarello?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 89. Can you take a look at this document and let me know when you're ready to talk about it? Take a careful look at the numbers and the messages and so forth.
Yes, sir.
Flip to the second page here, if you would.
My bad.
All right, do you recognize those messages?
Yes, sir.
Are those messages between you and your sister on the night of October 4th?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the messages that you exchanged with each other?
Yes, sir. And around the same time, because at that time, it took me about 30 minutes to roll. So I was sitting there in the parking lot for 30 minutes.
Your Honor, I would introduce this as State's Exhibit 89.
30 minutes to roll a cigarello.
I don't know. I know you talked about your general practice of rolling a blunt in the parking lot after work. Would you smoke it there as well?
I would be driving on my way home smoking. Like I said, that night I had got stopped by the train, so it took me an extra 20 minutes to get home.
Okay. So let me ask you, do you see this message here, this 9:46 p.m. message? All right. And that is that one from your sister?
Yes, sir.
And what does she say to you?
Can you grab me a GAR on your way home, please?
All right. So are you still at work at that point?
I was.
Okay. Had you clocked out yet?
No. I had my phone on me, but I wasn't supposed to, so.
Oh, okay. I see. The next message is from who to whom?
From Leilani to me. She was sending a question mark afterwards because she always forgets to send her question marks.
Okay. So we got, can you grab me a GAR on your way home, please? At 9:46 with no question mark. And then she adds the question mark a few minutes later.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then I saw it right as I was clocking out.
All right. And you responded to that at what time?
Right before 10 o'clock.
Okay. And what did you say?
I got some minis in the car.
I
got minis, but.
All right. Yeah. So we'll read the message just as it appears on the page, and then I'm going to ask you what you mean.
I got minis. I got some minis.
I got some minis. And what is that?
They're the little cigarellos.
Okay.
That's
where were you at the time you sent that message? Did you just clocked out?
Just walking out the building.
Okay. And what's the next message?
She said, okay, you on the way? I said, in a minute.
And what time did you say in a minute?
At 10:03.
All right. And would you have been in the parking lot at that point, I guess?
Getting in the car.
Okay. And then what was the last message?
Okay.
And that was from her to you?
Yes, sir.
At 10:03 p.m. All right. So no more text messages between the two of you that night?
No, sir. My bad.
So that brings us to your getting home and her not being there. Right? Tell us about your arrival at the house.
So I got home and I noticed that the Dolly journey wasn't there.
Okay.
And so I had went inside, I had the minis in my hand, and I had asked Danny, I said, where's Leilani at?
Where was it that you encountered Danny?
He was sitting on the bed right in front of the door going into the bedroom.
Okay. on the bed in his bedroom,
Mm.
his and your sister's bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And you've got the minis in your hand.
Yes, sir.
And because you're coming to bring them to your
Mhm.
sister. But she is not there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you see the children at this point?
I did. I don't remember exactly what they were doing, but I know that Quentin was awake. He was in his playpen, and Zane was laid down on his race car bed.
Did you have any how do you know Quentin was awake? Tell me what you saw.
He was saying Danny. He was laying there, but he was saying Danny, just like that.
Is that something that he would do?
Yes.
Can you describe, like, was it just like normal kind of babbling from a child? Or?
He would say Danny's name repeatedly. I don't know if it was because it was easy for him to say, because it's only 2 syllables. Danny. You know what I mean? But that was one of the key words he said 95% of the time.
From your perspective, did Quentin seem to like Danny?
Mm-hmm.
Did they have a good relationship?
They had a decent one. I mean, Danny would get fed up with taking care of the kids all the time. But you signed up for it, brother. I mean, there's nothing else I can say to you. I can't sit here and say, don't be upset. You signed up for it.
So anyway, Quentin's you said he's laying down in his bag and play?
He was laying down kind of more or less. He was still getting so he does a lot of talking before he would go to sleep. So he'd just sit there and say Danny or throw a little tantrum and then pass out, or it was one of the two. He didn't like being in a dark room.
Did anything seem to be out of the ordinary in that room at that time?
Not that I saw. I walked in there, told Quinton to shut up and go to bed, and went upstairs.
You tell a 20-month-old kid to shut up.
Abnormally?
He seemed a little agitated that he was having to watch the kids again.
Okay. Yeah, anything beyond that?
I mean, no more than his normal whining about having to do something he didn't want to do.
Now, how long did y'all interact with each other?
About 10 minutes in the bedroom before Leilani got home.
What was the nature of that?
Just talking. He was complaining about Leilani, which I was already used to, and kind of getting a little bit annoyed of him whining. You don't like it, leave. I mean, it's not that hard.
Now, did you have anything to eat when you got home that night?
No, I didn't.
Don't remember getting anything to eat?
I don't remember it.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to look at some text messages between Danny and Leilani about that, perhaps?
Yes, sir.
He definitely knows about dolly vision, though. He would only talk shit from a distance. He wouldn't come up to the rope like everybody else, right? He wouldn't come out front. He would talk shit far away as he could get. But thank you, Big Bird. Thank you. You know, I work hard on my curls here. You know what I'm saying? They're a little crushed up by my headphones right now, but.
Can you take a look at that second message from the top? You good?
Yeah.
Okay. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. But does that refresh your memory as to whether you had anything to eat or drink that night?
I probably grabbed some Hawaiian punch. Leilani was a little stingy about the kids' drinks and food now.
Now, after you probably or possibly had some Hawaiian punch, what did you do?
Went upstairs. I watched the episode of One Piece.
What is that?
One Piece is an anime.
Okay, it's an animation.
It was 23 minutes and 42 seconds exactly.
And what did you do after that?
Went to bed.
Did you come downstairs anymore that night?
No, sir.
Did you have to let the dog out or anything at any point?
No, sir. Not till he woke me up in the morning, needed to use the bathroom, which was about 8:30ish. I got up at 9 and took him out.
Okay. What do you remember about that morning?
Just hearing yelling, and I thought it was the normal yelling. Then I come downstairs, and next thing I know, the house is surrounded by police.
Was that before or after you took the dog out?
After.
Okay.
Well, it was kind of like during, in the motion of me taking the dog out, all the police was pulling up.
All right. What do you remember hearing?
Just a whole lot of yelling. I couldn't make out exactly what it was. I was still half asleep. And I just kind of laid there until I heard it kind of die down or move away from where I could hear it. And then I got up and took the dog out.
Did you have any interaction
Yeah,
with
that's
your
what he
sister
said.
that morning?
Not before she told me that Quinton was missing.
And where were you when she told you that, as far as you
Downstairs in the parking area.
out in the driveway?
Yeah, next to the drive, next to the garage.
And what she look like at that point?
Complete mess, complete wreck. Trying to figure out where her baby was.
And what happened from there?
She had called the babysitter over to see if she saw anything, if she knew anything. And then the police was showing up at the same time as the babysitter had just showed up. And then the next thing I know, Danny's showing up.
Did you help look for Quinton?
Didn't get a chance to.
What do you mean?
By the time that everything was going on, we all got told we had to go down to police annex, and we was interrogated for over 17 hours by the FBI.
Did you 17 hours?
Yes, I kept track of it because they were supposed to get me pizza. I'm still mad about my pizza 2 years later.
Did I think we saw you on
He is an
video
idiot.
with your sister.
He is an
at some
idiot.
point.
Yeah, then they bought the pizza afterward.
Okay. So you got some food that day in any case?
Yeah, because I bought it.
Okay. Because you bought it?
Yeah.
Did you?
I DoorDashed it.
You're saying you DoorDashed the pizza to the police station?
So after 12 hours of sitting there being interrogated, people get hungry.
Okay. So, regardless of whether you had a good time there that day, did you cooperate with the police questioning?
Yes,
the
sir.
FBI questioning?
Dude is an
Anything they
idiot.
asked me, I told them whatever I knew.
Okay. And did that continue to be the case over the coming days and weeks?
Yes, sir. Even while they hooked me up to the lie detector test and everything.
One moment, please, John.
This is Paul Leilani's brother is on the stand. He is an absolute idiot.
Good time for a short break.
Matt, just finish up a couple of things, John.
Yes.
Do you look? I'd like to approach with what I marked as State's Exhibit 90. I'm showing you what I
Order in the court.
Exhibit 90, okay?
And let me just say, just so that everything can be on the record. So Mr. Simon just apologized for not responding yes or no. And that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you take a look at these messages starting from the back, actually, and tell me if you recognize them?
Maybe he is a little slow. I better give him. I won't give him a hard time. But y'all are seeing the nice version of him in court. You ain't seeing him out in front of the house and the type of shit he was saying, right? Because I know what kind of guy he is because I've had interactions with him. everybody watching, y'all think he's nice and he's being chill, but he ain't always like this. He ain't always like this. He runs his mouth and he was talking shit.
Okay, so these are not text messages between me and Leilani. These are text messages between me and a coworker, and about a girl that thought that I was making a rumor about her, and I wasn't, and she threatened to hit us with her car. So we all kind of dipped out of there really fast.
Is this something that happened at work on the 4th?
Yes, this was.
Yeah, he's a little
nothing
slow.
related to Leilani or Danny or anything like that.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to introduce this as Stacy Kenneth.
No objection.
Okay, exhibit 90 submitted.
Let me just ask you this.
Mhm.
On the last page here, do you see this message where this person asks you at 11:40 p.m. what time are you going in tomorrow?
I said 12 because I was already planning on going in early regardless because I needed the extra money.
And that response from you was at 11:40 p.m.
That's
We-
why I was already getting up. But then when they asked me to come in, it made it even easier to come in without asking for permission from the boss.
Okay. And this was on the night of October 4th, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you already up in your room at this point?
Yes, sir. He had texted me after I had laid down to go to bed.
Okay. And was this your last phone activity that night?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, if I have not already formally offered 88, I would do so at this time. Those were the Paul Simon, Daniel Youngkin text messages.
I believe it may already be in. Madam Clerk? Thank you.
And is that the case for 88, 89, and 90?
Not 90.
90 is just admitted.
90 was just a minute. Okay. One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So there's mention of a break. I think this is a good time for a break. The time is 3:13. Let's come back at 3:30.
Jury's exiting.
Okay, let me turn the phone lines on. Court is in recess. Okay, court is in recess. Dolly.
Okay.
What are you doing, PJ?
Nothing. Just wanted to chime in real fast.
Okay.
I didn't mean to be over talkative in chat, but I know you had words with him, and I remember, but I don't remember seeing him that close in any of your videos.
No, because he would sit at the door in the front of the house, a door they don't use, right? And he would come out there and smoke. So they do use that door, right? He would come,
right.
He would come sit out there and smoke, and then he would sit over and run his mouth, right? And
yeah,
you know, like he would say like slick shit to the protesters, and you know, from a distance, maybe I didn't realize he was maybe slow,
right?
You know,
that's why I was trying to, and I kept sending enter without getting my full thought out. So I sent it a couple times. So I'm sorry, I was kind of was spamming the chat. But the more he talked, the more I started to recognize he's clearly maybe possibly on the autism spectrum.
Maybe, but he acts more gangster than that when he's outside of court, like he's going to do something, like he's
I'm sure,
like he's tough. You know what I'm saying? He was saying things to people out there, saying shit to women, and you know, a few different people had words with him. He even said some stuff to me.
No, I don't doubt.
And I
like the stuff that you did.
I told him, I said, you want to say something to me? You want to talk to me? Come over here and say it, because I'm not going to scream back and forth with you. You know what I'm saying? Come over.
Yeah, no.
Come over here and say that slick shit that you're saying over there. And he, you know, he would just.
I'm certain. Had he walked up to you and actually had the conversation like he's having here, I'm certain you would have recognized he's not fully. I'm not going to say he's not fully functional, but he's clearly not very socially correct. He's socially awkward. He's laughing when clearly it's not funny. He's saying things that are not really appropriate. So to me, I just would hate for the whole chat to be sitting here dragging somebody that's clearly, to me, a little bit either on the spectrum or a little bit slow.
Yeah, I mean, it was hard to tell from a distance that he was doing it at.
Yeah.
You know, because he was at the house and we were at the rope. But he was just saying.
I mean, he's not, you know, he's not like he doesn't comprehend.
He carries himself a lot different then than he's carrying himself
from a distance too, I'm sure.
You know, he had a more of a I'm a little gangster vibe, sitting out there smoking a blunt, talking about fuck y'all, and you know, just a whole bunch of this slick mouth shit. And he
I mean, I remember a little bit of that.
He just kept going back and forth with people. But you know, I didn't really, you know, you watch him up here, he does seem a little slow, that he's not completely grasping the seriousness of what's going on.
And it seems like he's laughing like this is some kind of joke, but to me, it's like, I don't think he recognizes the social cues of how this is not funny.
Yeah, I agree. He does seem a little.
And I wasn't saying it like about you. I wasn't from what happened 2 years ago. I'm not even commenting on that. I'm just saying from what we're looking at and what the chat has been saying, you know, he's a little punk. And I said it at first. And then the more he talked, I was like, wait a minute. Okay. He might be a little bit not fully functional out in the public. And I probably shouldn't say stuff like that.
There's a reason that girl wanted to run him over. Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
There's probably a reason he gets, you know, he runs his mouth and he carries himself like he's a really big guy, a big tough guy, and he's
tiny.
He's tiny. He's like maybe 100 pounds. I think he's skinny as
the thing that I caught from his testimony so far, he started out with certain things and then he said that he had his phone. He wasn't supposed to have that. And so he had his phone at work. He wasn't supposed to have that out. That to me instantly told me he's going to tell you if he's the one that offed the baby.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he does appear on the stand to be a little bit slower. I didn't notice it as much when I was in person with him. But there may be something to what you guys are saying. I'm not trying to pick on the guy. I'm just sharing my experience I had with him.
Yeah. And I remember yours, and I don't doubt he would sit talking you.
I don't know if Michael's going to be here because he wasn't in the house at the time. Michael had a little bit of sense. He was the only one that showed emotion.
He didn't live with them. That's why.
He was out there crying a little bit. I made him cry. You know what I'm saying? I said some shit to him and he cried. He was the only one that I seen show emotion. Like he did. He was acting the same way, jokey, laughy, even when this was going on, like when it was happening. And I think that's what the protesters were going off about the most is, what do you think? This is funny. And he's out there, you know, arguing back and forth with these women out there. And, I just say that's just the experience I had with him. But watching him up close and listening to his conversation and how he can't pronounce words.
Yeah, and it's not really appropriate to talk about Zane and his bowel movements and just, I don't know. I'm not saying, like, don't get me wrong. Chad is saying, you know, oh my God, he's not slow. Don't say he has this or that. I'm not saying anything other than, in my opinion, in my, you know, just what I witnessed, he's clearly not socially 100% able to communicate. I
agree with that 100%. He's not a social. He don't know how to talk to people.
And from what I counted, that's witness either 11 or 12. We've got 37. Jesus.
Yeah.
That's all I had. I'll let you take more calls.
I know who the next witness is. I got inside sources.
Good. Okay. Hopefully it's someone good.
It is.
All right. And I've got 30 minutes. I'll be there in an hour. I'm excited.
All right. Peace, babe.
All right. Bye.
Dolly.
Dolly, Ryan from Minnesota. How are you?
What's up, Ryan? I'm doing all right.
I'm doing good. Something just hit me. I'm full belief that Leilani's guilty here, but I put myself in her shoes, and you know, what's the first thing you're going to do when you wake up? You realize your kid's not in his bed. You're going to tear that damn house apart, and you're going to talk to every individual in that house and ask them if they've seen the child, correct?
Well,
And
once
in this,
I know
in
the
this
child,
situation,
once I know the child's not there, I'm calling the police immediately.
right, but the situation is the first thing you're going to do is you're going to run upstairs and you're going to say, "Hey, Paul, do you know where the child is?" Right? You're going to wake his ass up before you.
Yeah.
And he didn't even know the child was missing until he was out in the driveway.
Yeah.
That's a huge red flag to me. Is if the first thing before she calls Danny, before she calls the cops, you're going to tear that house apart and you're going to wake up Paul and say, "Paul, have you seen the kid?"
Yeah.
Right? The
Amen.
fact that he didn't know about it until he was in the driveway because she knew damn well where that kid was because she killed him and put him in the dumpster for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So that was just for me is like, whoa, this is, and I can't, hopefully the attorney addresses that in his closing argument that, hey, Paul, wasn't it a little surprising that Danny heard from Leilani before you did and you're in the house, and, you know, wouldn't the first step be to tear that house apart and ask you where the baby is?
And, you know, I called a babysitter before you called the police.
Well, yeah, and I'm not even that upset about that because you should take a trip through your entire house, look through your yard. Is the child in the driveway? Is he around the house? Is he upstairs? You got to clear all that first and then call the cops.
Yeah.
So if the babysitter's across the street, I can kind of defend, you know, maybe
Well, the
checking that
babysitter
first.
ain't directly across the street. If you cross the street, she's about she's about four houses down across the street. She lives on the corner.
Gotcha.
So she's a little ways down, not somewhere a little kid should be walking by itself. But let me tell you this, the neighbor across the street from the babysitter, which is the main road, he told me he came home and Quinton Simon was on his porch one day with nobody with him. And he had to walk little Quinton Simon back to the house. And this is the guy that, when I was out there riding that four-wheeler, I don't know if you watched, he loaned me one of the neighbors loaned me his four-wheeler and everything to get out there and search for Quinton because he had to work. Yeah. And he was the neighbor that told me that Quinton Simon was on his porch and he took him home and there was nobody in the front yard. He beat on the door. It took a while for people to come to the door and he gave them their kid back.
Nuts.
So this kid was
all right, Dolly.
Road 20 years old. All right, peace. So yeah, he had got out before. Right? He had definitely got out before. There's no doubt about that. And the neighbor down the street, I want to tell you exactly who he is because he might not want to share that. It's a man. And this is the same man that loaned me the four-wheelers. As a matter of fact, you could probably see him in some of my videos. And he said that, you know, he told me, you know, he some people don't want to get involved in things. They just don't. For whatever reason it is, they don't want to get involved. But he took Quinton home. He took Quinton back. He knew whose kid it was. He lives on the block, you know, off that block, but across the street a little ways from that house. So not only Quinton get out on his busy road, let me tell you, Buckhalter is a busy ass road. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, this is Nicole in Texas.
Hey, Nicole.
Hello. I just have a quick question. Do we know if Leilani knew that Danny contacted the babysitter that morning?
I think she did know. I'm not positive that she knew, but I think they, you know, at one point, Billy Joe tried to bust up in the lady's house and act like she kidnapped Quinton and broke in her house, like a home invasion style, kicked in the door, ran in there, got in the lady's face, was trying to fight her. Her daughter pulled out her phone, started recording it. So they were blaming the babysitter.
Well, I was wondering that because if Leilani didn't know, wouldn't she? Well, did she watch all the kids, the babysitter?
Yes, all three. Sky,
okay,
and Quinton.
Okay. I just thought maybe if she didn't know, she wouldn't have worried so much. Maybe she thought, you know, they went to the babysitter like they were supposed to.
Her and her two daughters, they all watched the kids together.
Yeah. Okay.
She had two teenage daughters.
Well, never mind then. There goes my theory.
Mm-hmm. And they were really good to the kids. They were really nice people. The babysitter's a really nice, sweet lady.
You know, that's what I heard. So I don't know why. Well, I do know why they were trying to blame her, but
still.
because Billy Joe was trying to cover for her daughter, acting like somebody had kidnapped his baby when she knew that Leilani was a fucking Fruit Loop. You know what I'm saying? I don't know no other way to say it,
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
All right.
That's all I have. All right, thank you.
All right, peace. Dolly.
Hey, Dolly, how are you?
I am doing pretty good. How about yourself? Who's this? Where are you calling from?
This is Crystal from West Virginia.
Hey, Crystal.
Oh my goodness, this case. I mean, she is guilty as hell.
Yeah.
And I just hope she don't walk. I mean,
I'm praying she don't walk. Praying.
That baby deserves justice.
Yes. You got to turn me down in the background or we're going to have a really bad echo.
There you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Not a problem.
But no, I mean, I don't see anybody could do their kid like that. That just blows my mind.
Yeah, it blows my mind too. Like I said, Quinton had got out that house before, so I'm surprised something bad didn't happen to him multiple times that he got out that house. So that wasn't the only time he was able, according to them, he got out, but he had got out before. So it wasn't like something that the neighbors would find weird because they have seen this kid outside by himself before.
Yeah. That's awful.
Yeah. So him and Zane would get out and walk down to the babysitters. And like I said, Quinton was at another house across the street from the babysitter.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. So
they didn't watch the baby.
Huh?
I said, so they didn't watch that baby, pay no attention to him.
It don't sound like it to me. If the kid's getting out on a busy road and down the street a block and a half down from the house, they wasn't watching them too good.
No, absolutely not.
So they haven't even brought that.
All right, Dolly.
They haven't even brought that up to court, but you be good.
You too. Thank you.
Right, yeah, we ain't heard nothing about Quinton getting out previous to that, but he had, right? The babysitter, I know that. Dolly. Hello. Can you hear me? Going once. Going twice. No sale.
No.
Dolly.
I'm here. There was a delay.
Okay, that was a different person. That was a 912 number. That was a Georgia number.
Oh. Now, didn't the neighbors...
You got to turn me down on the TV and just listen to me on the phone.
I gotcha. Wasn't one of the neighbors that witnessed her whack him upside the head for getting out?
It was a juvenile that witnessed it. It wasn't one of the a neighbor, but a neighbor from down the street.
Okay, so it was witnessed.
Yeah, there was multiple abuse witness that Leilani did to Quinton, and they're going to tell it. I know they're going to tell it.
Okay.
Because I know they're witnesses. I didn't see them. I know for a fact they're on the witness list, and that she's going to tell it. That's for sure.
Perfect. That's what I was just wondering.
Now, as long as the prosecutor asked her the right questions. Okay, we're back in court, so I got to let you go.
Okay.
All right.
Peace.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Parker. All right, Mr. Simon, please have a seat. And you are still under oath. Mr. Simon, I'm sorry. Go ahead and have a seat, Ms. Simon.
Back in session.
So we're back on the record now in SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Mr. Simon has taken his place once again on the stand. He understands he's still under oath. And Mr. Simon, you mentioned earlier about polygraph. There's been a motion in limine which the court is granting. Do not mention polygraph. I don't expect you'll be asked any questions, but don't volunteer any answers, any responses about a polygraph. Do you understand? Have any questions? All right. Is the state ready to proceed?
The state is ready, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
The defense is ready, Judge.
That was a no-no.
You're fine, Mr. Simon. Thank you very much, though. Mr. Hilliard, I believe you have Mr. Simon on cross. When we have them. Jurors, please. Thank you, Solomon.
Jurors not entering.
Thank you, Birch. Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Thank you. Welcome back after that short break. Did anyone have any discussions about the case? Did anyone do any research? Okay. And with that, we will proceed. Mr. Hilliard.
Mr. Simon, my name is Martin Hilliard. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm pretty good. No complaints. I've got some questions for you, and I'm probably going to start on October 5th and work back a little bit. You were already at home on the morning of October 5th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you said you woke up, you went outside, took your dog outside.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to kind of approach the witness and show him State's Exhibit real quick. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. If you would, the upstairs bedroom that you stay in, which bedroom is that? Does it overlook the pool? Does it overlook the front yard, the side yard?
It overlooked the pool and the driveway.
Okay.
Because the way the bathroom was faced was towards the outside driveway.
Okay.
Then the room I was in faced towards the inside of the driveway.
All right. So based upon what you're looking at right there, would it be above the dining room or the living room or somewhere in that area?
By the living room.
By the living room?
Right above it.
Okay. And so you could look out over the pool and the patio and the parking area, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this other bedroom right here.
Look towards the front.
Towards the front.
Yes, sir.
Just trying to get an orientation. All right. So you are at home that night around the night of October 4th, around 11:40. Was a text message between you and your coworkers that Mr. Dean was just talking about, correct?
Yes, sir.
You remember sending that?
Yes, sir.
Were you awake?
I was trying to go to sleep, so I was kind of trying to end the conversation pretty fast.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because I was already laid down at 11 to go to sleep, and so when a text message came through, it kind of woke me up a little bit. Okay. And so I was just trying to get it done and over with, but yeah, I was a little bit awake.
All right. Well, let's just talk about that. So you were a little bit awake. Did you hear any doors opening or closing or a ruckus or anything going on at that point in time?
No, sir.
Okay. And I don't know because I don't know anything about the house, but if the door for the living room or the dining room open or closed, can you hear that from upstairs or no?
You can hear a car door shut, but you can't really hear the door shut unless it's slammed.
Okay. So if the dining room door, the living room door are shut,
Mm.
you wouldn't necessarily hear it.
No, sir.
And I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but if there's a car door outside slammed, you would definitely hear that.
Yes.
Okay. And so did you hear that at any point in time that evening?
Around about 11:20, I heard a car door shut, and it was Leilani coming back in from getting cigarillos. And I just kind of laid there and ignored it because I just finished my episode and I was heading to bed.
Okay. So about 11:20, you heard the car door shut.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the morning times, do you hear when anybody leaves for work?
No, sir. Okay. Being passed out, I don't.
You,
after working, I don't really hear a whole lot.
Understandable. So you slept through the morning of October 5th till about 9:30, correct?
I woke up about 8:30, but I laid there until 9.
Okay. And you, at that point in time, had you heard anything?
I heard a little bit of yelling, but like I said, that was an everyday thing, so I just didn't pay no attention to it and laid there until I heard it move away where I couldn't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Then I got up and let the dog out. And that was about 9 o'clock was when I got up.
And you said you heard some yelling. What yelling did you hear?
I just heard Leilani screaming, but I didn't know what she was screaming about or nothing like that. I just heard screaming.
And you were taking the dog out when that happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said the police showed up and Daniel showed up, correct? Mm-hmm. And you said that you heard the yelling and the police showed up, and you said that Leilani was a complete mess, correct?
Yes, sir.
How about Daniel?
He wasn't really phased. He didn't look phased. He left work in a hurry, but other than that, the whole time he was more worried about what was going to happen to him throughout the whole thing, from what I saw.
Okay.
I mean, 3 days after it happened, he's up in North Carolina just that quick. Boom, gone. I mean, that just strikes me as not good, not right behavior when you're supposed to be.
When they make an objection, you have to stop.
Yeah.
Just a moment, I'm sorry. Was there an objection?
There was an objection, Judge. So.
Mr. Dean?
Non-responsive.
This is Dan.
Mr. Simon,
Just a moment.
you have to let me ask the questions and you have to answer them, okay? So you were there that day and you were there all day, correct? On October 5th.
Yes, sir. Until the police took us.
Right. So you said when Danny got there, he seemed unfazed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You said Leilani was a mess, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you answer all the questions that were put to you that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm curious, how at this point in time, how long had you known Daniel Youngkin?
About 4 months. All I really knew about him before that was that he was one of Leilani's baby daddies. Okay. That's all I knew about him before that.
All right. So, and when did you move into the house on Buckhalter Road?
In about April, right after my birthday.
So, April of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was in October of 2022, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and I guess when you moved in, Danny and Leilani and the kids were already there.
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay. Now, did you ever notice Danny and Leilani either using drugs or drinking?
Danny drunk every day.
Right.
He'd be riding down the road drinking a Fireball, little shot, consistently every day.
All right. And
thank you, brown-eyed girl. Grab you a seat in the pews. Come on. Thank you.
Yep, smoke weed.
And you did too.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever see him do anything else?
No, sir.
Okay. And if anything else was done,
I would have told my mom.
Okay. So that was not something you knew about?
No, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I believe Leilani knew that, and that's why she constantly tried to hide it from me. That she was doing something that she didn't want me to know of.
Okay. And same thing for Danny, correct?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So, was it uncommon for the back door? And again, if you don't know, that's fine. But how did you normally come in and out of the house when you?
Through the back door.
Okay. And was that pretty much how everyone entered the house?
Yes, sir.
And was it uncommon that those doors would be unlocked?
Normally, since I was the one that got off work, the last one to be home, it would be locked whenever my stepdad would be home. But if it was everybody else, I would be the one that locked the door before I went up to bed.
So, and that's kind of what I was getting to. Normally, you were the one who locked the door when you came in at night,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And do you have any recollection doing so this particular night, the
Yes,
night
sir.
of October 4th?
I locked it when I came in, and I had went in and talked to Danny, and then went to bed.
And again, not being judgmental, but you smoke blunts. Do you smoke cigarettes, Paul?
I used to.
Okay. When did you quit?
About 3 years ago when I started vaping.
So you gave up cigarettes and started vaping?
Yes, sir.
How about Leilani? She smoked cigarettes?
Yes, sir.
And how about Danny?
Yep.
Okay. And whenever they were smoking at the house, where would they normally go to smoke?
Either the front or the back.
Okay. Were there ashtrays out there?
There was ashtrays in the back on the back porch, and there should have been one on the front porch. But Leilani started smoking after a few months of them moving down in that room.
Now, you said you came in the night of October 4th, and you saw Quinton, Zane, and Sky.
Sky was in the little swing thing where that's where she kind of just slept in that.
Mm-hmm.
Zane was in his race car bed in the corner of the wall, and Quinton was right at the foot of the bed in the playpen.
And they were all good at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And had you ever seen, you said Danny seemed agitated when you got home.
Mm-hmm.
Anything abnormal, or was it just his normal?
It was just his normal whining and complaining, but he just, like I said, he just seemed a little bit more agitated. But I was like, don't worry, man. She's going to be back here in a while. Just rode up the road.
Did you ever see Leilani that evening?
I did not. Okay. I had already went to bed before I had saw her.
Okay. All right. And did you ever hear them two arguing or bickering at any point in time that evening?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I got, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Simon.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dean, any redirect?
One moment, please.
Paul Simon is a fool. Okay. He don't know what's going on. But I bet you he knows a lot more than he's saying. It sounds like he's been coached to take up for the Leilani.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Simon, is there any reason not to excuse Mr. Simon?
Not on behalf of Ms. Simon, no.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Simon, you are excused, sir.
He was definitely coached because he went to Danny, took off. Danny seemed suspicious. Danny didn't act normal.
His state may call its next witness.
She never checked the bedroom for his baby because he was in there asleep. Here we go. You're looking good here, Dolly. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I wore my best robe for court today. Okay. I wore my best robe. Uh-oh, here we go.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
This way, ma'am.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Melanie Bowling. I am 28 years old and I'm a mama.
This ain't who I thought it was
What
going
is
to
your
be.
city and state of residence? What town do you live in?
Glenville, Georgia.
And how long have you lived in Glenville?
Going on 8, almost 9 years now.
Are you a little nervous this afternoon?
I am, I'm sorry.
I'm always a little nervous in court too. It's all right. If you need a break at any point, just let me know.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the defendant?
I do.
How do you know her?
She used to live in the same neighborhood as me.
In Glenville, I presume?
Yes.
When you met her, how many children, if any, did she have at that point?
When I first met her, she had no kids.
And how did you meet her?
I met her through her ex-boyfriend, Cody Warden, which is her first child's
This
father.
is the lady that said she heard her beating Quinton
I
in
met
the
him
phone.
first because he lived out there and they started dating. And that's how I met her. And I looked at her and him as like little siblings that I wanted to help guide in the right direction. But that's how I met her.
And did you all live near one another for a period of time?
We did. We were right next door for a period of time. And then there was a period of time where she lived like walking distance from where I lived.
Okay. And then at some point, did she move away from Glenville?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that she moved away, did she have any children?
Yes, she had Zane.
So the time that she moved in near you would have been sometime shortly before Zane's birth?
Yes, it was about maybe 6 months or so before she got pregnant with him.
Before she got pregnant?
Yes.
And then was she living next to you, or next door to you during her pregnancy?
Yes.
And did she continue to live next door to you during the time that she actually had Zane?
Well, down a little bit, down the dirt road a little bit, but yes, it was still in the same neighborhood.
Okay, so you're saying by the time she had Zane, she had moved walking distance away?
Yes.
Was no longer right next door?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about this. Let's kind of take chunks of time. Tell me about the nature of your relationship with her before she ever had Zane.
Well, I mean, you know, like I said, Cody, I met him first and he was going through a hard time. So like my husband and I took them in as, took him in as like a little brother to help guide in the right direction. She started dating him and, I got good vibes from her at first. I never suspected anything bad. And I kind of try to guide her in the right direction too. She ended up falling pregnant. And when she did, she was young, and I can relate to that.
She
because
said
I was a
pregnant like
teen
it was a
mom
disease.
myself.
Fell pregnant.
So I wanted to help her in any way possible to, with her child and be that support.
Were you friends with her during her pregnancy with Zane?
I was.
And did you remain friends with her after she gave birth to Zane and had him as a newborn?
I did, yes.
And did you all spend time together during both of those time periods?
Yes.
Did you spend time with her around both her and Zane?
Yes.
Okay. Were you all still living in the same town at the time she gave birth to Quinton?
No. Well, I was, but she wasn't.
Okay. Can you tell me where she was and when she had left in relation to when she had Quinton?
I know her and Cody moved to Alabama. That happened. And then I guess they broke up. She came back to Georgia to, I think, Waycross or somewhere, wherever Bubba Moss is from.
Waynesboro, sound right?
Waynesboro, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I get those mixed up. And she came back and she was staying with him in a camper, and she fell pregnant. They split up and she went back to Alabama, and Cody helped her.
How do you fall pregnant?
And during you've talked about your contact with her during the time she lived near you.
Yes.
Right?
Said it
In the
like
same
it's
town.
a disease.
Yes.
Did you all have daily or near daily contact at that point?
When she was pregnant with Quinton, it was about almost every other day, if not weekly.
Well, I want to ask specifically about when she lived in the same town as you.
Yes,
When she
every
lived
day.
Okay,
Yes,
every
sir.
day at that point.
Yes,
And then after she moved, and I understand it sounds like she bounced around a little bit.
she did.
What
And
was the nature of your contact with her after
Fell
she
on the
moved away
dig.
from Glen?
text message and phone call, FaceTime.
And how frequently did you say that you would have contact with her?
So when she got with Bubba, it kind of drifted off a little bit. And I don't know why. I can't tell you why, but we drifted off a little bit. And then she would, we contact out the blue. She'd call me, I text her, I call her, she texts me, vice versa, just to see how we are doing, I always checked in on her to see if she was doing okay, if the kids were okay, how they're doing, how big they're getting, stuff like that.
Did you talk to her on the phone regularly during her pregnancy with Quinton?
Yes.
About how often?
She updated me like with every appointment that she had.
Did she talk to you during those phone calls about things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
And tell me again how you viewed the nature of your relationship with her.
I viewed her, like I said, as a little sister that I wanted to help guide in the right direction.
I think all these people share one brain cell. Okay,
During
one brain
her
cell amongst all
pregnancy
of them.
with Quinton, where you're having this regular telephone contact with her.
Mm-hmm.
Did it include calls?
Yes.
Did it include text messages?
Yes.
Did it include FaceTime?
Yes, a couple times so I could see Zane.
Did you ever catch up over fairly long phone calls, or are we talking about like 1 or 2 minutes?
No, these were like hour-plus long phone calls.
And that's during her pregnancy with Quinton?
Yes.
During that type of contact.
Dipshit
that you
high.
described,
Okay,
did
dipshit
she
high.
talk to you about the state of her relationship with Quinton's father, Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
It was rocky. They were fighting a lot. Then was a time where they did break up, and she was depressed. Made some comments to me that were concerning, but they fought a lot.
Order in the court.
What kind of comments?
The comments which I, at the time, wanted to think maybe she was like depressed and going through something. That was my thought process, but thinking of it now, I don't know. But she would say how she wished maybe if I didn't have Quinton, if I would have had the abortion like Bubba wanted me to, he would still be here.
Now, is that something she said to you after Quinton had been born?
She has mentioned it after and while she was pregnant, yes.
Okay. And how did you react to those kind of comments?
It shocked me. I mean, I was like, like what? Coming with, I have 3 kids myself. I'm not the one to judge, someone on abortions and stuff, but she didn't want to have one, and that's on her, okay? But I did not. It was really shocking. I didn't agree with it, in my opinion. That's my opinion.
I want to ask you a couple more.
This girl hasn't talked to Leilani in years. At least a year
You
before
said
this
that
happened.
she made those remarks, but before Quinton was born and after Quinton had been born.
Yes.
Roughly how many times would you say you remember her saying things like that?
Off the top of my head, but while she was pregnant with him and right after he was born, I'd say about 2 or 3 times.
And you said that the nature of the comment was maybe if I had had the abortion, Bubba would still be with me. And that was a remark she made both before Quentin was born and after he was born.
Yes.
Can I conclude from that then that Bubba had already left her before Quentin was born?
Yes.
And there's at least, sounds like 1 or 2 times where she said this, like, while Quentin was a newborn.
Yes, a newborn and while he was older too.
Now, I want to kind of move forward in time. Did you remain in contact with her to one degree or another over the phone throughout Quentin's short life?
Yes.
Okay. And let's say from, between Quentin's
This is
birth
an old
to
friend of
October
Leilani's that
2022,
Leilani hadn't had no
how often
contact with in
you
a
say you were in
while.
contact with
And now they're acting like they're
during that time?
BFFs.
And I understand it's like a year and a half.
Yes. So, trying to think. So she came to my son's party in 2019 with Danny. I asked her to bring the boys, and she said that her mom had
Let me
them.
just
I'm
ask
sorry, but I'm trying to remember.
No, it's fine.
What was the question again?
I don't believe her.
About how often were you? Let's just talk about, I don't know, the year leading up to October of 2022.
Okay.
When Quentin is no longer a newborn. Okay.
Yes.
How often would you be in contact with her at that point?
At that point, so it could be weekly sometimes, and then it would jump from weekly to monthly. And then I would have to be in contact with her. I would sometimes not get any contacts back for a few months. Then it come out the blue, she'll contact me and we can go from talking to each other for like 2 weeks straight, and then there'd be gaps again.
But in any case, it sounds like you never cut off contact completely.
No.
And would you, during this time frame, would you still sometimes have these long, extended phone conversations with her?
We did.
And would she talk to you about things that were going on in her life?
Yes.
And could you hear the children in the background at times?
Always.
Was there ever a time on any of these calls that you heard anything concerning directed towards Quentin?
I mean, besides, may I repeat what was said? It's cursing. Or should I blurt it?
Wherever your response is, you may give it.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted your permission.
So the rules here are, if you're, quoting, we would ask that you not just like insert your own.
No, I just want to hit what she exactly
If
said.
you're quoting somebody, yeah, tell us what you heard.
Okay. There's been times when she has been getting on to Quentin, saying, "Will you get the fuck down, you stupid little shit?" She will call them assholes, you little assholes. I told you to go do this. Now go do what the fuck I said before I beat your ass. Called him a bastard child out of anger. I guess he was doing something like climbing on the table, and she told him to get down several times. And she's like, this is why I wish I never had you, wish I would have aborted you, and stuff like that.
And I just want to make it clear the circumstances in which you're hearing this. Are you physically present with her when you're hearing these things?
No, sir.
Right. You're on the phone with her?
Yes.
And you hear her saying these things over the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Let's kind of break these things down. You said
I don't know. Why didn't you report it?
Yes.
Why didn't she call CPS?
Tell us what you remember about that.
I know when she would get really frustrated with him that she can be unpredictable and say things very harshly that a normal mother would not say. And about, I wish I never had you. Wish I would have had an abortion. So I wish I never had your dad. Got with your dad, so I would have never had you. Stuff like that.
And are you sure she was referring to Quentin?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Because she would yell, "Quentin, what the fuck did I just tell you?" And then go on with what I just said.
I think you also mentioned asshole or something.
Yes, asshole. For him acting like a 15-year-old acting, or a 15-month-old acting like an asshole.
Could you tell over the phone what he was doing, or if anything, or what was going on that caused her to have these outbursts?
I could hear the kids like, playing, screaming, running around, like what kids do. I have 3 kids myself, 2 boys and a daughter. So boys being boys, they get rough with each other. And, that happens. Okay. But instead of like, hey, you guys can keep your hands to yourself, time out and do the separate them or whatever, she would start cussing and snapping and yelling and calling names. Now,
how would you react, if at all? I don't know whether you.
I was speechless, sir. I mean, I would try to be like, hey, calm down. You're just mad. You don't need to be saying those kinds of things. You don't mean it, thinking, she didn't mean it. That was my assumptions. Okay. But I would try to calm her down and be like, hey, chill out. Like, take a breather. They're just kids. They're little kids. Like, this is going to happen.
Did you ever hear anything that sounded, I mean, you've talked about, what you've talked about to this point, would you characterize it as verbal abuse?
Yes, and I've heard her whip them, but I can't, like I said, I mean, it's whoopings, so I don't know if she's using her hand on their butt. I don't know what she's using. It's on the phone call.
Okay, so for that, you're saying you can't say whether it was or was not reasonable parental discipline.
Exactly.
But you've heard stuff like that.
Yes.
Overall, based on all your interactions with her and all your observations, did you develop the impression that she felt differently about Quinton than she did about Zane?
Yes, because every time I would speak to her, she would always speak highly about Zane and her youngest one after she was born, but never about Quinton, even though he was the sweetest little thing ever.
What kind of things would she say about Zane?
Talking about how well he is, how smart he is, how he knows his ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, so on and so forth. The potty training, stuff about Cody and her, just talking highly about him and how good he's doing from when I last seen him as a little baby.
And do you remember hearing anything like that about Quinton?
No.
Just to be clear, did you ever yourself physically meet Quinton?
I have never physically met Quinton, no.
And is that because you all had already?
How do you know so much about the kid you ain't never met him?
But yes, but I have FaceTimed him after he was born and seen him, I FaceTimed him and Zane and Sky when she was a little baby too.
One moment, please.
Yes.
No further questions.
My thing is, why didn't she call social services if she heard this kid being abused? That's it. You failed this kid,
Miss Bowling, you said that you met Miss Simon in 2019 with Danny?
No, I met her in 2017, 2018 when she was dating Cody.
All right, maybe I misheard. You said you met her in 2019 at a birthday party with Danny.
She brought Danny to my son's birthday party that I invited her and her children to come to in 2019.
Okay, so you're saying that Danny Youngkin attended a birthday party with you in 2019 with Miss Simon, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the hill you're going to die on.
I believe that was Danny, yeah.
I knew she
That's what it looked like.
Right. Were you aware that she didn't meet Mr. Youngkin until 2020?
So that's not what I'm not aware of. I say because she brought that man to my birthday party.
Oh my
God! You just sat here under oath and said it was Danny Youngkin.
That's what she told me. That was his name, Danny, that she was bringing through messages on Facebook Messenger, sir.
Damn.
When was the last time you actually physically? Oh, let me ask you this: when did you ever physically meet Quinton Simon?
I never physically met him.
Okay. So in 20 months of his life, you never once saw him in person, correct?
Correct.
Right. And when was the last time prior to that that you had met and hung out with Miss Simon?
Prior to his birth.
His birth.
Okay. Prior to his birth was the birthday party, 2019.
Okay.
What?
So at least 2.5 years prior, well, maybe a year and a half prior to his birth then?
Well, actually, that was, yeah, roughly, yeah.
Okay. So at that point in time, had Zane been born?
Yes.
Okay. So now you said that originally y'all would talk every day.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was weekly. Then it was every other week. Then it was monthly. Then it was every few months. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Not really a strong friendship there, is it?
Well, sir, we did have a very strong friendship, but again, like I've said before, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And the path she was going down was a path that I clearly could not help her out of.
Miss Bowling, you and Miss Simon started smoking weed together in 2017. So let's not pretend this is some sort of Sunday school
You're
thing.
right, sir. Okay. But the
Damn,
thing is,
damn.
I never done cocaine. I never did ecstasy, nor pills.
Okay.
That was in 2017, sir.
That was.
That was a long time ago. And I don't anymore.
Okay. Well, congratulations to you. And that being said, was that the reason y'all hung out, was to smoke weed together?
No. The reason well, maybe for her, because she likes to use people. But to me, it was,
She sounds mad over a man or
helping him
something.
get back on his feet because of what he had to endure and go through at that time, which is a different matter from this court.
You have some
mad
rather
over a
unique
man?
beliefs, don't you, Miss Bowling?
Beliefs.
Yes,
Can you define that, please, or elaborate it for me, please?
I can. Do you remember meeting with Mr. Dean on August 13th of this year?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling him about some experiences you had on August 13th and conveying those to him?
Yep.
Okay. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but did you not tell him that you had communed with Quinton Simon's ghost?
Oh, Lord.
Yes. And if you
Oh,
would like,
Lord.
I can actually do it here.
No,
Please, by all means.
no.
I would love to see this.
Give me a holy Bible and a candle. And yes, sir.
So that being said,
Oh, Lord. He's a nutcase.
you told Mr. Dean this, correct?
Oh,
I sure did.
And you
Break out
said,
the spirit
I mean,
box.
correct me if I'm wrong, your husband videotaped the seance, correct?
He did.
And anytime I'm making a misstatement as to what you said that Quinton Simon spoke to you through a candle.
He spoke to me through images. Okay.
Order
When I
in the
was in my
court.
trance,
Order
I
in the
couldn't
court.
see anything except for what he was showing me and what he was telling me as a 15-month-old could do.
Okay.
Oh,
And
Lord. Oh,
so
Lord.
he was a 15-month-old ghost speaking to you. Please tell me about this. I would love to hear.
Okay. So
Wait, I
this
did
is what
see
I
Quentin's
did. And
ghost.
I lit my
did see
candle,
the
had my
ghost.
Bible out, and I prayed. I asked if I could reach out to Quinton Simon. And here he comes. Behold. Do I see him physically?
I did see
No.
the ghost. I did see
But
the
here
ghost.
he is, and he is Mama Mel. That's what I was always called by them.
What?
Mama
He didn't
Mel.
even know you. You never
Help
met
me.
him.
I said, with what? I said, help me help you. What happened? He said, Mommy hurt me. I asked him, how did he hurt you? Or how did she hurt you?
They let this lady in court.
And he told me she hit me in the head really hard. I said, okay. I was like, what else? And I said, did you get any candy thinking maybe he got into drugs or something?
He couldn't even talk.
And he said, no. I said, okay, where are you? And he threw me
right.
star of the church that's next to the landfill.
Oh my God.
On that dirt road right there next to Little Neck Road on the dump. He showed me exactly where he was in that pile with his arm hanging out, lifeless, gray, and there's blood in a bag that looked like it used to be like a bluish purple color. And he's throwing up blood. After I closed out the seance, I prayed and I said, I wish you peace and to pass on peacefully, and you'll get the justice you need. Okay, I prayed, closed it out. That was that. Blew out the candle, turned on the lights, and my hoverboard that both my son had, that was completely destroyed because he took it through a mud puddle.
Objection!
You take a hoverboard, electric hoverboard through a mud puddle, it's done. It started turning on and off by itself and moving, even though it's completely done for, and I've tried charging it and nothing.
And what date was this?
What day was that? That was, to be honest with you, sometime in November of 2022. I don't know the exact date. I do not.
So this was after.
I wonder if she was burning a dolly candle. Okay.
No, this is actually before the indictment report came out. I had the dream, which I told them already, but yes. Okay.
So it was in November, correct?
Roughly, maybe the end of October. It's in that time area. I also had a major craniotomy that year.
Yeah, something wrong with your brain.
Memory's a little.
What's a craniotomy?
Where you have to have a major brain surgery. They take your skull
I
off.
can tell. I can tell she had a brain surgery.
Craniotomy?
I did.
And you told all this to Mr. Dean?
To Mr. Yes.
Brain surgery. You need another one. You need another brain surgery. Good Lord.
Melanie, is it fair to say that I brought you into my office to talk about concrete things that you heard the defendant say over the years about Quinton?
Yes.
Okay.
I see
and
those.
that you volunteered the information about the seance, right?
I did. Because I don't know if you guys recognize that kind of stuff or not.
And do you remember me telling you, well, I have to tell the defense about this because it's a thing you've said as a witness, but that it's seance information is not admissible in court.
Exactly. Yes, sir.
And do you remember acknowledging pretty even-handedly that you understand that not everybody believes in these things?
I do, and that's why I didn't want to speak upon it like that.
Show my video.
Now, you've said that you had a Bible with you while you were doing this.
Yes.
And it was a Christian Bible.
Yes, sir. I was baptized and raised as a Christian.
Do you remain a practicing Christian?
I sure do, sir.
Do you consider this some sort of a prayer practice, what you're describing?
Yes, sir. I mean, in a way.
Do you consider it a private matter?
A private matter? Yes.
How does it feel to come into court and essentially get made fun of for it?
You know, to be honest with you, it's kind of embarrassing because, like you said, not everybody believes in this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, I was born with a gift that I call a curse.
Now, does any of this have anything to do with the things that you heard her say about her son, both before and after his birth?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Bowling, you're willing to hold yourself up to ridicule to get justice for Quinton, aren't you?
Excuse me?
Said you're willing to hold yourself up to public ridicule to get justice for Quinton, aren't you?
I guess so. I'm here to get justice for him, so.
What aren't you willing to do for Quinton's justice?
Well, I've done everything I can possibly for his justice.
Thank you so much.
We did see the ghost. Okay, there was the ghost video. I bet you if he's the prosecutor, seen that video, he wouldn't say that.
Thank you, ma'am.
She left a scalpel in her head. Okay, they left a scalpel in her head. Oh Lord! Now we did see Quinton's ghost. That ain't no lie. You know, I back her on that. But Quinton, he barely could say Danny. Okay. So he called this lady mama and all that shit. She's tripping. She may have a scalpel in her skull.
Has it been about an hour? Yeah, I was thinking that. I'm getting a motion for a
Wow,
getting a
just
sign for a
wow.
timeout, and I was thinking we've been going at it for a while now. You probably due for a break, Ms. Parker.
Your Honor, I was just going to let the court know that our next witness may be lengthy. She's here, we can call her, but I wanted the court to be aware that it may require us to go after 5 o'clock. So just letting the court know to decide timing.
I think I know who this is.
All right.
I bet you it's the babysitter.
I'm inclined to hear this witness today, but let's take a break. It's 4:16. Let's break until 4:30.
You're exiting.
All right. Time to bring the phone lines up. Time to bring the phone lines up.
As a matter of fact, let's make it let's make it 4:35.
Dolly, the bioexorcist.
Dolly.
Yes.
Doug from Tennessee.
Doug, did you hear that, Doug?
Man, what a cracker. You got to be joking, man. They let that damn girl get up there and say that shit.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it either.
Can't you just imagine what them juries are thinking?
Well, look, what about the ghost on my video, Doug?
That could be anything. That poor little old boy can't talk.
I know the ghost didn't say nothing to me, but she could have showed the ghost video as evidence in her behalf that there is a spirit world.
She done lost that damn video.
Well, I mean,
if that's true, Dolly, if that's true, if she can talk to Quinton Simon, why the hell are there any damn kids missing in this world?
I don't know, Doug. I don't.
She ought to do a seance on every one of them, and she find every one of the missing kids.
I mean, they may have left the scalpel in her brain when they did that lobotomy or lobotomy, whatever they did to her head.
But what I'm saying, she said she could talk to the spirit, and he told her where he was buried and everything.
And
so if that's
called her mom, whatever her name was, I mean, order in the court. Order in the court. Okay.
But if that's true, she could find somewhere else.
We're not going to have any more outbursts from you today, okay? I'm just letting you know. I will find your ass. I will find you and hold you in a contempt. Right.
But that girl was a nut, dude.
She was a little nutty, okay? A little nutty. But what if she's telling
Ain't no way.
What if she's telling the truth?
What if she? But if you believe that from her, then I don't believe she even heard that shit on the telephone. I think she's full of shit. She dreamed that shit up in her nightmare.
I think she just gave Leilani a free pass. Like that, all that did was help Leilani.
Yeah, because she heard it in a nightmare. She heard all them telephone calls in a nightmare.
They acted like they were she acted like they were BFFs, and then she was wrong about Danny. Right? She never met Danny, never met Quinton, but yet she's able to talk to his ghost, and that ghost calls her Mama so and so. Get the hell out of here, lady.
I'll tell you the thing that shocked her the most is when that guy said, "You and Leilani were smoking pot together, didn't you?"
Yeah. He said, congratulations. When she said I quit, he said, congratulations. I mean, look, I hate to say it. Leilani got a pretty good attorney. I had to say it. I wanted to go to prison, but she got a pretty good attorney.
And I will tell you what, you notice what he does, though. He keeps it short, to the point, and nails their ass.
Oh, my Jesus. That was terrible. That was terrible. Who let her in there? Right? Don't they ask you the questions before they bring you in?
Yeah, but still, they talked to her before they even let her come in, and he was going to let her come in there and say that stupid shit. Sorry.
Because, I was down there for a while. I knew that wasn't the girl Leilani was hanging out with, because there is a girl that Leilani would hang out with every day. She was at the house. Matter of fact, she was in the truck with Leilani the very first time she pulled out and the media was running up. She was with her BFF that day. There's a girl that lives in that area that she hung out with all the time. And I knew that wasn't a girl. So I knew it was like a estranged friend. So yeah,
Well, how does a baby reach out to you and you never met it?
I don't know. I never met Quinton Simon, and the damn ghost tried to run me down.
Well, hell, he wouldn't be hard to run you down. You're a short little fella.
Everybody in here can say, Dolly, you crazy, but I can pull the video up. You know what I'm saying? I can
Yeah.
pull the video up. PJ, send me that. Well, PJ's probably driving. She can't send it to me, but I would say send it to me and I'd play it again. But it's clear as day. A ghost, you know, you can say it's a kid ghost. It may not be Quentin. It could have been some other little kid, but it was right in front of his eyes. You know,
Shit, that was Doug.
What if the judge would have said that? What if the defense would have said that to me, and I would have been like, "Okay, well, play this video." You know what I'm saying?
You know, that was Doug chasing you, don't you?
Listen, she should have never bought a Chinese hoverboard. Okay, them things are unreal. Okay, you don't buy those from China. They be catching on fire. Okay, we all know that. They won't even let you on a plane with one. Did you know that? You cannot get on a plane with a hoverboard because they be catching on fire.
My grandkids had one that sucker caught on fire.
See, did you know?
He was cruising down the road, and I said, "Jump off that thing." He said, "Why?" I said, "It's smoking."
Yeah, they'll catch on fire. All right, Doug, you be good.
Hey, but that was me chasing you.
All right, you are a lot better than that ghost was.
Later.
Now that ghost didn't say, "Stop, Dolly, I need to talk to you." Hello. That's how I felt.
Dolly.
Yeah.
You done flipped your wig. You
Look.
got a curl hanging down.
That lady, like, her wig is worse than mine.
You got a curl hanging down. You done flipped your wig.
She done messed up my curls. She done messed up my curls here. I was like, what the hell? Are we serious right now? We needed that entertainment.
They brought in the Beverly Hillbilly. They brought in the Beverly Hillbilly. And then they brought in the psycho.
Yeah. So listen, if y'all enjoying the entertainment today, make sure you like this video. And PJ said she just sent me the video. Okay, so let's play. I gotta play this just to defend this lady before y'all pick on her too much. Okay, let me play this video.
All right, bye.
All right, here we go. All right, let me pause this, right? Listen. This is in this lady's defense.
Looks like to be an apparition walking behind Dolly Vision TV on Bullhorn Betty's live last night.
And so we went back, and sure as I am sitting here, that was on my original video, and I literally dropped my phone.
I contact one of America's most well-known alien abductees, and he tells me on Bullhorn Betty's live last night.
And so we went back, and sure as...
Right, now watch when I walk by and tell me this ain't a ghost. Let me blow it up big.
Is this Quinton Simon's ghost? In this clip, footage shows what looks like to be an apparition walking behind Dolly Vision TV on Bullhorn Betty's live last night.
And so we went back, and sure as I am sitting here, that was on my original video, and I literally dropped my phone.
I contact one of America's most well-known alien abductees, and he tells me what he thinks.
So David, I have to send you this video, and I want you to tell me what you think about it.
Okay, I'll do it.
If you look up Bullhorn Betty on YouTube and click on her live video captioned Live Quinton Night Crew Edition and scroll in 1 hour and 13 minutes in, the apparition appears.
Here's the light, look.
Notice how the apparition walks behind the fence in Dolly Vision, but does not appear in front of it. It almost looks as if a small creature is walking, but there was nothing there. It's eerie to watch, as it seems to be coming from Quinton's home. After it passes Dolly, it dissolves into thin air.
All right, so, we started getting calls last night, like text messages, emails, the phones were blowing up. And people were saying that there was a little boy running near Dolly. And I'm like, no, there wasn't. And so we look at the video, and it was not a video. It was a clip of my video, and of course it had a logo at the bottom of it. And I saw it, and I'm like, oh, that's photoshopped. That's definitely photoshopped. And he's like, no, it looks real. It looks real. And I'm like, no, it's got to be photoshopped. Go back to my video. Go back to my video. And so he went and posted on it. And I'm like, did you check it? And he's like, no. I'm like, it looks photoshopped. And so I said, well, let's pull up my video. And so somebody had identified that it was like right at the 1 hour, 14-minute mark. So I started at 1 hour and 13 minutes and started watching. And I didn't see it the first go round. And so we got the time again. And so we went back, and sure as I am sitting here, that was on my original video. And I literally dropped my phone. Like, I was like freaked out. I dropped my phone. There is no way in this world that I actually thought that there was a ghost, but I saw it and I watched it again, and you can clearly see legs running.
David Eckhart is an alien abductee and UFO experiencer. I interviewed him last year and wrote this article showing photographs he's taken of entities. He's been on numerous TV shows, such as the History Channel.
David Eckhart is asleep in his bedroom. Suddenly, the camera picks up something alarming. A short, skinny humanoid figure begins slowly peeking out from behind the open door.
I backed and forth until I found it, and then that's what it showed me. And I showed my son. He's like, got these tears coming to his eyes. No way.
This interview clip they used is from my full interview with David Eckhart. I decided to call him to see what he thinks of the Quinton apparition video.
Oh, David, I have to send you this video, and I want you to tell me what you think about it.
Okay, I can do it. I can do it.
So it's
working on a new case.
Yeah, I'm working on a murder case. And
on Halloween,
I'm not gonna tell you what it's about yet because I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. But there's something in this video which you'll see when you watch it, and I want you to tell me what you think it is when you watch it. But yeah, I just texted it over to you, and just watch it, and you'll see something moving in the video.
Okay, I'll do it.
The apparition goes behind, because some people are saying that this is a lens flare. But the problem here is there was no lights shining my way. They were all shining toward the house. And when you look at that ghost or the apparition, it runs behind Dolly, not in front of him. So it really is something that I believe is a ghost. And then when we look at the history of Savannah, Georgia, we realize that this is not an uncommon thing here.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Mom and I are actually out in Tennessee right now because we're going on a Bigfoot expedition.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good then. Well, enjoy yourself.
Okay, David sent me an audio.
Entity. They can travel to the power lines. Somebody got one. Just this morning I watched it. One came out of a light in a parking lot and ran across the parking lot. And if I can find it again, I'll send it to you. But it's the same people. They can travel to the power lines anywhere they want. Yellow.
David, yeah. So in that house, a boy was murdered 3 weeks ago. A 20-month-old boy was.
Really?
Yeah. So we think that maybe that's him, his ghost or his apparition.
Well, they come and check that out. They're probably looking for his ghost or apparition. Yeah, so they will do that. They'll show up when somebody's going to die, too. In the hospital, some people will report seeing these guys in the hospital when somebody's fixing to die. I don't think it's the boy. They're just looking for his spirit. That's what they're probably there for.
Oh, interesting. So
they're searching for him. So but they use the soul for many different things. So they'll put it in a different container or whatever else. But since it's a brand new soul, they were probably definitely after it. So looking for it. But it was murdered, huh? That's too bad. But yeah, those entities that travel the power lines, I could show you a video. I'm gonna look for it for you. That one comes out of a light in a parking lot and takes off. It looks exactly just like the same thing. He takes off running too. So.
Wow, that's wild. Well,
I'll find it and I'll send it to you. And it looks.
All right, I'm going to end it there. But yeah, that was 100% a ghost. I mean, a lot of people try to deny it and say it's something else. It's a lens flare. Lens flares don't have arms and legs. Okay. That was on Halloween Eve, dark. It was spooky out. Like, and listen, Buck Halter, like, for anybody that's from Georgia, you know, when you go down Buck Halter and you get to the bend and there's that church, and at night it fills up with fog. It is the scariest shit. It looks like something right out of a horror movie. So listen, before we laugh at that lady, completely laugh at her, Dolly didn't believe either. Okay. I'm not a believer in a bunch of ghosts and shit like that. Right. And my first instinct was this got to be fake. It has to be fake. Right. But I was walking and I had my phone in my hand like this. And people were like, Dolly, there's a ghost beside you. Right. There's a ghost running up. And I thought people were kidding because it was Halloween. Right. I thought people were just messing with me. Right. And then time I got back to the room, I seen the video and I went and showed it to Betty. I was like, Betty, you got to see this, right? And her instinct was the same as mine. We thought it was fake, right? And then the timestamp's up there. So we go to her video, we watch it. And sure enough, shot live with everybody watching. I'm talking about thousands of people were watching us live. I probably had like 6,000 people in the room. She probably had about 1,500. Okay. Seen this. They all seen it, right? And people can say whatever they want, but I believe that this is the realest ghost video I've ever seen. Ever. Forever. Because I know there was nobody that doctored the video. It was shot 100% live, and it was shot from a cell phone. And a lot of people, the haters, they'll say Olivia faked it. Olivia wasn't even there, right? Olivia was nowhere around, and she was chasing Bigfoot in North Carolina. But you know the weird thing about this, and this is coincidental. I told Olivia that I had seen this church, and it looked like something out of a horror movie, right? Like straight, you know, I love horror movies. And I was like, we should go there ghost hunting, right? And she was like, I can't. Me and Mom's going to North Carolina to go look for Bigfoot. They were going up into the mountains of North Carolina to chase Bigfoot. Now, to me, that's crazy, right? Because we know Bigfoot ain't real, right? I think that. And I'm like, I'm not kind of into that chase Bigfoot thing, right? And but she wanted to chase Bigfoot, so she left. And now all of us down there, Olivia is the best video editor out of like all of us combined. As far as photography, editing, putting the videos together, she's really good at what she does. So a lot of people are thinking, well, this is something Olivia's done. No, absolutely not. I swear, strike me down in a lightning bolt storm in front of little baby Jesus himself. What y'all seeing is what happened. Okay, now I know I said they left a scalpel in that girl's brain, right? Her story's a little bit wilder. Now, the ghost didn't go, hey, Dolly, I'm Quentin, let's hang out, right? None of that stuff happened, right? But that did happen. And still to this day, it makes the hair on my arms stand up. And a lot of people say, you know, I was down there, you know, and pretty much was the voice for little Quentin. I started all that crazy shit that went on down there. And it started with me and ended with me. Okay, me going to jail, right? Me going to jail. That's how it ended. Then they put the signs up that said no loitering, and that sort of stopped the protests right there. Okay, so it started with me, ended with me. I'm the one that put the pumpkin out there. A local girl came up and gave me the pumpkin. She was watching us, and she said, Dolly, I heard you say you wanted to carve a pumpkin. Here's a pumpkin for you. So I carved a big Q in the pumpkin and, you know, carved a Dolly shit in the other side. And I put the pumpkin out there. So maybe, people were saying that, that the kid was running up to me because he felt safe with me. Right? I don't know. I just know what is on the video. Okay. Hey, PJ.
Hey,
Good to see you.
I can't.
Do you?
What did we just witness?
We just witnessed somebody that had a scalpel left in their head. Okay. That's what I'm thinking. They left a scalpel in her head when she had brain surgery. Now, listen, we do know there's something in the spirit. There's such thing as a spirit world.
I believe that. I don't believe that's the baby's ghost. I do believe there's spirits. I believe there was some kind of spirit there in the video too.
But just not Quentin's.
No, because I don't believe babies come as ghosts.
Well, see, PJ don't believe that there's baby ghosts.
Well, there is. They come the bad
She
ones.
thinks they're demons. Okay, now I don't know why a demon be running from me.
I think if you listen to the guy that Olivia interviewed, he literally says it's something that's there to come get his spirit. He says it's not the person.
Yeah, but that dude he had a scalpel left in his brain too. You know what I'm saying?
That's how a lot of these people
know.
that are into this kind of thing are, but they know what they're talking about. And every time that I've seen anything on any of the ghost shows that I follow, Ghost Hunters, Ghost Adventures, those are the more, like, I think they fake a little bit of their
Do
stuff.
you want to take over for a little bit?
Yeah.
And maybe take calls, or you know how to work everything.
Aren't they going to start soon?
Yeah, they got a few more minutes. I need a little break.
Yeah, no,
I haven't
okay.
really had a break all day.
I was excited. I've got a lot to say. I just can't believe
Okay,
they
you know
just
how to work the
dropped-
phone lines. You know how to blow everything up.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. You want the gavel?
No.
You got to have a gavel. You can't.
Okay, I'll hold the
All
gavel.
right. If you fill it in for the judge, you at least got to have a gavel. All right. I'll be back with you guys in a few minutes. I'm going to let PJ take over for a few minutes, okay?
There goes the gavel stand.
You don't need it.
Okay. Where am I going to smash the gavel on?
Your head.
No, that's okay. I'll pass. Did you turn the phone on? I can turn the phone on. I'll turn the phone on. Hey, guys. Whoa. I'm going to turn the phone lines on, you guys. 757. This is PJ.
Hello.
Hello. Who's this and where are you calling from?
Hello.
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 Oh, no.
That was heading to the light.
Who's heading to the light?
That little creature that ran.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't going to Dolly. It was heading to the light. And I remember watching that live and I couldn't believe what I seen.
Is this Susie?
Yep, it's me.
Hi, Susie. I actually agree with you. It's like he kind of ran behind him and around him and towards the light. You're right.
You're right.
Do you know anything about ghosts or spirits or?
I don't think that woman was too crazy, though I'm not into seances.
Yeah.
But have you ever dreamed and then the next day or a day or two later, something happened exactly like you've already seen it?
I've also had an oh no, court's about to be back. I had an experience. If you could call me back, I don't want to miss any more of this. I have to tell you about it though.
But I'm going to tell you though.
Go ahead.
I've had dreams and I seen something. And then I walked in, one time I walked into school and I seen the same teacher. My book was the same way on the desk. All the people
as in your
around
dream?
me yep.
Oh, wow.
So
I believe in that.
That happens to me quite a bit, but
I had a feeling
weird.
that my ex-boyfriend was dead and I hadn't talked to him for 7 years and he was dead right when I felt like I thought he was dead.
Yep. I think we have that. Everybody has that ability, and I think we ignore it.
Yeah, I believe it. All right,
And
I gotta go.
really-
I gotta figure out how to start this stream. We're missing it.
Okay, he was running to the light, not to Dolly.
I think I just
Bye.
and I think I just messed something up and hung up on. Well, Susie's still on the phone.
I'm still on the phone. But that's okay. I'll hang up. You have a good day, sweet pea.
I'm not an expert streamer like you are. Are you still there? Yeah, I
I'm still here.
disconnected my mic. But yeah, I gotta go. Court started.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Susie.
3364J6.
Sorry, guys.
The State of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Let the record reflect that Ms. Simon is present at council's table with her attorneys. The state's attorneys are present as well as Detective Lemons. Is the state ready to proceed?
Detective Lemons again.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. The state may call its next witness.
Okay. Lemons was already on the.
Let's bring in the jurors.
Keep forgetting the jurors. I just remember.
I hear you.
She's laughing that she keeps forgetting the jurors. Yeah, Dolly's gonna come back. Don't worry.
Wow, it really is alarming.
Why did we just break again? She forgot the jury. That's why. Okay. Thank you, Angelina. Everybody said that. He looks like Clark Kent a little. Yeah. That judge is high. I'm not as good as Dolly. I just unplugged my freaking headset. Come on, guys. Don't lie to me.
All right. Thank you, Birch.
A little closer.
Everyone, please have a seat.
Unplug the headset.
Yeah.
Move the mic up a little bit.
Well, she couldn't hear me, so I thought maybe I wasn't.
And welcome back after your break. Did you have any discussions with anyone about the case?
Oh, okay.
Did anyone do any research? Okay. All right. So let's begin. The state may call its next witness.
Come on, babysitter. Yes! It's the babysitter. No, wait, Talia. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. I just heard Marda and thought it was a babysitter, but it's Talia. It's still her daughter. Even better.
And this is going to be damaging against Leilani right here.
It better be. They better ask her all the questions. If they don't ask her the right questions, I'm gonna be done. I'm gonna throw the gavel. I just heard the last name and just assumed because you kept saying you thought it was the babysitter. I forgot the little girl's name was that too.
Take the clerk and raise your right hand.
And as we begin, this is the point at which we want the cameras diverted from the witness's face, from Ms. McCarter's face.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Step this way now.
This is Talia Marda, the babysitter's daughter that was real close with Simon.
And before we begin, are we good on camera, Ankle?
Yes. But we got her when she was being sworn in because we didn't know that that was the witness that was sensitive. So we'll have to.
You're not going to get two babysitters.
No.
All right. Thank you, Grace. All right. All right, Mr. Dean.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury here?
Hi, I'm Talia Marda.
And how do you spell your first name?
Talea.
And your last name?
MCCARTA.
Where do you live? What city and state? Not the address.
Savannah, Georgia.
Do you live on Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
And did your family used to provide babysitting services for the defendant's 3 children?
Yes, sir.
Have I asked you how old you are yet? I'm sorry, I'm tired.
No, sir.
How old are you?
I'm 17.
Are you in school?
Yes, sir.
Where are you in school?
Homeschool.
Okay. And what grade are you?
I'm in 10th. Sorry, I'm nervous.
Okay. That's all right. If you need a break at any point, just let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
I understand you're starting a new job tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going to be working?
At Larry's Giant Subs.
Is that your first big girl job, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Did you know Quinton's son?
Yes, sir.
How did you come to know him?
Through my mom and them and Miss Sandra.
And tell us about, well, who's Miss Sandra, first of all?
Miss Sandra is Tommy, Billy Joe's husband's sister.
Okay. And how do you, when you say you know him through Miss Sandra, what do you mean by that?
Miss Sandra went to church with us, and she just came up to my mom and sister and asked if my sister could babysit them.
Okay. And is that how the babysitting stuff started?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about the beginning of that. How did it play out?
Miss Sandra had came and knocked on the door and asked if my mom could babysit some kids, and my mom said, well, I'll be working, but I can ask my daughter, and my sister said yes.
And what's your sister's name?
Maritza McCarta.
Is she older or younger than you?
She's older than me.
How old is she now?
19 years old.
Okay. So going forward from that, did you all start babysitting the kids?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And between the two of you, you and your older sister, did one or the other have responsibility for one or the other kids? It's kind of a confusing question. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, sir. My sister really had most of the responsibility, but I would be there to play with Quentin stuff and Zane.
Were you and your sister, were you or her closer to Quentin than the other?
It was both of us. Yes, sir. He really loved both of us.
Tell us about spending time with Quentin. Where would you spend time with him?
Throughout the whole house, Quentin, he would open the door, like when it was cracked, he would push it open with his hand. He'll come in there and he'll love on you.
What door are we talking about here?
The bedroom door.
In your house?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by he'd come in and love on you?
Like, he'll run to you, open his arms, and just throw himself on you and give you a kiss on the cheek.
Did you like spending time with Quentin?
Yes, sir.
Now, was there ever a time where you spent time around Quentin and Leilani together?
Yes, sir.
And during those times, did you ever see her treat him in a way that upset you?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about any of those times?
With the console, like the PlayStation remote control, when she said that Quentin had got a hold of it, and it was the night before, and I guess she still got mad talking about it, so she pushed him down.
Okay, let's break that down a little bit. Where were you when this push happened?
She was by the tiki bar, and I was by closer towards the pool where the little step is.
Okay, so whose house were you at?
Billy Joe's.
Okay. You're out back between the tiki bar area and the pool.
Yes, sir.
And what was it that caused Leilani to push Quentin?
She got mad because he had supposedly broken the controller to her PS4.
Okay. And how did this come up?
When I walked up, I asked her if I could get Quentin, and she said, yes, please take him. And then she just led off the conversation because he got a hold. I'm pretty sure she said it was her brother's controller, and he was going to be mad at her.
And what time of day was this?
I'm going to say around 2.
In the afternoon, I presume?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said you came up. Where were you coming from?
I was coming from my mom's house.
And where was Leilani?
Leilani was outside.
Okay. In the back there?
Yes, sir.
And where was Quentin?
Quentin was inside.
Okay. And you said you were coming over to see if you could get Quentin.
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by that?
I know the night before her and Danny was arguing or something, and she had called my phone to see if I could come get him, and it was like around 4 a.m, and I told her I wasn't allowed at the house that late, and I didn't want to wake my mom up. She had work the next morning, but I would be over there the next day to grab him for my sister.
Did you say she called you or she texted you? I didn't catch that.
She called me.
Okay. She called you at like 4 a.m. and asked you to come take Quentin?
Yes, sir.
And why did she want you to do that?
She was getting aggravated with him.
Okay. So it's the next day that you went over to get him?
Yes, sir.
And what were you going to do with him?
I was going to grab him and take him over to our house.
All right. And Is that something that you would do from time to time? Come and get him and just take him?
Every day.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was he like your buddy?
Sir.
Was he like your buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you come up. You said Quinton's inside, and Leilani is out back by the pool, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were there to get Quinton.
Yes, sir.
And at some point, she pushed him.
Yes, sir.
At what point did he go from being inside to outside?
He had walked up because the door, you could see through it. So he had walked up and put his hands and his mouth against the door, and he was happy. And she opened the door. She put the door handle and she pushed it open. And she was continuing telling me the story. And Quinton started saying bubbles. He wanted bubbles. And she pushed him, took her hand and pushed the middle of his chest and pushed him.
And what was the bubbles thing about? You said he wanted bubbles?
He loved bubbles.
Okay. Are you talking about like soap bubbles that you blow?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When she pushed him, what did she use to push him with first?
Her hand.
And where did she put her hand on his body?
Right here in the middle.
And at that point, her hand's on his chest, and what does she do?
She pushes him.
And what happened to him when she pushed him?
He falls on his butt.
And what did he do?
He looked at me and held his arms out and started crying. And I told Leilani that upsetted me.
And what did you do it? You okay?
I'm good. I'm sorry.
When he fell, what part of his body hit? Did he fall on the ground, I guess?
Yes, sir. His tush hit the floor.
Okay. And you said he started crying and reached out his arms to you.
Yeah,
sir.
Talking about.
Did you pick him up?
Down.
Yes, sir.
And did you say anything to Leilani?
I told her that wasn't necessary because it happened last night, but she should have talked to him first.
This is the girl that's gonna put.
And what happened from there?
I took him. I walked him home with me. I don't know what she did after.
So you talked about that one push. Was there anything else that you remember that was like that?
The pool incident.
What's the pool incident?
It was me and my sister, and I believe 2 of my nephews with me over at her pool swimming. And Zane had got in the pool, and Quinton wanted in there. And I was fixing to go grab Quinton to put him in there, but instead of her listening to me tell her, "Hold on, let me get his floaty on," she just full on pushed him in the pool.
Push him with what?
Her hand.
And where on his body did she make contact with him?
The back.
Like middle of the back, upper back, lower back?
The middle. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And she just pushed him into the pool?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't have any floaties on, it sounds like?
No, sir.
Okay. Was he able to swim at this point?
No, sir.
What happened once he was pushed into the pool?
He went underwater, and when he came back out, he caught his breath, trying to catch his breath, and then he started crying.
Was he coughing or anything?
Yes, sir.
And how did Leilani react to that?
She said she really didn't care because if Zane could learn how to swim, then Quinton needed to be as smart as Zane.
Now, what did you do when Quinton came up and was coughing and crying?
I looked at my sister and I told her I'm going home. And then that's when I asked Leilani, I said, "Can I take Quinton home?" She said, "Yes, I don't care."
And how were you feeling at that point?
I was mad because wondering in my head how she could push him in the pool knowing without any floaties and knowing he can't swim at all.
How was Quinton as you were walking home? Did you dry him off or anything first? Or?
I did dry him off. I wrapped him in a towel and he laid his head on my shoulder.
And what happened when you got home?
When I got home, I had put a pull-up on him and he went and laid on the couch with his teddy bear.
And did you lay on the couch with him, or did you just leave him alone, or what?
I went to go fix him some juice and then I laid on the couch with him.
How long did y'all lay there?
About 2 hours because he had fell asleep.
I told you this was the
Yes, sir.
Did you take a nap there with him?
No, sir, because I was afraid I was going to squish him if I fell asleep with him.
Anything else you remember that was like those two things?
Other than her getting mad at him with the stairs and stuff.
Tell me about that.
It was one night when I went over there and she was smoking. She had went upstairs and she was talking to me about Quentin's father. And she said she don't know how Quentin could look so much like his dad when she's the one that gave birth to him. And I said, well, I don't know, because I didn't want to really get into that kind of stuff. It wasn't my problem. And she just kept going on about it. And Quentin was down the stairs. And I said, Leilani, he needs help down the stairs because I had Sky in my hands. And she said, he's a big boy. He can do it. I said, no, he can't, because her stairs in Billy Joe's house was kind of weird. And I said, he needs help. She said, no, he doesn't. And Quentin just continues to roll.
Are you talking about the stairs to the second floor?
Yes, sir.
You said Quentin continues to roll. What do you mean?
When he tripped on the first one and he starts rolling down. And I hand her Sky and I grab Quentin.
How was Quentin when you picked him up?
He was fine. He really didn't cry.
Okay.
Stop it.
Anything else you remember that was like that?
No, sir.
You mentioned that incident started with her asking or wondering how he could look so much like his father. What was her tone of voice like when she was saying that? I mean, she sounded happy, angry, sad.
She sounded angry.
Do you remember if
she knows this is damn?
You seem like a pretty mild-mannered person.
Yes, sir.
But if I asked you to tell me what it sounded like when she said it, would you be able to do that or not?
Yes, sir. You want the whole, just how she said it?
Yeah.
When I walked in, she was like, hey, I got a question. I said, yes. And she said, how the F could Quentin look just like his daddy? I'm the one that gave birth to him. And I said, I don't know, Leilani. I really don't know. She said, Zane's been my number one since he was born, and Quentin's just sitting there and useless.
Anything else?
No, sir.
That's a fucking lie. She just
Do you remember telling us last week about an incident where
girl would do her in?
Leilani hit Quentin in the face? I think backhanded was the word you used.
Oh,
yes, sir.
You remember telling us about that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that now?
From the beginning, correct?
Yeah.
Zane and Quentin was out in the street. I was walking to the shed because that's where our laundry room that is.
Were you at your house at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you have a laundry room in the shed.
Yes, sir.
So what were you walking out to the shed to do?
Do my chore, which was transfer the clothes from the washer into the dryer.
And at what point did you see Zane and Quentin?
When I was going towards the shed.
And what were they doing?
They were by the mailboxes on the other side of the road, going inside the ditch.
Okay. Were they in the road or next to the road or what?
They were in the road.
Okay. And were there any adults with them?
No, sir.
What time of day was this?
okay.
It was a little bit in the morning. I'm gonna say around 11 or 12.
Okay. And when you saw them out there, what did you do?
I ran
Ran where?
to get Quentin and Zane.
What happened next?
As I was going to get them, there was a white car passing with a lady inside of it.
I'm sorry to stop you. I don't mean to interrupt you because you asked from the beginning and I did say yes, right?
Yes, sir.
But I don't want you to tell us anything about what anybody said to you other than things that the defendant said to you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So let's skip the white car part, all right? So after the white car drove by, what happened next?
I took the kids back to my mom's house. My mom told me to take them to Leilani's. So,
don't testify about anything anybody else said.
Yes,
okay?
Thank
you.
Okay, so you went back to your house and you said at some point did you take them back to Leilani's house?
Yes, sir.
And why did you do that?
My mom told me to.
Okay. And where did you take them when you took them back?
I took them when I entered. It was behind where the pool part is, the
Okay.
back.
So you walked around the back,
Yes, sir.
and you had both of the kids with you at this point.
Yes, sir.
What happened from there?
I kept knocking on the door. Leilani would not answer, and I kept banging and banging. I just continued to bang until she answered. She came outside, and I said, Leilani, Quentin and them was on the road, and she was asleep. And instead of her taking the knowledge of what she had done and wasn't awake with them, she just backhanded Quentin in the face.
Can you describe
Y'all told me so
that
much stuff.
in a little more detail? What did it look like?
She raised her hand all the way back, and she just backhanded him. When she did, his head hit the concrete.
Where on his face did her hand hit him?
Right here.
And you're
So-
gesturing. I gotta say this for the court reporter and transcript and all that. You're gesturing towards like your cheekbone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that this knocked him down.
Yes, sir.
Did she hit him hard?
Yes, sir.
And when he fell down, what happened?
I looked at her, and then he started crying. He got up when I lifted him up. He got up and he ran to me, and he started pointing to my mom's house.
Did you say that his head hit the concrete out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he ran to you, and you said he started pointing.
Yes, sir. Pointing directions to my mom's house.
Were you holding him at that point, or was he still on the ground, or what?
I think it was after a minute I did pick him up. Yes, sir.
Okay. And his pointing towards your house, what did you take that to mean?
I knew he wanted to go with me, but Leilani wanted them to stay.
Did you take him home?
I believe I took Quentin home because she didn't want me taking Zane home.
Were there any other incidents you remember that involved the defendant, Leilani, pushing him, hitting him, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there anything that you heard, other than what you've already mentioned, and you've talked about some of this stuff, was there anything that you ever heard her say that caused you to believe that she didn't like Quentin or didn't feel the same way about him as she felt about Zane?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about those things, if the ones that you haven't mentioned yet?
Yes, sir. She would call me over there and ask if she could talk to me. And I would go over there, and she would just complain about Quentin, how Quentin wasn't like Zane. He wasn't smart like Zane. And that the only reason that she loved Zane and she didn't love Quentin is because Zane's been through everything with her, and Quentin hasn't been through nothing.
Did she ever point blank tell you anything about whether she had any feelings of love or affection towards Quentin at all?
Yes, sir. She told me she did not love him at all.
She said that to you.
Yes, sir.
Where was that when she said that?
We was on the back porch. He was in on the back porch. There's like a play area with a gate.
Is that with the brown couch in it and the slide and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who was you were out there? Was Quentin out there?
I was in the play thing with Quentin, and she was by the tiki bar.
Okay. How did that come up? That she's saying that about Quentin at that time?
She was mad at Danny.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And how did it get on to Quentin and saying that about Quentin?
Because Quentin was making noises with his mouth and saying he was calling out for Danny. He kept saying, Danny, Danny. And she kept getting mad about that.
She was mad at Danny at the time?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And Quentin was calling out for Danny?
Yes, sir.
And that's what led up to her saying that thing about Quentin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Quentin ever stay the night at your house?
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. We would have Quentin for weeks at a time at our house. She never called to check on Quentin. But we never complained about it because we really enjoyed Quentin being at our house, being able to love on him. And
I told you this girl was going to kill it on the phone.
sorry.
You miss him?
Yes, sir.
Think you're ready to be done with this now?
It doesn't matter. I'm fine.
You sure?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there times where Quinton would sleep over at your house, but the other kids would?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about? How did that happen?
When Leilani would say she's coming to pick up the kids, she would be like, "Oh, I'm coming," or "Danny's coming to pick up the kids." Quinton would never want to go when it was her, so she was like, "He could just stay here. It's fine."
How was Danny with Quinton and the kids?
Danny loved the kids a lot. He was good with them. He treated them how they were supposed to be treated.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I told the girl was going to crush it. She knew all the dirt on Leilani. She spent the most time over there.
Kim, the last time you were asked to talk about these incidents with us, you noted that these incidents happened in May, June, and July of 2022. Is that correct?
I didn't say. I said I didn't know the exact months.
Okay, well, the different incidents we've talked about.
Yes, sir.
All the incidents that you named, can you tell me when they happened?
No, sir, I cannot.
Okay. And when you saw them happen, the things that you've described here in court, did you call anybody like the police?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you call anybody like DFAX to report Leilani?
No, sir, I did not.
The PlayStation controller push you described, he fell back on his bottom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see any kind of a bruise or a mark or a cut or anything on Quinton as a result of the push you say you saw?
Not at the time, no, sir.
And the pool incident, obviously that was in the warmer months, but you can't say when that happened either, can you?
I know it was in summer sometime, but I don't know the exact month.
Okay. And in Savannah, summer can be a pretty long time.
Yes, sir.
Same question as before. Did you call the police about it or DFAX or any authority to report Leilani Simon?
No, sir, I did not.
The stairs incident, I think he went down the stairs and you got to him, but he didn't cry, did he?
Not for long. He didn't really let out a long one.
And you didn't see any marks or injuries or bruises?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What kind?
It was a bruise on right here by his head.
Okay. Now the roadway incident.
Yes, sir.
Okay. As I understand it, you were at your house and you saw the boys out there near the road.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you went there. Actually, you ran to them, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Because you recognized kids in a roadway with cars going by can be a very dangerous situation, can't it?
Yes, sir.
And it can be very upsetting.
Yes, sir.
And you knocked on the door, but couldn't get an answer right.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how Zane and Quinton then got out of the house on their own?
Zane knew how to open doors.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And right now, in recounting these different incidents, you can't give an exact date about when they happened, can you?
No, sir, I cannot.
And we've already established
From that period.
you didn't call the police about it, call any authority or any DFAX to report what happened.
No, sir, I did not.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
She was 14.
When these things would happen, was there anybody you tell?
I would tell my mom.
No further questions.
Ms. McCarter, you're excused.
Thank you.
That did it. See, I knew that little girl would crush it. She would kill it. She's so well spoken. She's a sweet little girl, and she ain't lying. She ain't lying.
All she did was freaking cut her eyes at that point.
Mr. Dean, you may call your next witness.
All right, let me get my spot back.
Next witness.
It's gonna be your mama.
Is this the witness that's expected to take some time?
Yes, ma'am.
No, don't do it.
On second thought, maybe we'll take a stop.
They're gonna stop.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to excuse you for the evening. We're going to reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:00 a.m. I think by now you know the routine. I will instruct you not to discuss the case, not to do any research, not to allow anyone to discuss the case around you. Please do not consume any media regarding this case. All right. And with that, you're excused.
Jurors exiting.
I told y'all that little girl knew the scoop.
Thank you. All right. Is there anything that everyone can have a seat? Is there anything that we need to take up before we stop for the evening? From the stage?
I don't think so, Your Honor. Nothing that comes to mind.
Mr. Hilliard?
Nothing from the defense, Judge.
Okay. We'll start up again in the morning at 9:00 a.m. At this time, we are in recess.
Court is adjourned. Okay. So, I told who was the first one to tell you the best witness was going to be this young lady. Okay. I heard everything. Well, I missed some of what she was saying because I had to take the dogs out, but I knew she was going to go in there and say she's seen the abuse of Leilani. She told me these same stories 2 years ago. And when she was about 14, about to turn 15 years old. And you got to remember, she is a kid and she looks a lot more grown. She's grown up a lot over the last 2 years. I only seen her from behind, but as far as height and, seeing these kids grow up, like, the neighborhood kids. Now I want to explain to you guys something. Her garage sits closer to Leilani's house than her house does. Her garage is technically on Buckhalter, and it's a good ways from her house. It's a detached garage. And when you step into that garage, there's a washer and dryer in there. But from that door, you look completely across the street at a little angle, and Leilani's house is right there. I'm not trying to dox where this little girl lives, but I want to give you a concept of how good she could see things. Okay. And when I met this little girl in Georgia, I was giving y'all the information she was giving me, but I couldn't say nothing because I didn't want Leilani or Billy Joe to try to hurt this little girl. Billy Joe had already tried to attack her mama, right? And the little girl was smart enough. I do want to get her a camera. I told her that when I was down there. I was like, I'm going to have to get you a camera because one day you're going to make a great YouTuber. But she knew to pull out her phone and start recording Billy Joe, right? So, and she was just a little small young lady when I met her in Georgia, and I was standing out there live streaming, and she was just standing there watching me. I wouldn't pay it much mind. I looked over and just seen her standing there. So as soon as I ended my live, she walked up and said, "Are you Dolly?" And she was real timid, real shy, nervous and scared. And I said, me, I'm silly. So I said, "Yeah, I'm Dolly." And she was like, well, there's some things I want to talk to you about, but I'm a little nervous. And I was like, "Listen, you ain't got to be nervous around me. Just chill, relax, and she started going into some of the things. And then, with me just talking to her, she pretty much opened up and was telling me everything, like everything. And she spent so much time in there because she would actually hang out with Leilani. And, you know, the whole pool incident, the slapping them in the street. So for any of you guys that thought I was making up stories in Georgia, you see now, Dolly wasn't making up none of that stuff, right? But I didn't want to put the little kid out there, right? Because these people are dangerous. And this little girl lives across the street from Leilani, right? So there was no way I'm going to say, hey, this little girl is the one telling me these things, to give you any credible source of where I was getting my information. But you see, Dolly was right. This girl is smart, well-spoken. And if the jury's going to believe anybody, they're going to believe this little girl, just like I did. And, you know, the other locals were telling me things too, like the baby being put in a dumpster, that she was seen in the trailer park. I knew all this stuff from the media because I was down there with the locals, hanging out with the people that lived on Buckhalter and all these things. And now there's people out there on Buckhalter that know more stuff, and they just don't want to talk. Okay. I can understand it. I ain't going to put none of those people out, but there's people that seen other things that ain't stepping up to the plate. Let me tell you that. Okay. They're not stepping up to the plate because some people just don't want to be involved. They don't want to be on court TV. They don't want to be drugged into court, but they know some of the things that were happening.
Someone in chat said something to us about how, where you said the lady that had witnessed Leilani saying stuff like, I wish I hadn't had you, and stuff like that was bad to Quentin on the phone, the one that you said never met him. Somebody in chat said, well, if you're saying that she should have called the cops on her, then we should have called the cops on the lady that was talking to her kid like that at the lunch table that one day. Or was it dinner in Atlantic City?
Yeah, we probably should have. We probably absolutely should have. You know, yeah, well, you're right. She's probably, the person that said that's probably right. We probably should have called the police on her. I was trying not to attack the lady. You know what I'm saying? And she wasn't physically abusing her. She was mentally abusing her. You know what I'm saying? And then you get into a big argument and saying, well, she said this, you said that, you know, type of thing. And, yeah, I still feel bad about that little girl in Atlantic City, how her mother was talking to her, but her mother wasn't beating on her. They were sitting down at dinner. She was just talking to her like she was a piece of crap. Like, I wish you never been born and stuff like that. Yeah. Now, if I turn on the news one day and this lady's unalived her daughter, would I feel absolutely horrible? Yeah, I would. You know, I would. But I was trying not to go to jail. I was thinking about bad things. I wasn't even thinking about the police, to be honest with you. You know, I was thinking about bad things. I really was. I was just thinking, this lady is horrible. She is a piece of work. But was she physically abusing her daughter? Now, if she would have hit her daughter, I probably would have snapped. I would have snapped, right? And, you know, one of those things when, that's a hard one. But here's the thing. This little girl did what she had to do. She seen these things and she went back and reported it to her mother. Her mother didn't do the right thing. Okay. Her mother went and reported it back to Billy Joe. And you know, Billy Joe didn't do the right thing because Billy Joe was leaving the kids there. All right. She was leaving the things there. You know, each situation is difficult when you're put in it. Just like we were put in a situation in Atlantic City, sitting behind a lady that was verbally abusive to her daughter. She wasn't being physically abusive. She wasn't grabbing her. She wasn't hitting her. She wasn't doing any of those things. And we were kind of eavesdropping on her conversation too. She was loud on purpose. But she was loud. Yeah, she was loud. It wasn't hard to eavesdrop because you could hear all of it. And yeah, do I feel bad about not doing that? Yeah. I probably do. And I pray to God nothing bad happens to that little girl. Maybe next time I will, you know, but I try to, you know, mind my own business. I try to, you know.
Think it's a difference of being in their presence the one time versus being on the phone with her several times with that lady.
Yeah.
And she also said she heard what was maybe possibly spankings or whatever. So that it did have also a physical aspect to it with the lady witness.
Oh, because she could hear the baby crying and things like this. And this was how you say that little girl was in Jersey?
14 maybe.
Yeah, she was a little bit older kid. I think she was younger than that, probably 12ish.
Yeah, maybe.
12, 13 years old. But she was talking to this little girl like, horribly, like horrible. But she was talking to her old man horrible too. She was talking to everybody horrible. This lady was
just really nasty.
this was just a really nasty lady. Okay. Like, I feel bad for anybody that had to be around. Like, I felt bad for me having to listen to her. Right. Like, she destroyed our whole lunch.
She did. It was just disgusting. She just, and that at the very end of that, I literally just started talking out loud. Like, I wish you would go somewhere. Because she kept saying, I came out here to eat dinner and you guys are just, ugh. It was
Yeah,
horrible.
so sweet, because it was a beautiful day. So we sat on the patio at this fancy pizza place.
Yeah.
So
In Atlantic City.
And the lady was being just effing horrible. So it's a little bit different. But
the kid couldn't pick what she wanted to eat off the menu, and she literally was like, I wish I hadn't had you. Like, it was just ridiculous.
Yeah, it kind of reminds of the things that Leilani was saying to Quinton, right? But without the abuse. We never seen any physical abuse to the child. What I consider mental abuse, yes, right? And maybe we should have called somebody, but we didn't. And
I don't know that they would do anything about that. It was just a bunch of verbal abuse.
I mean, you never know what they'll do. Maybe they'll make a report and go check in on the kid. I mean, I don't know.
That's why I would have never called for something like that.
Now, if she would have put her hands on that kid, I would have went to jail out there that day.
Oh, yeah,
I would have went to slam jail because I was already mad that, one, she's messing up our lunch, right? And me and PJ are on vacation. We're trying to enjoy our time, you know, and she is just being the rudest.
And then she kept getting louder and louder.
Yeah, sitting right behind us,
Two
like
tables
right
back.
behind me,
Yeah.
right? Sitting right down behind me, just getting louder and louder. But that's a whole different situation. Now, this little girl, she did what she needed to do. She went home and she told her mother. Her mother should have called CPS or whoever, the police or whatever it may be. But her mother was reporting to Billy Joe. And that probably wasn't the best thing because Billy Joe didn't do nothing about it. Now, I truly believe that Billy Joe should be her ass in jail. All right. So, wow. So I'm thinking that court's going to start back up tomorrow, 9:30, with the babysitter, her mother. Okay. And that little girl was brave. She was brave then. Okay. And she's brave now. So she's, you know, she done got her a job.
Because if they called, God help them, Billy would find out and,
And try to fight the lady.
Well,
Billy Joe's intimidating.
I mean, that too. She did come in and try and fight her anyway. But
And she's intimidating to a man. I can imagine how intimidating she is to a
I
woman.
can just see it, you know, like if you call, then he possibly, you know, they come out, then, you know, she finds out it's you that did it, and then you never see the kid again. They had the kid a lot of times for weeks at a time.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
it was the whole, they were worried about causing trouble, but
and then
they probably never thought this baby would be dead. But you know, you see something, you gotta say something.
See, it was rumored that somebody, maybe one of the other neighbors had called CPS or DC, whatever they call it there. And
none of them neighbors called.
Do nothing.
None of them neighbors called. Next door is Fry Guy. Across the street is the old perv, right? The firefighter.
Who the heck was on hospice?
Nobody was on hospice. That was lies. There was nobody on that street on hospice.
They still say there was someone in
all them people that were hating on me being down there keep saying that somebody couldn't die at their home and shit like that. That's a lie. Every neighbor down there, you can ask Diane, the babysitter. You can get I'll get the little girl when she turns 18 to come up here. That's all lies. The house next door to Leilani was empty. It was rumored that there were FBI agents staying in that house. Right? The one to the left, to the right is Fry Guy. Across the street is the old man. Next to the old man is the firefighter. Next to the old man on the other side is the babysitter. So where is there somebody in hospice? There ain't even another house. Okay. So they made that shit up just to be like, you know, hate channels and be like, oh, they're so terrible. They're protesting. They're disturbing the neighbors. These neighbors failed this child. Okay. So to this day, I still say F them neighbors. F them. Okay. But we didn't disturb no dying person. That's all lies. That shit is all made up. But anyway, guys, I will see y'all back here bright and early, 9:30, Judge Dolly. I'm dismissing all of you, but don't forget to leave some comments and tell me what you think about the witnesses today Now that girl with the scalpel in her head, that was a crazy one. Okay. You know, but let me know what you think about that. The young lady that testified today. All right. Let me know in the comments below. Don't tell me in the side chat because I won't see it. But when this video ends in just a minute, you guys let me know in the comment box down below. And of course, Dolly will be back bright and early for court tomorrow morning. Don't be late. I will fine you guys. Okay. Court calls and contempt of court. You don't want it. You don't need it. And thank you guys. I just want to say a big thank you to everybody that got them a pew today, donated today, liked the video today, came by just to hang out and watch it with me today. It means the world to us. Thank you to everybody that has bought something from the merch store. It's going to help our Christmas wish fund. So if you haven't, check out buydollysoap.com. I'm going to be working on some stuff tonight after me and PJ go run some errands. But you guys have been great. And thank you for staying here with us. It's been 9 hours, but I will see you guys in the morning. Take it easy. And remember, if nobody loves you, Dolly does. Bye. You want to say bye, PJ?
Bye, PJ.
Bye, PJ.